big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first and last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling!
Well, the Brawl Stars World Finals is rapidly approaching. Many regions have locked in their candidates who will be competing for glory at that huge event later on this year. But in this region, it's still all to play for. Welcome back, everybody, to the Brawl Stars Championship August monthly finals for NA East. I'm back. I'm Mitch Leslie here. Fantastic to be here once more. You saw me right at the start of the BSC this year, and now I'm bookending it alongside Kenny and Ready Set. Kenny, bro, great to be back with you, man. It's an exciting time here in this region. North America is all up for grabs in this eastern region.
A lot to be happy about for Brawl Stars final monthly finals of the year. Good to have you back as well. You couldn't have chosen a better time.
Yeah, it looks that way. Ready, set. I mean, expectations are hard to keep track of here. Everyone has a different idea about how they expect this NA East region to go, because we don't have a team locked in for World Finals just yet. And before we even get there, we've got to talk about their last chance qualifier. So again, let's start on that topic here. 4 golden ticket matches will send teams from the last chance qualifier to the World Finals. First, obviously, the 7th of October, we'll have the group stages, and then, of course, the big ones. 4 matches to decide the fate of 4 teams still vying for that spot in the World Finals. And that's extremely relevant when you take it in hand, Ready, with what is going on today. Because, yes, here in NA East, Chazmac Gaming NA have at least secured a last chance qualifier spot. But outside of that, it's all on the table.
Everything is up in the air here. We have one more last chance qualifier spot to go out, and one of these teams is going to be going straight to the World Finals. And every single one of these teams in the top 3 has a chance to make it. They're just going to make it through the Grand Final. Seems easy enough on paper, but it's so difficult in execution. And like we were saying, it's all up in the air. Throw your expectations out the window. It's going to be a wild day.
Exactly, yeah. We can start with a clean slate coming into this. We may as well not even have had monthly finals, because the decider is right here and right now for the rest of the year. Let's talk about this bracket, Kenny, because we have some absolute heaters here. Of course, we begin, as per usual, in the semi-finals with Untamable Beasts and Chazmac Gaming going head-to-head. And on the lower half of the bracket, it'll be Tribe Gaming and Remaining 7 going head-to-head. There are a lot of scenarios, Kenny, coming out today, but let's talk sort of loosely about these semi-finals here. Well, exactly what's on the line?
I mean, truthfully, everything's on the line. You said it best. It all comes down to this. We played out 5 huge months in spectacular fashion all year long. We've got our top 4 teams in terms of consistent performers on the final month. Untamable Beast, they've had players that have caused a ruckus before. Chazmac Gaming are going to want to win to guarantee that World Finals spot, going straight there rather than through the gauntlet of 16 teams at LCQ. And Tribe Gaming and Remaining 7, if you're a fan of either of these teams, you're going to be holding your breath until the very end. It is crazy uber that one of these teams is going to miss the cut. The talent here is just incredible, and it's been such a good year overall. I hate that it has to come down to this for somebody.
There are 20 teams that separate these top 3, 20 points rather, that separate these top 3 teams here. But it's kind of crazy to me that even for Chazmac Gaming, if they don't win this semi-final, their fate is not in their hands.
Yeah, and Remaining 7, they are a very capable team. Tribe, they're incredibly talented too, but they have been rivaled so repeatedly over the last several months. This entire year, they've only really managed to lock in a few monthly finals victories, just 1, if I recall correctly. So the competition here is fierce. That's why it's all come down to here, and anything's possible.
And we talked about resetting expectations here. We want to know what you guys think over at event.brawlstars.com. That's where you can watch, interact, and earn rewards and pit yourself against us in the battle of predictions. Here are our Preds. I'll be honest with you, everybody at home, I tried not to rock the boat too much here. We're seeing Chazmac Gaming win that grand final here. But it's Kenny who thinks that Tribe Gaming, after what's been a pretty frustrating year for them here in NA East, only winning that 1 monthly final back in March. Kenny, you think they're going to cap off the year with a win here in August?
I think they deserve some representation from the booth. I figured that most people are going to go CMG, rightfully so. They've won the last few fights. Remaining 7 have been phenomenal too. Honestly, they probably deserve more love than the 3 of us giving Tribe. But I wanted to make sure that the world knew and were reminded that these guys have reached a ceiling unlike any other this year nearly. They got 2nd place in Masters. They have been a historic team, and I think it's about time they right the wrongs of previous months and pick up their 2nd Grand Finals win of the year.
So that's the story of Tribe. We're going to check in with them a little bit later on because our first matchup features Chasmac Gaming North America with an LCQ spot locked in at least, going up against Untamable Beasts. This Untamable Beast squad, excuse me, my goodness, don't have any prospects of making either LCQ or making it into the World Finals. They're here to play spoiler, and the most interesting thing you could do on the way out is to throw Chasmac Gaming's chances into turmoil. This Untamable Beast squad managed to make it pretty far in that March monthly final, right? Getting it into the final. Alex, 2nd best Toonie. These are really known quantities. These are known names in the North American scene here. Already said, I'm curious to see what your expectations are and sort of how you would sort of rate this team over the course of the year. Never quite getting a championship, but always being threatening.
Yeah, I mean, coming to match point at sometimes as well, the Untamable Beasts are entirely capable of taking down an enemy such as Chasmac. I think that Chasmac, right, they have their eyes on the prize. Of course, they want to make it on to the Grand Finals, but to get through Untamable Beasts is going to be quite difficult. If they're focusing their preparation on that Grand Final, then Untamable Beasts definitely can play upset here in the semifinal by focusing all of their pre-game day preparation on just this match.
And of course, the team going up against Untamable Beasts is none other than Chasmac Gaming North America with wins in our April and June monthly finals. Again, they are the top team in this region, but only just. I mean, it's like 10 points that separate them from Tribe Gaming. I mean, Kenny, there's no way this team is letting off on the gas right now. They want to chill. They don't want to have to throw caution to the wind and take their chances at that LCQ.
I mean, you want a golden ticket to Worlds if you can get it, and CMG and A have worked very hard, especially this second half of the year, to claim all these very valuable points in the small margin of a lead that they have. I can't imagine that these guys don't go crazy here today. It's a winner-take-all kind of moment for all these teams. That's the mentality you have to have. I'd like to remind the people at home, too, that Untamable Beasts, they've got guys that 1 year ago today caused spoiler. We're the team that wreaked some havoc, so Chasmac Gaming and A need to respect their opponent. They need to show up once again today and take back their #1 spot and own it going into Worlds.
It's been a great run for this Chasmac Gaming North America team, but they need to stick the landing. I'm curious before we say goodbye to you here, Ready, Set, how competitive do you really feel like this sort of matchup is going to look? What's the gulf, I guess, the gap between a team like Chasmac at the top here and Untamable Beasts at 4th place with only 150 points south? Like, still a pretty strong showing over the course of this year.
I don't think it's as large as a lot of people think. Untamable Beasts, they're a very skilled roster. They have some serious specialties, and going into this with the amount of preparation that they've been able to dedicate to this match, where Chasmac undoubtedly have their attention on that Grand Final, I think is what everyone should be keeping their attention on.
All right, thank you very much. That's something to keep our eyes on. We'll be checking back in with Ready Set in a little bit. You all voted over at home at event.brawlstars.com, and yeah, an overwhelming majority of you expect Chasmac Gaming to advance here through this semi-final. Let's talk Crystal Arcade. Of course, it's Gem Grab first up here, and Untamable Beasts are going to lock the Crow to start us off.
And then an NA favorite right now as well, Jessie has been everywhere. Her and her sidekick Scrappy are so good in the competitive meta right now, and especially on a mode like Gym Grab 2. I really like all 3 of these choices so far. M's going to be a really well-rounded brawler, can do well in the tanks, nice for the lane side or helping out in the mid, and Jessie's just going to be able to dictate some pace, play those mid-range engagements really well. So I think Chasmac Gaming NA with about as strong as a start as you can get in a draft.
Yeah, look, Shelly and Cordelia banned away straight away, so Chasmac don't want to allow any of these wildcard picks through to cause them potential issues. Gus going to come in here for Untamable Beasts. Always a good look in for a pretty solid brawler with some support potential. Cuckoo Popper, always a scary prospect as well if you don't respect it. We've got one more pick now coming in for Untamable Beasts. They have that somewhat all-in potential there as well with the Crow. When push comes to shove, if they find themselves behind and that timer ticks down, they can try and take things into their own hands.
It is a really interesting one, and nice to have an assassin on that team too. Crow with the ability to just dip out of harm's way if needed. Tara going to be an interesting one here. Of course, has the super, which is so valuable, can end a game, and sometimes one kill with a Tara super can take all the gems and rob the enemy team. Mr. P going to be the response from CMG. I think Tara's pets are going to be an interesting matchup into somebody like Jessie. Of course, she has the bounce shots. They can ricochet onto opponents, but Mr. P is going to cause a little bit of a ruckus here too, especially in the single shot brawlers like Gus. Crow not going to necessarily handle those porters really well, and even Tara, who can pierce through shots. You know, if you beef up those porters with Mr. P's gadgets, it's still a lot of resources wasted. So I think CMG walk away here with a composition they can be pretty happy about.
I mean, it's a composition that features just so much pressure. I mean, let's not even forget the deployable that Jessie can offer you. The amount of, you know, virtual extra brawlers that Chazmak can sort of deploy onto the battlefield in a pinch could be huge difference makers now. Here we go. It's going to be our first set. It's a best-of-5 series in this first semi-final of North America East. As Untamable Beasts in blue and Chazmak Gaming in A up the top in red.
And Toast going to immediately start out here with a couple gems in the pocket as Second Best tries to climb his way up. If you're a fan in North America East, expect that thumbs down pin on rotation for Second Best. I swear that man has it on a timer. Fade with a nice job, right-hand lane 2, and complete map control right now for CMG in A. What a start from the #1 seed in North America East right now.
RBM is an extreme problem. We saw help from Beyond pop by Toonie to try and relieve some of the pressure that RBM's been providing. This is the second use of that gadget. This time, Second Best has to collapse onto that left side alongside Toonie to get rid of that Mr. P. Still, Toast is able to leverage the strength in that left lane for Chazmak to get 5 gems under the belt. So still a lead for CMGNA.
And now a toss of the bubble too. We love to see that. That's one of the reasons Gus is so prominent at professional Brawl Stars. An extra 4,000 or so health points can go a long way as Fade continues to work on this right-hand side, and what Ims can bring to the table is some nice area denial. Just popping that super and walking forward forces Alec 26 away, and now an even stickier situation. But that's a good attempt to dive in. Immediately shut down by Fade though, and CMG are just going to keep climbing their way to a countdown if UB are careful.
Look at this move, and Gravity going to be thrown in here by Toonie, trying to get the better of RBM, but even with the 2-on-1, RBM is able to trade. Second Best will use this opportunity to head towards the middle of the map, and with a super in hand, there's extra durability now for Alec, with the friend zone to shut down Alec's previous dive. So Fade is also having a really comfortable lane assignment here. Pressure starts to mount. It's just Second Best left standing, and RBM wants to force him away. Caustic Charisma, one more tick might get the job done, but Fade will be happy enough, leaving Toast with 10 gems in pocket, and they're going to walk it right back.
Easy peasy here for Chazmak Gaming NA to start. Again, I really liked their draft, but I don't think Untamable Beast walked into this one with anything too shabby. Gus, a good brawler. Crow with the emergency getaway or attack button. I feel like they picked a very meta composition. Jessie was very forceful in the mid. They never really backed down in terms of positioning. So I think in terms of adjustments here for UB, you got to win a lane or two off the rip. You can't let Chazmak Gaming establish control, charge the Jessie turret, get those M super cycled in, because otherwise you're just going to be boxed out from even moving into the mid where all of those very valuable gems spawn. So gonna have to see a change up here for sure.
Second Best is going to have to assist Toonie to a great degree, I think, here. Already Alec getting crushed on that right lane. RBM forced away by help from Beyond here. This is going to give Toonie the chance to move back up and also get topped up in terms of those heals. Fade, I guess, is a question of how you sort of allow this advantage on the right lane to manifest elsewhere. Friend zone are used for the finish here, but Toonie really posturing much more aggressively now on that left, and RBM is forced out of the action.
Yeah, and Untamable Beasts have some very aggressive players too. Second Best, somebody that can rock the tanks. Toonie as well, and Alec, a longtime veteran. They can really flip the switch when needed, and I think doing a much better job in game number 2. Toonie, especially on this left-hand lane, has been somebody fierce. Having that Tara super, if they can charge it up too, can really change and dictate how a game can go. Alec moving forward, especially as an assassin brawler, that shield will beast him up a little bit. Toonie dropping some gadgets here left-hand side as Second Best collects a 7th and nearly an 8th gem for his squad. A complete turnaround here, and Chazmak Gaming licking their wounds right now. This is a tough spot for them.
Fade switching lanes here, caught in the gravity. Maybe even thinks about the Caustic Charisma. Going to pop it here, but it's really just to give Fade a little bit of space to breathe, and Toonie doesn't respect it. Alec dives in on RBM here, forces him back, and already Untamable Beasts have found that 10 gem threshold. They'll back up here if they can. Alec wasn't holding any. It's Toonie and Second Best, though. They both need to be standing. The porters come a little bit late in the game. RBM never had a chance to use them to apply pressure on that left-hand side, and we'll have ourselves an even set.
Love to see it, and a great showing there, and good adjustments from Untamable Beasts, and you pointed it out really well. I think super buttons are going to be a big impact here. Obviously, it's what makes Brawl Stars the game it is, but especially when you're not getting Mr. P's porters down, you don't have the Jesse turret down, Ims isn't cycling supers, you could see the difference maker that it was. It's something that's a big X factor in this game number 3. So I think winning lane early, maybe denying some supers could be really impactful here if you're Untamable Beast. And for CMG, you just got to run rampant. Sometimes getting a little aggressive to charge up those supers can almost be worth it.
Tooney doing much better on this left-hand side now. Toast trying to assist RBM as much as possible. But once again, the Tara has priority on this left-hand part of the map. Last round, Fade didn't respect the Cookie Popper. It got knocked up and then dove on by Alex with a nasty little wombo combo. So that's something to be aware of. But RBM wins out in lane once more. Now the pressure starts to mount again. Of course, the Charisma up here for Fade, but he really just wants to create that space for Toast to mount a lead in gems. We're even now. Tooney and second best again want to try and collapse onto this left-hand side, but it's time for the Porters to make their entry.
I think it's a wise decision, almost pairing together to try and push themselves up. They know they're back down right now, but they need to find some wiggle room for themselves here. RBM gonna fall weak. Tooney cleans up the kill as well as Fade holds onto a super right-hand lane. Crow trying to close in here, but really difficult if he doesn't have that super, and Fade ends up getting this kill. Second best could be sucked up in here too, and this is gonna get scary here. Shots going down, super up for second best, and somehow he stays alive again. The primary gym counter for Untamable Beast survives again as Tooney causing a ruckus up top. Thumbs down pin goes down, but it should be a thumbs up. All of a sudden, it's 9-1 for Untamable Beasts.
Yeah, a different scenario now, though. Tooney holding a large amount of gems, has to play vastly differently, and Fade would really love to force Tooney to part with them here. Toast now, back in the action. We're going to have a lane assignment switch here. It'll be RBM versus Alec on that left-hand side, and Fade can't overextend in a second best, especially if a super comes up again. That's the problem last time. Second best was able to walk away because of that extra durability, and Fade couldn't finish the job even with the costly charisma. We still got a minute 42 left here, and Toast is able to snap up a couple of extra gems, but eventually Untamable Beasts need that last one.
They have to find a way to march up the map here, and a shield on the left-hand side plus a Tooney super should certainly help out as RBM looks to clean up. Oh, double kill going down here. Porter's on the ground as well as Fade gets the team wipe. CMG taking them for all they're worth.
That's it. Untamable Beast gave up so much ground. RBM moves in, occupies the space, and then collapses on them with the 1 versus 2. And there's no way of coming back from that. Not a snowball's chance in hell. Chasmac Gaming NA, after a rocky second round, they get back in the game and they take away Gem Grab.
Big pop-off play, but a blunder there. Untamable Beast with an opportunity to start this matchup up 1-0. A lot of the folks at home rode with the #1 seed Chasmac Gaming NA very respectably as well. Chasmac Gaming NA have been so consistent this year, but Untamable Beast were showing us a glimpse of hope. That game #2 adjustment so good going into game #3. Back and forth the whole way through, but look at this. I mean, RBM just taking this left-hand side and was really good in this game #1, and in game #3, that's the exact spot that he popped off too. It's amazing what one simple play can do to change the entire duration of a match, Uber.
And RBM was being very patient for so much of that round because he was constantly forced into like a 1 versus 2 as Untamable Beast decided to split the map sort of diagonally from left to right. This is the moment here, I think. We see Tooney commit pretty heavily to try and get rid of the Porters, but RBM goes a 1-2 punch. That is dirty, man. And in the space of 2 briefcases, you've just won the set entirely. Already we have like a candidate for like, you know, play of the day here from RBM. That was dirty.
Absolutely insane, and there's a reason they're the #1 seed. It's moments like that that have set them apart from the rest of the region, at least recently. Still been close the whole way around, and I mentioned it before, but it really is a counter. It's 21 times that second best dropped that. That is incredible. Major shout out to the team behind us for putting in the extra credit here and getting us a counter on that pin.
Yeah, again, I'm sure that probably encapsulates their emotion pretty effectively coming out of that first set, though. It definitely felt like Untamable Beasts had a real crack at it. The Gus, and the Gus Super just reversed some situations in which Chasmac thought they had an easy kill and an easy pickup of gems. It blew up in their face a couple of times, but again, tried, true, tested. That's your Chasmac Gaming NA team. So they'll head into Heist, of course, with that set lead.
Safe Zone, a really interesting one right now too. It's one of the maps that still has some long-range engagements, but at the same time, those wall breaks unavailable on that right and left-hand side for the indestructible walls. A lot of teams have had to get creative about how they approach it, and sometimes we see some crazy options with tanks. This time around, though, the ban's pretty simple. Mushroom Man, Shelly on the right-hand end, some of the best brawlers in Brawl Stars, even getting banned out in the long-range maps as Brock and Colette get snagged first.
Yeah, pretty standard picks here as well. We got a sharpshooter and Brock, and of course Colette is such a pain to deal with on these heist maps. Eve comes in here. We've already seen her a little bit today, and again, where there's water, you're likely to find Eve lurking on the periphery. So fairly robust mid-range picks so far from Untamable Beasts, where Chasmac have already kind of tipped their hand to preferring, you know, maybe a sharpshooter-based strategy. But look at this. I mean, B is unavailable. Body's unavailable, of course. You know, there's a lot of these, you know, Bell out of the picture, 8-bit. So again, still, there's a deep enough brawler pool here that Chasmac can find what they're looking for, and it will be another Jesse pick.
I fully expect Jesse to show up in this region more than any other region, and especially Sam to double down on this. This is a very big NA flare coming in. Sam's somebody that even got banned on this map last month. As unbelievable as it is, he's a tanky brawler, but he is looking to waste enemy resources. A little bit of a risk, I will say, too, picking this brawler. As good of a tank as RBM is, you're going to have to get some insane value, because second best on the Eve's going to be able to cycle up those supers really easily. Colette going to be able to line up shots and hard counter RBM, but I think with Brock and Jesse on their side as well, I think that pairing ends up working out really well. Daryl to round out this composition, the shotgun brawler, maybe in an attempt to take out RBM a little bit, the squishy brawler in Brock. I kind of see the appeal to both sides here. I think this was a true chess match of a draft.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see how the Daryl pick plays out. We've seen a lot of teams that, you know, will definitely use him to all in. There isn't much better than Daryl when he's up close and personal with that safe. But to get there, I guess, you need to get through like what feels like a pretty defensive setup with the Jesse and Brock that can keep their distance and just continue to punish here. So second best hoping to make use of that extra mobility that only Eve has available to her on this map to try and come in from a couple of other angles. It opens up the left side lane crucially, right? You know, you can just sort of walk across here and be able to intervene with any of the other sort of 1v1 lane matchups. RBM already getting punished, peeking out there, but wants to close the gap, and Alec26 just disintegrates under that pressure.
And now RBM opening up this left-hand lane for CMG. Toast and Fade also popping off here in a lone Toonie skates across the water, shut down by Toast immediately. Tough stuff here for Untamable Beast, and that's just the pop-off potential that Sam brings to the table. They're gonna have to watch out for RBM, one of our tank specialists in the world in North America East. So fun to watch excel in these brawlers.
Hatchlings, though, a little bit painful for RBM to deal with here. Toonie gets over into enemy territory now, not in a position to harass that safe down. As you notice, a little bit of a tickle on Untamable Beast safe. Time to collect comes out as per usual. Untamable Beast still down because RBM gets to grips with the safe and puts a few dents in it.
This interaction going to be so interesting between these two teams, especially with Sam. It's going to be so easily to cycle those supers when you're the big, beefy, strong man on the other end. All the hatchlings running forward as RBM has to waste his punches dealing with those. On the other end, though, after all those kills, after all that hard work from CMG, the lead is not even their own. Toonie now diving in, second best, throwing down some shots, and a base race going down as RBM going to be all by his lonesome on Untamable Beast territory.
Yeah, RBM might be looking to try and win the 1 versus 1 here. That would be unbelievable value. Alec26 again comes and collects, and Chasmac safe is getting a little bit low now. RBM the only player able to pressure it down for Chasmac here, but it's going to be a bit of a close one down below 10%. Goes Chasmac safe, and Untamable Beast full commit, 1% on the safe, and somehow RBM turns it around. It doesn't get any closer than that.
Woo! We had I mean, that is the definition of a base race. I really thought with that 1% trickling that it was going to be a close call, and they get it with the final moments. A buzzer beater. Goodness. I mean, this is the kind of action I expect to see in the last month of the year, Uber, but that had my heart racing. Insane plays from both teams. Untamable Beast going to be feeling that one for sure.
I mean, you have to have nerves of steel as Chasmac to commit to just having RBM pressure in that way. If there's one shot that you fail to body block as Chasmac Gaming in A, you lose that round 100% of the time. Alec26 able to deal though with RBM, so a slow start for our tank specialist here. As he again will return to the fray. We'll see Toast playing back a little bit here. Looking to stay safe behind the large bulk of RBM.
RBM just trying to cycle that super in and out, regenerate some HP when he can, and Toonie making a very smart identification. Shiner going to open up space for his teammates there as well as Toast. RBM are forced to take down the shotgun brawler. Alex, second best, going to be able to throw down a few shots, give themselves 15% here, but all of a sudden CMG looking for a counter push.
Alec not having the mobility to get past that bank of water there, gets caught out of position. Barrel roll being used towards the safe of Chasmac Gaming here, and RBM might be setting up for something similar. Toast is able to deal with the Daryl, but they lose Fade in the middle part of the map. That does leave RBM free, though, to take some chunks out of this safe and give you a decent 20+% lead.
There's so many moving parts to this as well. We've got Jesse turrets flying on the field, Eve hatchlings on the ground. There's a lot of things for these pro players to identify here, and I appreciate that they're keeping it aggressive. Sometimes players just look to play this very calculated, especially at a professional level. Going to take time to just get that mid control, find their one kill, and then just march it forward. Not these two teams. It's a W key meta, and two teams that bring that to light all of the time are going to be Untamable Beast and Chasmac Gaming. As Toonie gets a nice roll forward, Alec with a dive in as well, 34 50s a piece for the way in and out, and a Jesse turret from the distance takes him down as we kick off another base race here.
Yeah, it's a tough situation for Toast to navigate, but RBM was able to linger for quite some time behind enemy lines. Toonie is a problem. Recalling Rotator used there for a bit of extra damage. Eventually, RBM turns up. This is going to provoke the barrel roll out from Toonie, but it's only a trade. Hatchlings come in, but RBM's able to save them off, but Chasmac safe has fallen below Untamable Beast's threshold now. It's time for one last push for Chasmac to try and get back in this, but it's going to be an issue if they lose Fade, and so they do. Second best brings him down, and Alec gets a very safe pressure on the safe, and this is going to put Untamable Beasts even in this set.
Alec just focused right now. This is intense, man. They knew the first set was one that got away from them. Now they're looking for an attempt to tie things up here with the #1 seed in North America East. Big moments for both of these teams. CMG want to control their own destiny with things like LCQ versus Worlds. Little things like that can cash you a golden ticket, but Untamable Beast looking to play spoiler here, so we have another 1-1 set in our hands.
A very easy pickup on RBM, though, at the start of this round by Untamable Beasts. The Colette's always going to be an issue, and RBM just takes so much poke damage. Yep, and free time to collect there as Alec was farming RBM for that supercharge. RBM going to go now for the all-in. Toonie realizes that he needs to do the same here. Toast a little low, and Fade going to turn up here, but getting Toonie off the safe is of paramount importance. RBM now has to deal with the hatchlings as well, and suffice to say, this dive goes better for Untamable Beasts.
Lead for Untamable Beast right now, but Fade now forced to play a little defense here. A nice little peek shot jump away from second best as RBM and Toast look to climb up the map a little bit, dive forward. Alec not getting a ton other than a Jesse turret takedown. As Fade again going to be using this super, not getting a ton of value out of the one who got a ton of value was Daryl. A little roll in, a gadget play, and now 4 more spawners take to the field. The CMG are just feeling overwhelmed right now.
Alec handling the rocket rain admirably, but eventually going to be brought down by some extra poke there from Fade. Chasmac have to go absolutely all in here. RBM connecting with the Knuckle Buster, able to at least get the elimination on Toonie, but Alec is back in the fight. Second best is down to 2 versus 1, and Alec says, I've got a super up. It's going to be easy damage. Chasmac safe now down to 14%. There is a minute left in the round, but Fade is picked off. RBM is behind enemy lines, but I don't think Untamable Beasts really care. He realizes that he might have to double back and help out in the middle part of the map, and now has to tangle with the hatchlings. It's not going to be enough, and Chasmac get punished there by Untamable Beasts. Now we have ourselves a series.
Tie ball game. I don't know if a lot of people are going to expect this. There are the smiles coming out from Alec. Can relax at least a little bit, joke around with the teammates. You got to keep things light. Untamable Beast, look, they don't have a lot to fight for as far as LCQ and Worlds, but they do for prize pool, for glory, and I can't help but remind people again, Alec a year ago was a team that played spoiler to somebody looking for a World Finals spot. You got to take these guys seriously. They can pop off when they need to, and they're doing it right now. Long ways to go, but that can be said for both teams.
Yeah, let's talk about this Sam pick, by the way. It seems like as powerful a pick as it is, you lack the mobility that Daryl has. So RBM has to brave the gauntlet of poke damage in the middle part of the map to pressure. Whereas Toonie can just barrel roll over the bank of water and start, going ham on the safe himself.
Yeah, it's a really interesting interaction. You talked about Eve being somebody that can traverse over the water. Daryl can do the same thing here too. And oh man, our production team are great.
That's amazing.
If anybody was wondering what I look like on the sidelines, I mean it. When I say I'm holding my breath, I'm a fan just like all you folks at home. But I do love it. I mean, it's just part of the game, and what a way to kick off the end of the year. Oh goodness, Uber. I didn't expect that. I'll be honest with you.
I tell you what, credit to Untamable Beasts here though, because we're talking much less about like 1v1 lanes and how the mid laner can assist in those, and now more about who can just force their way through the middle part of the map here. Second best having a great showing in terms of the DPS and finding a lot of these eliminations. I think the Eve is very powerful. The hatchlings requiring 1 to 2 shots from the Sam to clean up. It's very effective at delaying someone who's trying to all in your safe. Whereas you have Daryl step up, pop the gadget, get extra damage on that safe as well. You also multiple times Toonie is like 1v2ing on that safe pretty happily. Able to dodge the Jesse, the Brock damage and continue to be a nuisance here. So really, it was the little things that made a difference on Safe Zone. But quick as you like, we're headed over to Gold Arm Gulch. It's time for knockout in our third set.
Going to be interesting to see what candidates show up here. Somebody like Sam, I don't necessarily expect as much, but keep in mind he was a top 5 banned brawler last month in this region. When you have players like RBM, a lot of those remaining 7 guys are going to excel on this brawler. So as a result, sometimes you're going to see some crazy tank picks get banned out because it's just the region we play in. Every one of them a little bit different. Things like Jesse going to show up, but better to play it just cookie cutter here. Tick can be super frustrating to deal with. Area control, all the mines he can drop. Tick head, gadget. He's a frustrating one, and I think very reasonably so can go with that first overall.
All right, Bonnie getting locked up here. Obviously pretty long range with some all-in potential. Could say the same, of course, about RT, which Fade took away. Bell, of course, coming in here. A bit of a home ground advantage, of course, for her. Is it wasn't so much sharpshooters that were knocked out here. It's those powerful mid-range brawlers with all-in ability or magic hand like Jean has. So some of these longer-range brawlers are left open. Alec wants to go for the Daryl once more, starting to look like a bit of a signature pick here for Untamable Beasts, and it's been pretty frightening. Really well-rounded composition from UB.
Yeah, we got one thrower, one aggressive, super tanky player, and then we've got Toonie playing the long distance. Gray going to be the selection here for CMG. I was interested to see if they were going to try and take any direct address to messing with Daryl. Anytime you draft a tank before that 6th pick, you risk it a little bit, right? There are so many brawlers in the game that are directed at messing with tanks, but in this case, they're going to be going with Gray. I think this is more targeted at somebody like Tick. Tick being a little bit of a squishier brawler. If Toast can isolate second best here, assuming he plays the Tick and they don't switch off it, he can just drop a super, teleport to the other end, get a few easy shots lined up, and of course Tick, unless he has his gadget, really isn't able to defend himself in close quarters. So it's going to be interesting to kind of see that interaction play out. Yeah,
keeping track of last hurrah charges, I think it's going to be very important as we watch how the Tick tries to stay alive under what is definitely going to be a decent amount of pressure here. So here come Untamable Beasts from the bottom side of the map now. We will split it north to south. And just how well can second best sort of stave Chasmac off here? Because this diagonal obviously is a great location for both the RT and the Bonnie to pressure.
Yeah, and Toonie just gonna be able to relax a little bit here. There's that second best counter as well. He might be doing the max number of pins you can do per game. 42 coming into this one. Crazy stuff, trying to set a world record himself, I think, even though he can't go to LCQ. At least he's gonna leave his mark that way. Unless they play spoiler here as Toonie finally sits back, relaxes, and charges that passive super. That roll towards the end game's going to be very valuable to help Untamable Beasts out.
Yeah, again, Untamable Beasts want to get in and finish the job. Ideally, right, with someone marked, right, make it much easier for Daryl to insta-kill one of these brawlers. Second best just doesn't let up. That APM is going to be pretty serious business. If you're juking all this damage and throwing these Protesto pins up, you are, again, you're on another level.
You take mines in here too. Nice pull as well. This is where all the action's going to unfold as Toonie tries to close the gap. A Tickhead claiming one as well. 1v1 sharpshooter battle, and all the health points remain with Alec 26. Round number 1 going to the blue side.
The walking cane, that was the starter's pistol there for Chasmac NA, but there's so much disruption available, of course, plus second best survivability with that gadget. Not much Chasmac could really do, and that's a scary prospect. Chasmac realizing, wait, we can't just all in them now. Especially not with 3 supers available. I mean, Toonie didn't even have to use that barrel roll at all. That's a scary prospect now. Chasmac probably hope to poke away, build up some of their own here.
Yeah, they're locked and loaded. I mean, 3 supers on the blue side, and the red side lacking a little bit there. Going to be a tough one to try and win this one out. So Untamable Beast certainly favorites here, especially with the nest egg going down as well. A little unusual to see that one compared to the other gadget, but I don't mind it, especially if you're going to put it in that little middle circle, or excuse me, square here, more like, especially towards those end games when the fog's closing in. It's just one more thing to trip up and take a slight amount of damage. And the CMG side, you're going to have to get desperate here pretty soon. Without those extra utility, it's going to be a toughie.
Yeah, it means a Fade can't really just dimensional door straight up in Untamable Beast's grill, right? The risk of someone getting caught in there could be devastating. Here comes the Dow Roll, though. RBM going to use the super to get out of trouble, but Toast is already down. RBM, Fade are still standing, though, and Fade with a cute little double there. Love the dimensional door reposition. Chazmak, quite mechanically talented in that moment, able to even it up.
That's exactly what they needed there. And now we're going to go into a third round here. Even Steven. Tooney gets a roll here. But again, second best Alec depleted after that one. They go through the big battle and don't have anything to show for it other than a tie game right now. Big moment here. It's set number 3. It's 1-1 overall. You have a possibility of upsetting one of the best teams in this region right now for Untamable Beast. Big moments, and it starts here.
Still slow play for Chazmak. They definitely want to get the Star Launcher available at the very least. RBM needs to be able to dive in, clean up the tick as early as possible, or punish the Bell. Whatever it takes to get that brawler advantage in the first couple seconds of the fight. Chazmak are going to look to leverage everything they have to that effect. Toast here, stepping up a little bit, not getting a lot of marks done, safe to say. Eventually, though, you're going to have to make a move. Here comes our Poison Clouds. Already Toast wants to wrap around. Fade going from that top side, but here comes the TK. That's a bit of a scary prospect. Some of the wall gets knocked out. Last hurrah. Fade knocked back into the Poison. Oh, not ideal. Second best will fall. Toast, the last player standing, and with that mark from the Bell, it's all over but the Cryan. Great showing here in the first part of this third set by Untamable Beasts.
We have got a match on our hands. The world watching this final monthly finals. It's the land of opportunity. There's LCQ and world spots available. And Alec26 looking to crush some dreams here. Lead for Untamable Beasts now in this third set. And CMG got to start looking alive here and really find a way to claw their way back for 2 straight games.
They can't build their supers up. This poke damage is not coming through for them in the way they wanted to. Toast, at the very least, has his super up. But again, you need probably Bonnie to be ready to go in with you when it's time to do that. Fade also just wants to poke as much as possible. You see Chazmak playing much more aggressively here. They're actually taking more risks in trying to get these longer sight lines to build these supers, and Untamable Beasts refuse to give them the free damage.
CMG giving these guys no room to breathe right now either. Couple supers now. Tooney goes for the long roll forward, the barrel marching in. Toast, not somebody that you can easily do that to, especially when he can deploy himself and get that Jackie-esque damage. A beautiful pull going down from Fade. Second best dodging though. Tooney getting a kill up top as well. Back healing here, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2. Rolling
Dangerous.
for more aggression as well. It's a lot going down, but Tooney prevails. Toast, low HP, the only one remaining for CMG. And definitely with another one shut down immediately though. Second best forced away, knowing he can't get it done. What a turnaround here. It was looking so good for Untamable Beasts.
Oh man, but it didn't start that way. Chazmak corralled them into the bottom half of the map here. They put them under so much pressure. They force the super from Tooney, who then is able to back away, disengage, heal up, go again with the gadget to slow down both the remaining players from Chazmak Gaming, and they still couldn't get it done. Clutch moment there from your boy Toast, and now Chazmak are in a position to even up the set here. Much of the map being knocked out now, so a little bit easier maybe to get this poke damage down, build these critical supers for CMG.
That's going to be one of the highlight reel moments of the year. I mean, I thought I was tossing to you a couple times there, Uber. Nope, CMG felt differently. So much action there at the end of that round. And now all of a sudden, they're the ones with the lead here. Supers available for Untamable Beast, though, outside of Toast. Red roster can say the same thing. And it's going to be a duel at the very end here. It's going to take some fog to instigate some action.
Fade, of course. Dimensional door available. The drop of a hat. It could be on for young and old. Oh, there it is. Fade goes in. Didn't connect the walking stick, though, and Alex able to walk away. Again, Fade goes to the backline. Second bet has to use last hurrah here, but Alex has been taken down, rather. Barrel roll comes in from Tooney here, but RBM's able to avoid most of the damage for now. The gadget pop, they couldn't slow him down. It's a 1 versus 1. RBM gets through the tick head, but the mines will claim him, and we're even here. Untamable Beast still in a position to take the set.
That's two rounds in a row where I had it going the other way. Never count either of these teams out. Insane clutch moments here in set number 3 of our very first match of the day. We're only in match number 1. Alec tapping on the Fade here too, and that damage amplifier is going to make a big difference, especially when you only get 1 life per round. Fade is going to have to hold tightly to his teammates.
I mean, the risk of going in with Dimensional Door now and you just get blown up as soon as you pop out of that hole, you have to play around this so differently now. Chasmac still again in a position where they can play from some of this cover and still try and work these longer angles here. But there's a ticket up for second best. You know, as soon as we get an engagement from Chasmac, that's going to get thrown down. Does Fade have any gadgets left? Yes.
Gonna need him too. It's gonna be a toughie here as he's gonna be lacking some resources, taking a lot of damage. I mean, look at him. He's just standing up there. Very risky to go in at any given moment. Gray with some good HP, but not great. Little less than 5K to go. RBM receiving some heavy hit as he rushes in now. Tooney diving in as well, looking for Matt's aggressive teleport. All they can do in Untamable Beast grab a team wipe, and it's 2-1 blue side.
Alec loves nothing more than to play spoiler. Last year, I think it was to help some ex-teammates of his advance, right? But this time, no, it's all about the chaos. What can Alec and this squad do to throw everything into utter disarray? Great showing there on Gold Arm Gulch, and I really love how they played around the all-in potential that's pretty telegraphed at times from the side of Chasmac. But again, it came down to these really tight 2v2s, 1 versus 1s. This is some great Brawl Stars.
That was the closest 2-0 I think we've ever had. I mean, this highlight reel has got to be crazy. Look at all these in-game moments, all coming down to the wire, every single shot counting. So Alec gets one there, but it's a back and forth the whole way through. I mean, CMG and Untamable Beast are putting on a show for us in the final months. A lot of credit to Untamable Beast here, too. I mean, this is a team that almost 90% of people counted out, the entire casting desk. We went with CMG NA, and I'm not going to blame us for that, Uber, and it's still a long way to go. Can't count them out. But I think Untamable Beast certainly earning a lot more respect here from the world right now.
Absolutely. I think their drafts have been very, very good. The Daryl has been just a key pick for them. Look at that Tooney. They're so disruptive when he comes in on that role. Yeah, Fade's been pretty impressive on the Gray, and some of these sort of clutch repositionings, very unpredictable sort of style of play, has opened up opportunities for this Chasmac team to take advantage, but ultimately it's not enough. And you can see here, look how low the DPS is. Like the poke game was really important in how it sort of feeds the super generation of this Chasmac team. And there was a couple rounds, Kenny, where we don't see any supers come up until the poison gas appears, and all of a sudden your hand is forced. You have to walk at your opponents to try and take them down here. So big difference maker there. Very nice mechanics, of course, from Untamable Beasts, making sure they don't take any damage for free.
Yeah, I mean, that DPS indicator is going to show just kind of how early they can get those supers, how frequently they're likely getting them as well. And obviously in a mode where kills count for everything, every single extra resource that you can grab for yourself matters. And I think Untamable Beast did a great job of that. You want to force the other team to get a little desperate at times too. If you've already got all 3 of your supers and the other team has to step out of line, try and force something, it's just all more power to you. Helps get you a little bit of that extra advantage that you need at this level. 2-1 situation. Didn't think we'd be here, Uber, but I'm more than welcome to the chaos here in our very first semifinal of the day.
If Chasmac Gaming NA have any interest in being masters of their own destiny, they will win the next 2 sets. They have to win the next 2 sets and book that grand finals berth here in our NA East August monthly finals. Brawl Ball up next. It's going to be Pinball Dreams, and it's a must-win map for Chasmac.
This is going to be a really interesting one. 2 very aggressive teams on what can be a very aggressive map. We're chatting pre-show. Willow, somebody I'm expecting to see on a map like this in the pick or the ban phase, and a lot of tanks alongside that too. If you're not banning Shelly or Cordelius, you're opening yourself up to being in a very difficult situation. Ashe, Maisie, El Primo, all candidates I could see here, but to start it out, it's going to be Squeak, one of the most banned brawlers last month and throughout the world.
Crow going to be locked away here for Chasmac. Again, when push comes to shove, Crow going to be so important to have. El Primo being picked up here as well, being able to knock out a lot of this terrain and also combine with that all-in potential that Crow offers. Is a pretty scary prospect to go up against. And Untamable Beasts think perhaps some healing might be on the menu. And Maisie going to be locked in here as well, our last pick.
Maisie, an interesting one. I had a chat with a few pro players in North America, East and West, about this brawler, and I think a lot of people respect him, but it's a little daring. The mechanic behind hitting Maisie's regular shot, not as easy. It's got that kind of delayed feel to it, but the super can be lethal in a mode like this, especially if you're pressing against your enemy side wall. A little gadget super combo, and you can push and slow the enemy teams, march it on in. And I think pairing that alongside Poco is going to give them some nice beef here as the action already unfolding. Uber, Untamable Beast though winning the first fight.
Yeah, looking pretty good. RUB coming from the south side of the map. Alec tries to step up and make use of the shockwave, but RBM was at a respectful distance at the time. He goes in. It's going to be a trade. I think Chazmak are happy enough with that for the time being. They keep at least that last roll. Boxes up, but that could have been dangerous. A super shot from second best goes slightly awry, and Chazmak get a chance to recover.
Yeah, going to be a great way to deal with the tankier options here, too, as Alec dives left. It's going to be second best defending right. The stun going through, a kick away, though, and it's going straight to Tooney's hands, pocketing the ball for now. But Bruce the Bear, the fourth member of the field, now joining in. Toast diving in as well, and a lot of health points for RBM. Some Fists of Fury flying, and a wide open net for CMG. First goal going their way.
Yeah, huge turnaround there for that first goal. Things looking very dicey on Chazmak's half of the map early on in the round, but now you have your bear available once more. Fade's able to build that back up awful quick. Toast had super, but gets caught by much of this poke damage now. Maisie with a shockwave again, but RBM steps up, comes forward, at least secures the 1-for-1. This is enough time for Toast to spawn back into the fight, and now the bear is on the scene. Tooney and second best eventually able to bring it down, but some space bought by Chazmak.
Back to the midfield for the fight. Untamable Beast still need an opportunity to play strikers here as RBM dives in for more. Toast doing the same as well. A slaughter going down here as red roster prevails. A little bit of health is enough, and RBM cashes that one in. Game number 1 of set 4. Chazmak Gaming in A's way.
I mean, even if you have Shockwave, it's pretty hard to do anything about the combo of the Primo Super and the swoop from Crow. It is all in. You have no time to respond to that, and very quickly we saw the impact of that Primo Super. Comes on in, lands on 2 players, and all of a sudden, Untamable Beasts have nobody left standing. Those supers should herald disaster for Untamable Beasts. They need to keep an eye on them. They need to stay as safe as they can.
RBM still trying to engage here. Right-hand side as Toast dribbles the ball. Alec, not a lot to work with. Tooney with no super to power his teammates up with some health. Back and best fighting as well. RBM with another jump in as well. Alec the one with the ball, though, as RBM cycles another. The suplex going in as well. Second best with ball control, though, electing what to do with this and just going to throw it away for now, as Alec is the only one standing as his teammates respond.
Yeah, that exchange, though, from Toast, just all-inning the squeak means that Chazmak have a chance here to set up in this bottom left part of the map. Fade here copying a little bit of poke damage, but RBM's always going to be a problem. More than happy to charge up super, take some damage here. Shockwave, knock the Primo back, and RBM opts not to use a super there. Too low in health, and instead choosing to respawn.
Even though Squeak, not necessarily the highest in health points when brawlers are up in his face, doesn't do the best. Gadgets in moments like that are why this brawler can shine, is consistently in the meta right now across the world. Toast with one available. Jumping back, though, knowing this is getting a little scary. A gadget going down for Tooney, too, just trying to own positioning here. You see that flash of a super from RBM. Just a matter of time before they look to explode.
Yeah, Alec gets a little bit too close there. Is able just to reposition in a pinch, and RBM gets caught out. Eventually, the poke damage is going to be too much for the El Primo to withstand. Toast is in a threatening spot, though, makes it half a second best and Tooney to step up, but behind the super, second best should be able to get into position here and scoop up the ball.
Now RBM looking to play defense here. 3 brawlers still standing tall for the blue side. RBM cycling in another one. The triple tag right there. Second best, the only one left. RBM throws the ball up on the line. Fade, though, rushing forward. 50-50 ball. Fades there in time. CMGNA with a bucket.
See, every time that we at least have the super out from Maisie, it's enough to stop RBM in his tracks. If it's not there, though, it seems like the El Primo can do whatever the heck he wants. Toast realizing that the winds are not blowing in Chazmak's favor, tries to tuck the ball in the bottom right part of the map, but second best knows they have the advantage. He steps up, he gets punished for it, though. Toast leaps upon the squeak. Here comes RBM right behind the ball as the flying elbow drop, and instantly Alec is popped. RBM looking to walk it on up here now. He does not care about the squeak, does not care at all. And Chazmak, they are going to alive and kicking in this series. They're going to force it all the way.
Going to a set number 5. Well played from Jasmine Gaming in A there. I liked the kind of Jasmine rhythm they had. It was a little go, little defense, little go. I mean, they played that perfectly. Defense when needed, and then just flip the switch, and it's right into offense there. And every single time when El Primo was popping off, you could see the difference that it made there, I think leading to a lot of the goals that they ended up having.
And every time second best was on their own with the ball, Toast says, I'm just gonna die for you. I'm just gonna use my super. I guaranteed to win that. You just don't have the damage output within the time you need it to be. And again, the El Primo with 9,000 health, a whopping amount of health here. And look, very much a blunt object being used by Chazmac here. Fade also sitting back there just in case RBM wasn't successful. So, you know, there's no guarantee that the El Primo is going to be able to get the kills that he needs to. But right here, I mean, you can't argue with the results like this. If you can get a 2-for-1 trade for your El Primo, you're probably going to score.
That's El Primo's goal every time. It's to waste enemy resources, and if you go 1-for-1 and set your teammates up, great. But if you go 1-for-2, excelling, and I think that's just what El Primo can bring to the table, especially if you're a great player like that. A lot of offensive firepower going down for both sides, well into the 200s for a lot of these guys for DPS. What a crazy set right there, and what a perfect time for CMG to look alive. Keep in mind, they are controlling their own destiny in terms of worlds, but if they lose that control as well. So this is a very big deal for Chazma Gaming NA to win right here, right now in set number 5.
In a really competitive series here. Chazmac still by no means out of the woods yet. It's going to be Dueling Beetles, Hot Zone, our final set of this best of 5 series. It's gone all the way, and we couldn't ask for much more from our last monthly final here in NA East.
I'm exciting. This is Dueling Beetles. This is a map that can be quite scarring. Set 5, Hot Zone can go really well for you, or it can be very difficult. Stu, Crow, Shelly on the left end, and Cordelius slides through. Look, Cordelius doesn't have the longest range in the world, but in the middle of this map, he can kind of close the gap, and especially if you get really aggressive off the rip, charge up the Shadow Realm. Keep in mind, if you drag him down with him, they can't touch down in the Hot Zone. You immediately get those isolation plays. But if you can't have Cordelius, Jesse and Tooney grabbing this squeak as a combination, it's at least some pretty good consolation in my mind.
Yeah, absolutely. Fade does have to hit the super to drag his opponent into the Shadow Realm, but once that happens, I mean, it's a very scary prospect indeed, making it a 2 versus 2 and almost guaranteeing yourself to win that duel inside that extra dimensional space that Cordelius creates. All right, we've got some pretty long-range brawlers here. Of course, the Barley comes in here, a thrower combining with the Bell. So Chazmac hoping that Fade can attract most of the attention up close and personal.
Going to be a very, very important final pick here. I like the combination that CMG are bringing to the table. Putting your faith in Cordelius is usually going to work out for you more times than not. Amber, the final selection here. So a lot of area control that they can have. They've got Squeak with his gadget. They've got Amber who can kind of sit on a puddle of gasoline, charge up those supers. Jesse with the turret, very deadly on this map, especially with those little L-shaped walls. If you plug up a turret right behind it, you can slow down the enemy opposition. She's a great mid-range brawler. Not a lot of hard counters right now. I like it a little bit for both sides. You know, I was very nervous when I saw Cordelius slide through, but they're going to be able to keep the distance here. I think you got to constantly keep Cordelius on your mind for Untamable Beasts, but I don't think this is by any means a winning draft for either team. I think it's just going to come down to the X's and O's and who plays this best.
Barley's going to be pretty important here for Chazmac NA, especially when it comes to dealing with things like the turret and such. Just having that extreme pressure that doesn't really require you to take too many risks is going to be important. Already RBM steps straight on up. Second best in trouble. Oh, Tooney! Was it Tooney going to the Shadow Realm? Yes, RBM trying to avoid this damage coming through. Tooney's in deep trouble. RBM heals up inside that dual space and is able to win out. What an explosive start already to this round.
That's exactly what CMG needs. That's almost a win condition. If they off the bat get Cordelius to drag somebody to the Shadow Realm to start cycling those supers, it's going to cause a lot of chaos. So unless RBM misses a super, it's going to be a lot more difficult for Untamable Beast to put members down onto this Hot Zone, especially with the distance that Bell and Barley can carry as well. Jesse turret on the ground, all for nothing here too. His second best is going to get cleaned up rather quickly. Alec there to sweep things up though, and now march it forward. Toast forced away from the flames, but an explosive start here for Chazma Gaming in our very last set of this match.
The comp is pretty scary. RBM is going to do this over and over again. With combo shrooms especially, there's almost no chance to beat the Cordelius in a duel. He hits so hard, and straight away, another super build up here. Second best might be the next to get plucked out of the mixture, but instead they'll just feed themselves to the beast on the point. Untamable Beasts have done well at least, almost even the score, but all of a sudden Chazmak are going to be back in the fight.
Very difficult composition to kind of climb their way out of their spawn side, as well as RBM's just going to be cycling super after super, a little bunny hop away there too, playing a little ring around the rosies with second best, and second best getting a very valuable win. They have to find a way to get out of spawn. Brawl just hunkered down on the walls. Cordelius can cycle in supers. Keep in mind that super booster walls too, and now an opportunity of their own. Some great positioning of this Jesse turret, even with Barley. Second best can heal up the turret too, so it's going to have to be a focus for CMG, but Untamable Beasts at least setting themselves up for an opportunity at a comeback.
Yeah, worth pointing out, it's not combo shrooms here for RBM. Mushroom Kingdom is the star power of choice, so those red mushrooms being dropped will allow RBM and allies to pick them up and get healed up for a pretty significant sum. And there are quite a few just sitting behind the Untamable Beast lines. That means RBM goes in, there's going to be plenty of them just to snap up straight away. And here comes RBM. Tooney explodes, but it's going to be Chazmak still with the lead here on the hot zone. Second best uses their health as a resource to get Untamable Beast some percentage back, but it's not nearly enough. Now they're behind by 20% and counting. Fade ready to deliver here. Last call comes out. It's going to be almost impossible to touch the point for the time being for Untamable Beasts. Alec able to pressure from this right side, though, when RBM is down. A reprieve, a stay of execution for the Beasts.
They throw down a very desperate turret there too. I'm sure they would love to have that right now as Fade. Toast look for opportunities here. Second best all alone trying to defend. RBM and Toast able to secure the kills, and they secure themselves a match point. The #1 seed in North America East right here with it.
Yeah, not much Tooney can do there is Squeak when he's forced into a duel with the Cordelius. Any of the poke damage he gets as that Mushroom King approaches usually gets healed up by the star power Cordelius has, and then once he gets up close and personal, you are dead. And in the meantime, like, while that happens, the Barley is really punishing, doing a great job of keeping Untamable Beasts back on their side of the map here. RBM already wants to close the gap again, doesn't quite get the kill on Tooney, but working towards that first super.
That's an important difference between games 1 and 2. It's how they interact with Cordelius here early, because once he gets to those supers, it's going to be a very different match. However, second best falls weak. Alec goes down as a result, so I think it's going to be the same situation. RBM now dragging someone below. Alec does get this kill, though, but Fade, more importantly, hunkered down safely in the mid and able to dip his toes into the hot zone. Much closer start for both of these teams, but CMG, again, we saw what they could do in game #1. If they can start getting oppressive in good positioning, it could be all but over for Untamable Beasts.
Yeah, look, I think Amber, the worst target for RBM to try and take a 1 versus 1 with here is that upfront damage is pretty filthy. Notice pretty extensive use of the replanting gadget here from RBM just to close the gap in unexpected manners. Alec gets hit by the super again. RBM takes the roundabout route and only ends up getting a trade here. This is great for Untamable Beasts. Chazmak aren't able to execute their game plan with Cordelius right now.
Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned, that interaction with Amber and Cordelius' weakness, he is a short-range brawler, so Alec can kind of just hit the play button and just start shooting a flamethrower right at him, and there's nothing really RBM can do. We see him trying to attempt to make the jump with his gadget, but other than that, nothing really he can do to close the distance, so even if Alec gets drugged down into the Shadow Realm, it's at least a little bit better fighting odds here for Untamable Beast, as they just crack 80%, but CMG all of a sudden with an opportunity. It's a long way to go, but again, they've had some dominant positioning before. They're gonna have to find a way to hold.
Again, RBM has a crack at it here, but this time, of course, the Mushroom Kingdom giving him a couple of parcels to chew on and heal back up. This is a better recovery here from Untamable Beasts, and RBM has been able to build another super after that duel. Keeping Alec quiet is the name of the game right now for Chazmak if they want to get back in this.
And because they're able to hug these walls, RBM going to be able to start fights much closer than on the other side of things. But Tooney doing a good job of forcing Barley away, but not keeping his life here. Second best below ground. Alec on another planet now too, as he's sent to the grave. 83% in CMG, all of a sudden tying things up.
With a brawler advantage, this Cordelius ultimate takes on a completely different meaning. It turns that sort of 2 versus 3 into a 1 versus 2 for the teammates, and a guaranteed kill almost for your Mushroom King. Chazmak Gaming, NA, my goodness. They play it close, they make it look a little bit scary, but this team, no, they refuse to be held back from what they believe is their destiny this year.
And they now have a little bit more control of it too. They're going to be going to yet another grand finals here. Strong showing from Untamable Beast though. I mean, what a time we had with that match. 3-2 situation, number 4 team, no chance at an LCQ or Worlds, and they still put up one heck of a fight. Love to see it. Great year from them as well, but for now it is going to be our number 1 seed with an opportunity to close out and go straight to the World Finals.
Yeah, look, UB, a great year, really featuring in almost every monthly final, if I'm not mistaken, making sure that everybody remembers who they are. Ultimately not able to find the big results, and they matter, right? Their best obviously being that grand finals appearance back in March, and then April they were able to make it into the semis. Outside of that, no, just not quite enough of those big time showings for this UB team. We got to 99 Protesto counters from second best. They're tantalizingly close from a magic number. But Chazmac, they got very heavily tested in this first semi. You better hope they've got plenty more left in the tank, because a grand final is going to be a grueling affair.
Yeah, and this grand final is huge too. I mean, not to mention what semi-final number 2 brings to the table as well. No matter how you spin it, Chasma Gaming going to have a very tough opponent as their final match between either LCQ or Worlds, depending on how things shape up today. But nonetheless, an MVP going to be crowned, and pretty frequently this man gets it. Very aggressive brawler. You're oftentimes going to be seeing him on the attack, and he does such a good job at it, forcing the enemy team to waste resources, to focus on him, winning those 1v2 kind of situations the whole time. And if you look at the Chasma Gaming camera, no celebrations yet. The job is far from over here today.
Yeah, great point. This team is not resting on their laurels at all. They know that they face either R7 or Tribe in that grand finals, and they don't want to leave anything up to chance here. So stick around. You're going to get to see CMG NA once more in that grand final. But first, we've got our second semi to play. Don't go too far. Much more coming at you from our August monthly finals for the North America East region.
Let's go!
Welcome back, everybody, to the BSC August monthly finals for the NA East region. The region with a lot still to play for, with a lot of scenarios still to be worked out. So it's exciting to already have sunk our teeth into that first semi-final where CMG and Chasmac have advanced to that grand final. It was a close one though, Ready Set. I mean, we had you waiting in the wings watching that one. What are your thoughts? That really RBM had to pull out some pretty incredible tank play to get his team over the line.
I mean, look, first of all, told you so. Untamable Beast, they're such a good team. And Chasmac Gaming and I really do think they have their eyes on the prize here in the grand final. So whoever they end up facing here, that'll be the outcome of our second semifinal. But expect that to be close. I think a lot of people hedged their bets that Untamable Beast versus Chasmac Gaming and was going to be one of the more chalked matches of the day. So I think this is a nice appetizer for the rest of the day. Tribe Gaming and Remaining 7 Premier, though, is the premier match that a lot of people had their eyes on going into NA East. Both of these teams, of course, going for that last LCQ spot.
Yeah, and what a year it's been for Tribe Gaming, right? Obviously representing at World Finals last year, and everyone expecting him to transition into 2023. But going from strength to strength, only winning one monthly final. That was back in March, and with a disappointing finish in July, this team now have it all to play for. This is the most important game of the year so far, bar none. There are no more second chances. If the Tribe Nation want to be representing at the World Finals, they have to at least win this game. The winner of this second semi-final match will be guaranteed an LCQ berth at minimum.
It's going to be a tall order for either side. Tribe Gaming, they're absolutely equipped, but across the way, Remaining 7 are such a scary roster. They started off this year with a bang, actually, getting some unexpected victories in the monthly finals, and since then, they stumble a little bit. They've gotten back on their feet as of last month, though, and similarly, they need to finish strong, just like Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about how things went for these two teams last monthly final, it couldn't have been it was a very different story for both these squads. I think it's safe to say, Tribe come out and they get bodied by Chasmac 3-1 in that first game of your July monthly finals. So tough for them, whereas R7 has a banger, a huge match up against Chasmac there and ends up winning it 3-2. So two different stories last month, but hey, it's a new chapter. Wipe the slate clean. We're going to start here on Infinite Doom. It will be Bounty for our first map, and it's all to play for right now. Can R7 do it, or will the Tribe Gaming dynasty withstand into 2023 and have a shot once more at glory on the world stage?
Not a question that I thought we'd be asking ourselves at the beginning of the year by any means, but it has all come down to this. And like you said, this match, this is what matters most. You have to finish strong. Little Crow first selection on the side of Tribe Gaming, already opting for some control play here on Infinite Doom, where we often see some aggro brawlers come out, especially towards the end of the draft. Remaining 7 Premier are going to have sort of their chance to pick a last pick brawler, so Tribe Gaming are going to pivot their draft towards maybe countering out some of those options, maybe selecting some of them for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing the Lola here kind of tips the hand of R7 a little bit. And in terms of how they might like to play, it's also a very strong standalone brawler operating at sort of those longer ranges as Lola. And Jean gets picked up here. Little surprised it managed to sneak through up until now, but that gives your remaining 7 a very clear sort of win condition. Playing around that super is going to be extra important.
Yeah, and also they have that main attack that you have vision gear that you use alongside it most times, and especially since this is a bush map, it's probably what remaining 7 want to be leaning towards. Scout out some of the enemies in bushes, get sort of visuals on where they're going to be at all times. I think as Livy is also going to be equipped to do something similar because he doesn't need vision, he just has that poison damage, keeping eyes on enemies. Now, a Carl selection for Tribe Gaming, probably going to flying hook into mid and try and get that control early on. If you can get the control in this map and not let go of it, then that is a win condition right there.
Yeah, and then of course you have the chance to start these fights off. Go in there. If protected pirouette is the way you want to go, then it's very, very dangerous to try and fight Carl during that super. And R7 don't really have a pick that necessarily shuts that down at this time. So the third pick here for Tribe Gaming. How do you round out a composition like this? Maybe something, again, like a medium long range, maybe something that assists with your all-in? No, we go long range, we go with something very safe, sort of very dependable. It will be the B.
And I was looking for something that would be able to deal with the Jean. B's able to do much more damage at range than Jean's capable of. She's also able to block off a super. But we've also seen more recently B running that second gear, running the Rattled Hive, getting some damage at range instead. The reason I say countering out Jean, though, is especially because Carl has been selected on Tribe Gaming side. It's pretty well known that Jean is a Carl counter, and I think that Tribe sort of picked up on this. They didn't want remaining 7 to have that Carl available to themselves. We'll see the Bonnie come out as the last selection. Definitely like this one for remaining 7 Premier. You have a whole lot of health. Yeah, you could be a little bit slow, but once you get in those bushes or you get a super forward, then it's all good.
They get a lot of options when they want to force a fight. If they find themselves behind the 8 ball as the round sort of drags on, maybe they're struggling to the pressure of the Carl in the middle part of the map, or they've been picked off a couple times by the B, then they can go in. I think Honey Molasses is going to be a really important tool here for Zulan if he does go for that one. We know that Rattle Hide obviously can be really important for pressuring down as you're going to get more damage the further the bees tend to travel. So again, it's all on the table. You know what the stakes are at this point, ladies and gentlemen. A spot at LCQ is up for grabs here as Tribe Gaming coming in from the bottom of your screen, and Luffy almost getting hammered by that Rattle Hive gadget straight off the rip.
Only barely alive, and no one from Tribe Gaming was quite able to commit on that. He'll stay alive and narrowly dodge some shots as well from his Lippy, who's desperately low on health on the left side. Is to stay close to these obstacles, to stay out of range. Zeus on the right side has a whole lot of health to work with. Another Rattled Hive coming out, big damage on Zeus, but no one's able to commit as Livy gets caught too far up, and same for Zulon. 4 stars already for remaining 7 Premier, and Tyrant continues to lurk in their defenses, manages to snag a kill, and miraculously stays alive, only to be taken down at the last second from the ego from Luffy.
Yeah, and that's pretty painful, right? Megalomania doesn't really give Tribe much to work with there. They do need to get rid of the clone. Tyrant wants to go so aggressive. This is a little sloppy to start with from Tribe. As Livy sort of stepping into line of sight, I guess, of Luffy's damage while trying to get that Rattled Hive damage in. And then things kind of crumbled here for Tribe. Again, not a lost round by any stretch, but they need to tighten up.
Tribe Gaming, they know that if they forfeit this mid, then it's going to be so difficult to push back into it and maybe even impossible. Check up on Tyrant. He has seemingly 1 gadget left. Big pull on the right side for Killer, and Tyrant with the gadget and tries to finish things off with the super, but to no avail. A good kill for Zeus too. and they're only 3 stars away from ending off this game. Remaining 7, they have so much health pool to work with, especially with Killer, with the Magic Puffs keeping them alive. Time is running short for Tribe Gaming to start their comeback. Zeus claims the first kill, just 1 more is required for remaining 7. Stay in the lead here and end things off early. The 20-star count, no pull just yet, as Livy's on very low health. That could be the killer. Tyrant now pulled in. Zulon with the jump, Tyrant still alive. This could be it. Just 10 seconds left. Tribe Gaming faced with an impossible task, an impossible distance to cover, with everyone safe in the back right corner. Remaining 7, Premier likely coming out of this one on top, 19 stars. It was a close call there towards the end.
Look, Tribe needed to go 3-0 in that last fight to win the round at that point. They were just far too far behind. It was 9 stars to 19. Killer here, keeping up the sense of enigma, which I appreciate. R7 with a very, very strong round. And I've got to say, like, at times it feels like Tribe looked a little bit headless there, just walking in, taking a ton of damage, losing as Livy so early in the round. Again, let's see if they can recover. Maybe it was just a slow start for them.
See how they shape up. Zulon falling first once more. That's their control play right there. Tyrant's able to clutch things up. He goes immediately for Luffy on the right side. Toss out the pickaxe, a super combo too. And Tribe Gaming find themselves 4 stars in the lead. Some vengeful spirits coming out from Killer. And as Livy and Zulon are on their last legs, they're completely pinched. Gotta see some range, gotta see some taps from Zeus or Gene, but Luffy's able to clean up only 1 kill. It stays just out of range of Tyrant. Tribe Gaming lead by 4 stars so far, but remaining 7 seem to have the mid control.
Because Livy did well, able to find a kill on the fadeaway there, but had to give up all of that ground in the middle of the map. Still, Tribe have the ability to scout these bushes fairly effectively, but I think having a Gene and Bonnie, you know, live in these bushes is a very scary prospect here. So Tribe have to give up more space than they otherwise would have. They have a lead, but it's too slim to be losing map control this early, and Zulon gets gobbled up. Still a slim lead for Tribe. It's 2 stars in their favor, but that Gene hook is going to sting.
And we see the Vengeful Spirits coming out once more. That's Killer's last gadget. He won't be able to finish off a kill for free with his gadget anymore. Tyrant on the left side also running some pickaxes down the left side, just trying to find where Luffy is, but he's staying perfectly out of range. Remaining 7 Premier, they're only 2 stars in a deficit. Now 2 stars in the lead with a killer hook from Killer.
Tyrant thought he was safe there. Can't blame him. Flying hook straight into the action again. Protected pirouette to try and keep him alive as he goes very aggressive, but Zeus is able to go in and get a kill, and it's Livy first. That is a star positive trade for R7, and Zulon has to look on. There's not a whole lot he can do about it. Can't dive in. 1 versus 3 is the Crow here. He'll hope to try and combine with the rest of his team, but none of the mobility is remaining for Tribe. Zulon goes in, trying to make something happen here, but how durable are R7? They just shrug off this damage. At most, they'll lose 1. Zeus dropped, but it's traded. And R7, what are showing in this first set? They look extremely dangerous, and Tribe look half asleep.
Dangerous and also not shady, but definitely chord supered here. Killer's in the Shadow Realm, it looks like. But what an awesome start here for remaining 7. A nice victory for them, and a dominating one too. Not a single loss. And even when things seemed to get kind of close, I think it was still pretty much all under remaining 7's control, especially if we talk about the end of game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrant thought he was so safe, sort of playing mid-range, throwing some of those, pickaxes down the left-hand side of the map. The Gene was huge here for Killer. It's pretty dangerous, right? Once you give over this mid-control to a Gene and you're not able to scout him consistently, you cannot respond to the magic hand when it comes in. There is not enough time.
Not only that, but Tyrant, Zulon, they just don't really have any counterplay. You saw Zulon, when he had that super available, he got pulled on the left side at some point during game 2, and he wasn't able to super in time. You just have to have an inhuman reaction time in order to get out of range of that Gene super, especially when your enemy is in a completely unknown position. Sure, you know that they're somewhere in those bushes, but they could be coming out at any moment in time.
Yeah, that's a wake-up call here for Tribe Gaming, who again, they have the ability to play for this LCQ spot. I mean, they are in with a real chance here. And again, being able to win the grand finals, it's big. I think the winner of the grand finals will lock in the world final spot. So that's well worth keeping in mind. Nothing is really holding Tribe back with their opponents, I guess, and themselves here. So a little bit of a slow start. The Carl pick, they weren't able to get much value out of it. I think their ability to collect information about the position of R7 on the middle part of the map, that's what hurt them here. But look at the expectation. The fans over at event.brawlstars.com really getting behind this Tribe squad.
Now, well, Tribe Gaming have gotten a bit behind themselves, unfortunately. They're already down by 1 set. Now, versus remaining 7, that's completely understandable, but there's so much on the line for them here. And I think also they'll be able to pretty clearly identify where they need to sort of reshape. We're not an Infinite Doom. We'll be moving on to a different map.
Ring of Fire, it will be.
It's a first selection here, yeah, on Ring of Fire. Now, one of the things that worried me a little bit from Tribe Gaming, they have a history of doing this where they'll get a little bit outdrafted, but they'll still use their mechanical skill to come out on top. I think they sort of deliberately outdrafted themselves. They picked the Carl into the Gene, which is a little bit suspect. It didn't work out. Maybe they'll pivot strategy here.
Tara to start things off. That's a dangerous prospect. When you need to play around that middle part of the map, you're at risk of getting sucked into that gravity. Squeaky for Killer, very popular pick here, especially on Hot Zone. I'll wait for our next choice here from Remaining 7. Both teams banning out Cordelius here. Don't want to deal with it. Shelly, of course, as you would expect. Poco as well being banned away from Tribe, so they don't want to deal with these like tank compositions on this map if at all possible. And Remaining 7 do respect the Crow enough to take it away from Tribe.
Definitely makes sense. Tribe Gaming, Remaining 7, both very well aware of some of these healers that could be present. The Lu selection from Remaining 7 is an absolute classic. Luffy on the Lu. At one point we said if you don't play Lu, you lose when it comes to Ring of Fire in particular.
Yeah.
I mean, you have a super that is the shape and size of the zone. Yeah, I'm going to be putting on the zone.
Yeah, he's made for it. Especially when you have Cryo Syrup and Super Cool, you can insta-freeze people inside that. So when all of a sudden, you're going to find yourself in a very rough position. However, we've seen that there's plenty of ways to play around that Lu as well. I think, sort of forcing him back and controlling the map is really important. And also being able to disengage from that super, something worth keeping in mind. So Tyrant goes for something very, very safe. The nest eggs getting stacked up on the point on this Ring of Fire also are going to be a little bit frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, when you're playing into Lu, really the name of the game is don't give Lu a super. And with the speed, or rather not speed, but the gear coming into the game a few months ago where he gets that super in just like 4 attacks, it is very frustrating to play into for players, and it's very effective as long as you hit those shots. So if you stay out of range of Lu, or just don't get hit, right, it's that easy, then you can't deny him the super. The Mr. P selection, ding, from his Livy will be able to get them some more control and probably keep Luffy occupied with the constant spawning.
Yeah, playing the bush side of the map with the L-shaped walls, pretty hard to get the Mr. P out of that position. Also means that their porters are just going to come out for free. And frankly, like R7 don't have like a great way of taking down the porter spawner here. Based on this setup, I guess you could throw a Squeak super in there, but it doesn't. Yeah, it feels awful. So we'll see Carl be the pick here. Let's see if Remaining 7 can make better use of the Carl than Tribe did. In fairness, there is no Gene here to sort of terrorize the Carl, and Remaining 7 have the kind of setup here that if they really need to dig their heels in and fight for control of this Ring of Fire, they will be able to do so.
I think that Tribe Gaming have availed themselves pretty nice here, which is that Zulon on that tower, just one of the strongest brawlers in the game at the moment, especially if you can pierce through those bushes. If you move up the left lane into enemy territory and then start getting them from behind, then that can be a very successful strategy. The challenge is getting there, not really so much staying there. Remaining 7, though, with the final pick of Carl, definitely raises just a teeny tiny corner of my eyebrow for me. I think it could have some trouble into that Taro once Tyrant gets the super. And we'll see Tyrant actually occupying the right side. He's, I think, pretty known for playing the right lane here on Ring of Fire. To do so with Tara is not the traditional way that we see her play, though.
Sure. Yeah, a little awkward. You see the range there for Tyrant, causing him to take a lot of poke damage. And Killer almost getting far enough to the left there to get that kill, but still, Luffy's going to find it. Okay, as Livy wanted to go in there, but Luffy's still going to be there to secure the trade at the end. So this Lu is getting some damage done, working towards that first super to make it even harder for Tribe to start to assail this middle area of the map. And there it is, it's thrown out.
Very aggressive super in. Killer around the left side now will be able to get some control, I believe. He has a decent amount of health left. He's got to be cautious not to feed too much supercharge to Zulon, though. He has that super down, and it could be taken down by an opponent if Zeus is able to sneak into these bushes. Squeak is very well equipped to take down some turrets, but as Livy is tapping at range, Luffy falls, and Killer has to push this line of scrimmage forward in order to keep the control for Remaining 7. Zeus is giving it his all. He manages to take down Zulon in his wake, but Remaining 7 still have forfeited control for now. Tyrant's dangerously close. Could be sort of a super whiff there, as Killer did not get pulled. A whole lot of value, and the high risk did not yield a high reward.
Yeah, and this is big now. Killer has the super available. Don't want want to be tangling with this. Oh, gets it forced out though. Great disengage there by Tribe. A lot of pressure there. Forces out the Carl Super. Luffy now going to be able to throw down Super of his own. Can do going to be thrown down to the bottom part of that point here, but with a wraparound from Tyrant, surely this is the best to trade here. Zeus trying to back away from the Tara eventually does get the better of them, but as Livy's been setting up, posting up in the middle of the map this whole time, this puts Tribe Gaming at least in the match, but they've got over 35% to catch up.
It's very tough. It just doesn't look like that turret is doing what they wanted it to do. They can't place it too far up because Squeak's going to take it down easily, and Zulon's not able to do enough damage with Mr. P. It's just not a high DPS brawler, and Zeus and Luffy are dodging some of these shots expertly. A nice super down from Luffy got them some control, but not quite the capture there. Still 16% separating them from victory. Tyrant and his Livy, Zulon combined, all standing on that point together as they don't want to forfeit any control here. It's unlikely that they'd be able to take this back if they lost control.
Killer out of gadgets, so no more flying hook to close the gap for free. He's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Is Livy playing on the edge of this loose super, not able to touch the point? Luffy though not able to get much closer either. The poke down's been pretty punishing. Killer may be looking for some extra free percentage here with that super and does do so. Eventually forced to hide behind the surfboards there though as gravity is popped in the top right corner of the map and Zeus is under serious pressure. Marked by Livy here. This is going to be a photo finish, everybody. Tribe Gaming now even in percentage and getting ahead. Luffy needs to step up and throw himself at that point, but Zeus is not going to get there in time. And Tribe play the long game. Slow roll R7 into a round win.
Man, Ring of Fire is just one of those maps. This is not the first time we've seen Tribe in this exact situation, but this time they came out on top winning that 1v1. The last time was versus Stamina last year, actually. It always seems like Ring of Fire brings back some bad memories. Thankfully, it's not a set 5 double match point, but Tribe Gaming, they have gotten their first game victory in this match. A nice turn of momentum, but it didn't happen off the beginning of this set. It happened sort of most of the way through that last game as Remaining 7 Premier got past 80% capture on the point before Tribe Gaming was seriously able to start bringing things back.
Okay, we've seen this pattern before. When Tyrant overextends on the right side of the map, it's a good chance for Remaining 7 to build up some percentage. Killer goes in, flying hook used, gets marked up though. It's an easy target for Livy and Zulon to devour. So both teams sending their loose end brawler and getting them caught as they try and dive behind enemy lines. Zeus makes use of the super there to make it hard for Tyrant to step up and put pressure down on Killer, who will be crushed here. This extreme pressure from Zulon.
Tribe Gaming, they really are laying it down. Zulon's also frozen up. Luffy went for that last shot, but Zulon only barely survives. Luffy and Zeus also dispel things on the left side. Killer on the right side, super by Tyrant, a takedown. Zeus just needs to hit this shot. But Tyrant's kind of slippery on the back, right? He's going to get taken down by when things respawn, but he got a little bit of supercharge out of that interaction, and he afforded space for his Livy and Zulon. So honestly, in the win, that's a 1 interaction.
Yeah, he got a trade. I mean, that was much more than we thought would happen. Zeus looked like he had Tyrant dead to rights there. But Tyrant being able to pick up the squeak for his troubles is huge, and it allows Tribe to actually get themselves the lead. So don't understate just how their moment played out, ladies and gentlemen. Zeus wants to step up here behind that super. Would like to use it to at least get some percentage themselves, but Livy is hitting these shots. Killer gets caught inside the gravity on the right-hand side of the map, and Luffy probably finds themselves now in a much less comfortable spot. The porters are bearing down upon him, and Zulon is going to step forward now. It's Killer with the flying hook just to get there. But this reeks of desperation from Remaining 7.
It could have been a big play there. Killer, he tried to dodge out the super from his Livy, but got tagged up anyway. It was easily dispelled by enemy forces on defense. Killer on the left side, though, might be able to push forward. No, taken down by the combo of Zulon and his Livy. Zulon still playing around this left side. Not going to throw down a super, just looking to touch his toe on this point, get a bit of damage, and he's going to get taken down by Zeus. And Killer is able to reside on this point now. Tyrant's also taking serious damage. The last gadget out from him, a double super as well. Almost able to cycle it through. And Tribe Gaming force things off the point. They'll be able to grow closer and closer. Remaining 7's capture so far.
Tyrant just wants to get aggressive now. The blunt object, they need to keep Remaining 7 off the point. Tribe have gotten themselves into the lead once more. But the super from Luffy's able to lay it down. The poke makes it hard for Remaining 7 to get the percentage of their own, but they've evened it up once more themselves. Luffy with the super, getting caught out. The gravity wasn't needed in the end, and Tribe get themselves into the lead. They're going to take away the set and bounce back in this series. And it's just as well, because folks, if Tribe lose this match, it'll be the first time that a Tribe team has not been part of a BSC international competition. 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022 Worlds, and 2022 MSI. I mean, it wouldn't be the same without this Tribe team. It looks like they know it too. They fought hard to take that second set away.
There's so much riding on this for Tribe. I mean, they have a legacy to uphold as well, not just fame and glory and cash money to be won. It is a legacy that they are carrying on their backs, and they managed to scratch their way back in each one of these games. What a stellar performance here from Tribe, I gotta say. What comebacks as well. Remaining 7, they kept their heads in the game too for most of that, going up to 90% both games. A seriously close matchup.
And we saw obviously how powerful the Lu Super is at controlling the point. But I guess maybe what Remaining 7 didn't account for is that while Luffy threw the Super down to the point, he himself wasn't able to stand on it because Livy was constantly tapping him with this spell. Look at this pressure on Luffy. He cannot match Livy in terms of the range or the damage that Livy can put out. So even in moments like this, Zeus is taking so much damage to get some percentage. So the Super in itself is not enough to give that control over the Remaining 7. I think Tribe played around it really well. It is telegraphed, right? You know exactly what you're going to... I reckon I know at the moment that was. But you know exactly what Lu's going to be trying to do here. I think Livy and Zulan especially played around it expertly.
Yeah, if we look at the stat comparison too here, Tribe Gaming not looking so hot on those stats. Remaining 7 looking the exact opposite, but this is because Tribe Gaming, the control game is their specialty. They, might die a lot, but they're still able to take it back in the end. Remaining 7, I gotta say, looked so good there. I thought that this one was going to be Tribe through and through and through, and Remaining 7 still pulled off some awesome stats. I think a lot of this came down to some of the brawler selections. Tribe Gaming, they stuck with what they knew. They stuck with what was also pretty safe there. The Bell, absolutely, for me, was the difference maker there. The Bell keeping the Lu at range, denying those supers. This could have gone so much worse if Lu had got more supers.
Yeah, absolutely. Had gotten more damage, had been able to stand on the point while the super was happening. Like Lu balanced in the sense that he doesn't quite have the range to allow for that kind of play style here. And we're going to a classic. We're one apiece in this best of 5. We're headed to Hard Rock Mine for some good old honest gem grab. And Crow again picked up. It didn't get banned out this time. Tyrant snaps it up.
Nice low selection here. Definitely a Remaining 7 favorite. That'll be one of their lane selections. Another one on the way very soon. Got to be watching out for what Tribe Gaming could be thinking of. Tanks can always be very troublesome to deal with on this map if they're able to get into enemy backlines. A Squeak selection. I think, honestly, this is not only a good pick, one of the strongest brawlers in the game right now, but also taking an option out of Tribe Gaming's hands. They really do feel safe on this brawler.
We didn't get a lot of value with it there. Top DPS was Squeak in that previous map, even though Remaining 7 weren't able to win it in the end. 200 DPS, constant damage and constant presence there just being emanated by Luffy or whoever was on that Squeak at the time here. So we have the Crow, which is great. Very important to be able to at least have the option to try and dive a gem carrier if they overextend. Carl, this is looking like a classic composition for a classic map as Livy going to take the dangerous mid-range brawler with all-in potential as well.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this one before. They've played the Carl so frequently throughout the last several months. It's just a good, consistent brawler that they are pretty good at as well. Tribe Gaming, we saw them utilize that Carl in set number 1 as well. They were confident enough in the Carl to play it into what historically has been a hard counter to him. So now that they're playing it into something like the Lola and the Squeak, I think that this is way more successful to them. This is the tank that I was talking about, Ashe. It's got to be the Zulon Ashe. We've seen him play it so frequently, but Tribe Gaming, they are known to sort of mix up who is on that brawler as well. But now the Remaining 7 have that last pick. They have to think about how they're going to address the tank. Do they pick one for themselves? Also, how do they address that Carl as well?
Yeah, both of those things are an issue, and in some senses for different reasons. Zulan is obvious. He's going to be running at you constantly. Can you answer this? God, I remember like earlier on the year, like people were trying to use Nita to do something about the Ashe, like trying to just win in that sort of head-to-head. The buzz getting picked up, so it looks like Remaining 7 fancy a tank of their own.
This is one of those where I feel like if you're a really, really good Buzz, then you can win that Ashe lane, but I think that this is vastly in Ashe's favor most of the time, and especially at this level of play, you're not going to be able to force Zulon into the exact right circumstance every single time. Buzz is going to be way more successful versus that Carl, though. It can be a pretty hard counter for the Carl. Carl has the option of counterplay by simply staying out of range. I think Carl has a decent matchup on 2 out of the 3 lanes, so for remaining 7, it's just what they got. That's about it. Their mid brawler also likely going to be Lola here. Playing into the Crow mid is never going to be too enjoyable for remaining 7, and it's one that you have to play very surgically to. Play footsies the entire game long.
Yeah, of course, any risk of getting called out by that Crow and then getting pounced on as a result. Want to avoid it. Oh, there it is. Zulon finds Luffy. Real deep extension by the Buzz. Tyrant was able to give up ground while Zulon came into the rescue here. So Tribe did a great job of, putting a rope-a-dope on that attempted Buzz assassination. So it's Livy. A cozy little 3 gems. Killer, the same Tyrant goes in though. He wants to pressure the gem carrier pretty much straight away. Gonna be forced back. Luffy comes in with a torpedo throw, but Zeus was waiting there. And Tyrant says, oh, worst case, I'll take the trade.
My goodness, Tyrant, he's just going and getting a hit on every single member of the enemy team, all within the same super, just not really committing on anyone in particular, knowing that he can also bait out some of the shots and avail some territory for Tribe Gaming as a collective to acquire and get some gems as a result. Another super in. Tyrant had to pop that super to stay alive. The protective pirouette keeps him alive. Zulon on the right side, 1-2 supers in a row, and Luffy only barely comes out on top. This is what I was talking about with this particular matchup. But now that Luffy is inside of those bushes, it's going to be a bit troublesome to get rid of, and thankfully Tyrant is right behind all of those enemies. Another takedown for Luffy. He just does not want to leave this area.
And that's a problem. It cuts Tyrant up for the rest of his team, but Tyrant's able to exit via Killer. Take down the gem carrier on the way out is huge. Eventually, the menace that is Buzz is brought down, and as Livy's able to look on with 9 gems in total here. So Zulon still wants to play somewhat aggressively here, just because Tribe don't want to give up map control at this stage of the countdown. They'll let Tyrant go out there, beat a sledgehammer, the blunt object that keeps the remaining 7 at bay. Luffy's going to come in. It's going to be a swoop away, but Zeus was waiting for his Livy. It won't be enough. Luffy cannot find the gem carrier, and Tribe take away that first round.
Well done for Tribe here, I think, in the draft most importantly, but in that gameplay, Tyrant is just an absolute menace. I won't even hold back. I'll just say it now. I think Tyrant is the best lane player in North American region as a whole. The guy's just so good. You saw him fight that 1v2 the entire time as Carl. He made sure to set up on that back left lane. He faced off versus Killer. He faced off versus Zeus, and he picked his fights really intelligently, I think. It's a good Carl pickup from Tribe Gaming, and Tyrant was the perfect player to put on this brawler.
Zulon's in trouble here. I think he realizes he's taken a little bit too much poke damage, but that aggressive posturing allowed as Livy to get 4 gems here, and Tyrant knows he needs a trade. That's fantastic. As Livy getting the kill on Luffy, that means that Zeus can't use a player advantage of that pickoff on Zulon to get any gems at all. This is stifling play from Tribe.
Remaining 7, they need to have some sort of resistance, but Tyrant's able to force himself in on the right side. It's a classic matchup. Carl into the squeak. Every single time you flying hook in with that super ready to go, you're going to be taking down the squeak even with that damage buff, as long as you're able to pick your interactions correctly. Luffy now in with the stun. Takedown to Zulon as Livy next up on the chopping block, but Luffy doesn't have a super to come in, and he doesn't have the health either. Tyrant, he's just not going to leave this back left lane, and as Livy has all the value in the world. He's a passive brawler. He has a super available. He has every single one of those 10 gems.
Dangerous.
But he's got 3 enemies on the opposing side. A nice dodge of the gadget super from Luffy, and that's gotta be it.
Oh, let Livy in trouble. The gems are dropped, but Tyrant's going to be there. Well, remaining 7 throw everything they have at trying to stop the countdown, and they do manage to stop it. We finally see the Buzz get in there, but it's going to be scooped up straight away because that whole time Tyrant was getting free, uncontested damage. Little helpers here, helping to keep Luffy out of the fight. Tyrant's going to sit behind these boxes, and he knows it's done. Tribe Gaming, 2-1 in sets, get themselves a lead with a clinical showing on Hard Rock Mine.
Oh, clinical, yeah, in surgical too at points. Some of that gameplay, I want to look at Tyrant in particular. The plays that this guy had with some of the Carl play was just magnificent. Flying hooks at the exact right time, always being able to pick those fights accurately and just go for calculated victories. This is the Tribe specialty, and somehow they've been able to throw an aggro brawler into the mix too. They had Zulon on that Ashe. It's just, I think Tribe have evolved a little bit, but still maintains my identity of who they've always been.
I mean, from the way that Tribe started this series. You know, they're looking like a completely different team already. They've well and truly woken up. Here's some moments from that last round. I think Zulan actually snipes the kill here with the little helpers on the killer. That is so massive. Staying alive there, and as Livy, and it happened multiple times. He'd overextend and then finish off that brawler with the super, leaving as Livy free to just keep picking up gems.
I think the Crow mid was a good selection here. They picked it as soon as they could. It's no secret that Crow is like a top tier brawler. He's one of the just best brawlers in the game. Some people have called him a perfect brawler. He has fast speed, he has damage over time, he reduces your damage when you get hit by him, and then he also has a slow available to him. He just has everything in his kit. And look at Tyrant over here massacring the back lines. 12 kills to his name. And remaining 7, unfortunately, their stats pale in comparison, but Zeus got some good taps in there too on the squeak.
Yeah, absolutely. The squeak was, you know, definitely frightening at times, but Tyrant spent most of that game in R7's bushes, just clambering on top of them every time they appeared. Very, very hard to get the Carl out of that position. Often they're sending the Buzz to do that, and then Ash turns up and sort of third parties that goes 2 versus 1 against the Buzz and you know, enables Tribe to win. The protocols for Tribe, I think, and just how to like play out certain you know, game plans across the map at different points in the round really showed there. That's that experience. A team, of course, who's been at every international BSC competition for years now, and they're hoping to do the same in 2023. They snap up the Cordelius right off the bat.
All right, Mushroom Man ready to send remaining 7 to a different level of the Shadow Realm. We already saw in their player cams that it's kind of dark in there.
It is.
Maybe we'll be able to shed some light on what they pick next, though. A couple of brawlers selected by them. They need to be cautious about these tanks. Keep in mind they do have that last pick, so a tank is very viable as that last selection. They've also gotten rid of Barley, and Tribe Gaming are definitely wisening up to some of this too. They've gotten rid of the Dynamite, which can be a very troublesome thrower to face versus. I mean, you know, so some people may like laugh a little bit, but he is a good brawler at the moment. Nita is a great brawler to pick here when there are not, I guess, viable throwers in play.
And you can see, of course, just why Shelly gets banned out every single time. I do want to point out, Tribe obviously first picking a lot of these maps, leaving some of those scary brawlers open and being ready to pounce on Cordelius the moment that he isn't actually banned out by R7 here. Max and Nita come out here. We know just how scary the bear can be when it comes to pressuring down those safes. It's not something that you ever want to let the Nita get in position to do here. The Tribe have a lot of filling out to do on this composition, but I guess a lot has to do with also, you know, trying to limit Cordelius's impact once he sucks you into that Shadow Realm there. How do you sort of maybe win in those situations? In a previous set, we saw like an Amber being able to actually fight back against the Cordelius during that super. Maybe that's an option for the Nita here. We see Tara get picked up here, so a lot of very, very scary supers to face down.
Yeah, I see Nita as a brawler that can play into the Cordelius, have the super down, right? You're able to block off some of his shots, but once Cordelius sends Nita to the Shadow Realm, she'll be able to fire around obstacles in a way that Cordelius can't. So that does provide a little bit of counterplay. I want to talk about this in Max, and more so that I have no idea what it's doing here. We see the Max sometimes on pit stop, and from what I personally observed, it just doesn't work. But remaining 7, they picked this into Tribe freaking Gaming, so they better have some good strategy here with their last pick.
All right. The Daryl is a problem. It gives you the option to go all in, and really very hard to punish that. We've seen that multiple times today in multiple regions. It's a very scary setup here. How do you think the Spike answers this? Do you feel like this is a good way to round out this composition for remaining 7?
I think Spike's going to basically always be a good way to round out a composition because he's kind of like, I don't know, Spike's just kind of pizza, like a food that everyone's going to enjoy. You just can't really go wrong with Spike. Doesn't really force you into any particular strategy. Spike can be like an A+ defender, a good goalie for that high safe, can also lock in a lot of damage on the enemy safe as long as you aim those shots right, and can lock in just around 3,000 damage per shot, which is a ton, and no other brawler really is able to match anything close to that, except for Daryl. If Daryl gets on that safe, it's going to be bad news. We might see Spike playing defense for a good portion of this.
Okay. Yeah, Daryl up close, plus like spam, recoiling, rotator, just, you know, try and chunder on the safe just to burn it down. It's pretty frightening. Not exactly the most refined strategy, but one that works well, and that's all that matters at this level. Gonna trade here. Is Livy able to push up? He wants to pressure the safe down. Luffy eventually able to get the better of Zulan here. So both teams testing each other, probing quite deep as Livy gets caught inside the super, slowed right on up.
I'm a little scared for remaining 7 right now playing into Zulon's Daryl because he seems to have leveled up his tank play. You saw him hit that double roll. Now he's fully committing on that enemy safe. Went for the rotator. Wasn't able to hit anyone with it, so he's going to be short of a super now, but he's still going to lock in a lot of damage on that safe. Killer now getting a bit of damage on the safe, but just getting what he can. Nita, not really the greatest brawler to have dedicated to the safe. He might be able to get some on Zulon if remaining 7 Premier are able to get some defense too. It'll be definitely viable. Here comes the bear, and that's the value right there. There's no one left to deal with it.
That's scary. Nita on her own is not a problem. You can let her try and base race you, but the respawns for Tribe gave Killer a shot to build up the super, and the bear comes out and mangles the safe. Oh no, it's all gone wrong for Tribe there. Killer looking cool, calm and collected, but that round played out anything but that way. You can't build super hitting the safe. It doesn't happen, but man, that's super messed up. I'm not gonna lie. Hyper Bear, once you get that bear out, it chews through the safe. I think it was Tyrant, maybe, as Livy. They tried to not get Git coming off spawn. They got caught by a shot, and then it was all over.
I think it might have been Zulon coming out of that right side who was trying to stay away from Killer, but that's actually an amazing call for remaining 7. Killer knew that he was just 1 shot off of the super, so he's like, yeah, fine, whatever. I guess we'll get some damage on the safe. You guys do your thing. Hey, watch this, and goes to town on the safe. Well done. I don't think Tribe Gaming are going to let that happen again. They're playing quite aggressive here already. Zulon.
They're going to have a choice.
Yeah, exactly. They have to play aggressive and not let that get on the safe once more.
It was like, hold still, hold, Tyrant, hold still. I need super here. Tyrant's going to go in for that 1v1 and ends up being a trade despite the super being used here. But help from beyond. Everybody's chipping in to chip away at the safe of remaining 7. Killer does have to bear up, and you better believe Tribe are wise to it now.
The shades on the safe, it's never something you want to face into, but remaining 7, don't need to worry about that anymore, as Livy does have a super, though. Take down on the left side with the Hyper Bear. Tyrant's ready to throw that super at someone, send someone to the Shadow Realm, and he's going to go for Luffy, an immediate takedown, and another one onto Killer. A double kill here for Tyrant. And he might have Zeus in his sights as well, trying to pressure him over on the right side, as long as he can keep him out of the game. Afford some more space for Zula on the left. He knows that he'll end up feeding that Nita Bear if he's not careful. He's just got to play his cards right, as Livy's going to play his cards for him, down with the super and a takedown on the left. Big damage in, and this could be the game-finishing move. Zulon is Livy only barely alive, as Livy can't get that last piercing shot off, and remaining 7 need to get this 2% offense.
Tyrant able to keep Zeus at bay, but not do anything more than that. Zulan says, I need to get there, but he's caught inside the spike super. Zeus able to hold Zulan in place. They bring him down. There's a window. It's a slim opportunity for remaining 7 here to even things up. But Zulan comes back in off spawn, and Tyrant is on a mission to end the round. And not a thing remaining 7 could do about it. We are even here on Heist.
Amazing stuff, and now that puts Tribe Gaming here on match point. They have to finish strong. Remaining 7 have looked very scary. They cannot let their guard down for even a second, especially with the Nita in play. Once that Hyper Bear connected with the safe, it was all over. They even sent Tara on sort of bear patrol all the way to the backlines to try and get rid of it, but the damage had already been done. It was already locked in. Remaining 7, they have to shift strategies now, though. They have to somehow get that bear onto the safe once more.
Yeah, and importantly, there's a lot of counterplay to the bear as well, because the bear will, I think, prioritize players in that situation, if I'm not mistaken. So if you have any defenders there where the bear gets popped down, you can tank a lot of those bear's hits, maybe get rid of the Nita in the process and get out alive and get out with your safe unscathed. Nice gravity use there. Not much way of coming back from that one, as Livy lays it on down and says, okay, we're going to be in a good position now if we get rid of this Nita in the middle part of the map. Zeus is being a little bit hard for Tyrant to chase down. Looks like Zeus is going to juke him until the Shadow Realm spits him back out.
Nice call there for Zeus. He didn't get too adventurous. He didn't really venture over to where Zulon or as Livy were lurking. He'll be able to lock in some damage on the safe too. But he's getting pinched by Zulon if he's not careful. Zulon sort of about faces. May pivot strategy around that left side. Now onto the safe, but Luffy has to play defense. Killer also still looking for the super, but no value just yet. Zulon immediately runs away from Killer as soon as he's on the case. He just cannot beat that super, but some things are inevitable. Killer finally has that super, but they still got to punch their way through Zulon on the right side, and Tyrant can continues moving things forward on the left.
Yeah, Tyrant able to use the gadget there to finally get rid of the spike. Probably doesn't feel good about using one of those, you know, very important gadget charges, but Zeus is just making themselves unkillable on that left-hand side. It's fine though for Tribe though, as long as Zulan's hitting the safe. Tyrant's on defense duty, has to back away here. Yeah, Luffy now gonna come and get involved. The Max turns up, and oh, it's your boy Zulan. He's got a date with the safe. He wants to have a serious man-to-man with that inanimate object here. And remaining 7 have to respect this. They've got to respond. They turn back. That's your recalling rotator now. The bear is in play, but it's not hitting any safe. And Zulan himself is safe. He gets himself enough distance from the very angry animal, and it's 7% left for remaining 7 to stay alive in this set, to stay alive in this match.
It's looking scary. Killer moves in with the super, but Tyrant almost made contact with the safe. Killer taken down is Livy. Lurking with the super on the left side. Has it ready to go. Zeus gets pulled. It's a takedown, and Luffy tries to be the last rampart of defense on the right side or the left. He's cross-eyed. He can't prioritize either of these targets. If Zulan's able to move in, that could be the game-finishing move. The takedown from Zeus. Tyrant has the damage to lock this in, though. The final shot in Tribe Gaming are going to LCQ.
That was the very bare minimum that Tribe were looking to extract from today. They could not afford to go out in this first semi-final. The margins for this team, a dynasty in North America, have never been slimmer. They were able to prevail against the team that's given them trouble all year long. A team who took down the July monthly finals. Tribe prevail against remaining 7. They keep the dream alive for now.
Man, okay, so I can finally exhale now. What a nail-biter there for Tribe Gaming, coming so close. We almost went on to a final set there, onto set 5. Remaining 7 with some serious opposition and some inventive strategies too. Love some of the Nita play. The Max, I think, did a lot better than I was expecting, I must say, but didn't secure them the victory as remaining 7 expected it would. Wonderful tank play here from Zulan, I gotta say, as well as Livy coming in with the big shade plays also. Just all around good stuff, but I think the biggest development that I've observed for Tribe Gaming today has been Zulan. This is a complete different level of tank play than we've seen from the guy all year long, and that's good preparation for the LCQ, which we will be seeing them in just a couple months.
Kenny there really enjoying himself. Yeah, that was a shisha at a couple moments on that map. I've got to say, this team feels like it, you know, with how strong Zulan and Tyrant are, it can rise and fall on the back of Livy, who really stood tall for them today. The play on Hot Zone, especially the bell control that Livy was able to exert over the map and, you know, prevent Triumph from getting punished by the Lu pick. That's going to stick out to me as like a really pivotal moment in this series where Tribe showed that they deserve to be at LCQ. Yeah, I mean, you know, Tyrant on the Carl on Hard Rock Mine, that's another performance that, you know, I don't think remaining 7 could get close to replicating. NA is in good hands, at least in this Eastern region so far. And now we're set up for an absolute banger of a grand final. Before we get there, yeah, give the man his flowers. Livy,
yeah,
what a showing from him today.
Man, I mean, I think that we've seen every single member of this team in each one of their set victories, an individual shown through. I think we saw Zulan most importantly here. I think we saw Tyrant lock in some awesome play with the Carl and his Livy just tapping when it came down to Hot Zone. Tribe Gaming, they're back on their feet.
And maybe back on the road here to glory, still reaching out for that championship, the chance to represent the region globally. Kenny, welcome back, bro. What a match that was. I think there was some uncertainty about whether Tribe could get the job done here, but I think all of us had them predicted, despite their opponents being last month's champions. So there was definitely a lot of uncertainty about it. How'd that match play out from your perspective?
I mean, Reddy said he took a moment to inhale. I was hyperventilating on the sidelines the whole time. I mean, what an unbelievable set of matches we've had so far today. And a lot of credit to remaining 7. Fantastic year, couple monthly finals under their belts. They're the real deal. And again, it breaks my heart a little bit that one of these 3 teams couldn't make it to LCQ and Worlds, but that's the reality of competition. And that's what makes the big moments so special. And this Chasma Gaming NA versus Tribe Gaming grand finale, that's going to be something to watch.
Let's circle back, because at the top of the show, we gave our predictions for not only who would win the semifinals, but also who would take out the grand final. I feel like it gives us a great springboard to start talking about that matchup. I didn't copy it on homework this time, to be honest with you. I just did the very safe thing of picking the team favored to win in those matchups. But it's that grand final, gentlemen, that we're very curious about. Kenny, I've got to go to you first on this. Does the result of that previous match or the semis in general give you any doubt about that tribe pick? Do you still think they have what it takes to be the victors in our grand final here?
Confidence is not the word that I'm looking for either of these teams. I mean, coming into today, the world is watching. It's the only region left that we have marked off for a Worlds and LCQ spot. I think everybody has a great chance. I feel like more than anything, even though it hasn't been Tribe Gaming's way, they're still deserving respect. I just feel like it would be a little crazy in a final month, in a grand finale for all these teams, if Tribe Gaming didn't get some representation here. The history that they bring, the skills that they have, it's going to be tough. I think Chasmic Gaming should be favorites, but I feel like we're doing a disservice if we don't give Tribe the credit they probably deserve to.
All right, let's set our eyes squarely on this matchup. I want to talk about Chasmac Gaming North America, because that first match today, that first semi-final, was not one that was expected to be the close one. But this team got pushed almost to the limit. Ready, set. Has your confidence in this team been shaken after a little slow start from this Chasmac Gaming NA squad?
Not too much, okay? I think I expected a strong performance out of Untamable Beasts, but something that I predicted for Chasmac Gaming NA, of course, maybe I'll put some words in their mouth, but what we see historically is with there being different maps for the semifinals and the grand finals, teams, they have to choose which ones are you going to prioritize. Do I prioritize the maps playing versus Untamable Beasts, or do I play the maps that I'm going to play against either number 3 or number 2 in the region? That's really the call here. And what's on the line is a world final spot. Chasmac Gaming and I think, have a lot of confidence in themselves to get that prep hammered out for the grand finals rather than prioritizing a semifinal.
So let's talk about this team on your screen. It is Tribe Gaming. We just saw them with a pretty strong showing, although it didn't start that way in the beginning. Kenny, I want to talk Zulan versus RBM. Two of the best tank players I think the world has. How excited are you for that matchup? And do you think that will define this head-to-head? Or is there another matchup, another player, an individual that you're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, both of them have that potential to pop off. Same can be said for all these Tribe members, to be honest with you. I think you guys made a good point earlier. Each of these guys probably have an MVP in their own right, depending on the set that you go to. It's what makes Tribe special. Everybody is carrying their weight. Everybody does their job, and they can be very, very good at just about anything. They can play those aggressive brawlers. They've gotten adjusted, I think, a little bit more to this W key type meta. And I think no matter what, it's going to come down to who can pop off just a little bit more, especially at the start of the year. It's more about who can prevent those mistakes, right? But at the end of the year, everybody is watching. It's all about who can make the bigger plays. And I think Tribe Gaming and Zulon, of course, can do that.
Well, the stage is set now. This match is the decider. The winner of this grand final will go straight to the World Finals. The loser will have to compete in the last chance qualifier. It's a battle for the best of the best in the North American East region. I'm going to step aside. Kenny and Ready, Set, take it away.
Ooh, Ready, it has been a good year with you, brother, and I couldn't ask for another person to end off NA East with. This is going to be crazy. Tribe Gaming and CMG have been an insane rivalry the entire duration of this year, and it all comes down to one more match. Going to Worlds, having that golden ticket is such a big deal.
It's really a privilege to witness this one firsthand with you, Kenny. But yes, as you said, it has all been coming down to this very last match in the region. Who gets to go to the World Finals? The other team does go down to the LCQ. The far less desirable outcome. Everything to be gained to your fame, glory, a better chance of winning the Brawl Stars World Finals, the whole enchilada. So as far as predictions, we already kind of covered that. I expected Chasmac Gaming victory, but you're expecting Tribe Gaming. So I put my confidence in the preparation for Chasmac Gaming. That's where I think they'll really be able to shine. I think they've also seriously leveled up over the course of the year, but after seeing Tribe Gaming early versus remaining 7, I'm second guessing that just a little bit.
I think it's hard, right? I definitely respect all the Chasmic Gaming picks. I'm really curious what our chat ends up deciding to do here, because Tribe Gaming and CMG both have some big fans. They've had some big performances. Again, in terms of ceiling, Tribe Gaming got second place at the only international competition we've had this year. And Chasmic Gaming have been able to beat them from time to time this year, especially in the second half. I think it's completely fair to go with Chasmic Gaming. And again, I don't doubt either of these teams. There is a world where either of these teams are going to come away with a golden ticket. I think just given how close it's been all year long in this region, I think Tribe Gaming are almost due one, but they're certainly going to have to earn this.
Well, they've had already one very difficult match for the day. The same can be said for CMG, but they didn't play a top 3 team. They played top 4. A slim difference maybe, but those points, despite being close, can make all of the difference. We'll be heading into Bell's Rock to start us all off. Knockout, a control-based mode where I think that Tribe will boast sort of an advantage, but this is where we begin to consult the draft. This is where I think Chazmat Gaming have gotten this all figured out, and we're trying historically, and even if we just go back to last month, has struggled.
Well, chat is going to side with Tribe Gaming at nearly 70%. The Tribe Gaming fans really showing up, but in all fairness, like I said, I feel like CMG deserve to be favorites. They've been more consistent in this second half of the year. They've won this rivalry more times than they've lost, and it's going to come down to one last go-round. What could be the last between Chazmat Gaming and Tribe Gaming in A this year, and somehow, some way, Shelly makes an appearance here on the very opening map.
Very confident Shelly lock in, and then a Bonnie short to follow. Tribe Gaming, they've locked in that Squeak first and foremost. This is sort of the control that we were talking about. I think it'll be able to lane off Shelly quite well. The only problem is that Shelly can outrange Squeak using the clay pigeons and can get some walls broken down, diminish a lot of the value that Squeak would otherwise have, blocking off just the choke points. The Tribe Gaming have 2 more selections at their disposal. They got to be thinking about what they're going to do to play into Shelly. Since she is very fast, the counter play needs to be present. There's, or really counter pick. The counter play is sort of limited.
Zulon going to be selecting Lola here. We've seen a good bit of Lola this weekend already. We saw a bunch of it over in East Asia especially, and it seemed to be working pretty well. I haven't done the math on win rate, play rate, and all that jazz, but just from watching, it seems like it's a brawler that's been pretty relevant across the globe this weekend. I think it's just one of those safe picks, right? High DPS, you can drop the freeze frame for a shield. You got the extra addition of shots that can be fired alongside her super, and Brock in this composition as well. A little well-rounded composition, I would say, coming in from Tribe Gaming. Nothing in terms of X factor that I see here. I think just picking some good, consistent brawlers, to be honest with you.
Yeah, same. I think also Tyrant will be able to get some good damage in there, as well as wall break. I think it's really the first thing that comes to mind with Brock. It also provides them some versatility based on the last thing that Chazmat goes for. If they need to run rocket laces as sort of an emergency red button, then they absolutely can. Or I guess more of an emergency green button, if you're catching my drift. But you also have the option of breaking open walls. There's a Sprout there. I think they were sort of anticipating a thrower last pick, which is why they decided to go with the Brock. This is, I think, well drafted by Tribe. They decided not to go with the thrower because they knew it could get countered very easily by Chazmat, but they needed to be able to play into the thrower since Chazmat had that completely open to them as the last pick.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, you kind of box yourself into a tough spot, right? When you're at that 5th pick there, no throwers on the table yet. If you choose the Sprout, you're the one that's going to have a harder time when this wall starts to open up. I think Sprout's almost still worth it to a degree, though. You can still drop down some nice walls for yourself. I think Brock, more than anything, just could be looking to tear open that mid, give themselves those longer range options. But then again, as Livy, as the Squeak, is going to benefit here from also keeping these walls up, too. So I think they're going to go for their spawn side. I'll be curious to see if they go for the other end as well.
Well, we already see one wall broken down as Livy's going to have a lot of area to dance back and forth between at mid. Tyrant on the right side also is keeping that range diff versus RBM. And on the left side, Zulon and Toast is a little bit of trivia for you. They actually have the exact same range on these brawlers. So Zulon and Toast are competing at the exact same range. So Toast has notably more health. He's going to pop this gadget and move forward. On the right side, we also see some walls broken down. Fade can take those down on a whim if he wants to. RBM's going to go for it. Goes for the combo, a takedown at the back lines, but Zulon similarly gets a takedown. It's all down to this 1v2. Zulon, best case scenario, gets a super, but it won't even amount to that. It's round 1, going to Chazmat.
Well played there. Fade with a nice wall to kind of set Chazmat Gaming up for success. And again, even though Brock can tear these down, I think Sprout in these close corridors is still going to be able to get some serious value out of that super, especially when you can rotate it in and out with your gadget. It's going to be interesting to see that kind of develop. And there it goes. All of the growth just consuming this right-hand lane as Tyrant looks to tear down the left. Two very different strategies contradicting each other on these two lanes.
We talked about that Sprout wall. We might see it once again. Now blocking off mid. It's going to block off some of the 1v1s. RBM still opts to take that matchup versus Tyrant. On the right side, Fade and Toast trying to occupy is Livy and Zulon. But now it's musical lanes, some switch-ups coming out here. RBM is able to, alongside all of this, get a super for himself and even got a bit of space. Things have switched up again. RBM does not want to play into this low. Imagine he's taking a lot of damage. Toast dead on arrival on the right lane as Livy's low on health, and so is RBM, but only one of them falls. It's down to a 1v3, with Tribe Gaming vastly favored. A final pinch to end it off. Perhaps as Livy going for that supercharge will tie us up in this very first game.
Coordinated strike there, but it just doesn't work out for CMG. Toast diving in and Tribe Gaming immediately ready to respond. Beautifully played from both sides. 1-1 overall. Supers available for both Shelly and Sprout. Tyrant has some Rocket Rain in his pocket here too, and now just going to be dropping this right in the mid. They're either going to force Tyrant to tear this down, or Faye can just take it away at a moment's notice. It looks like he's going to be using that super for that, but I think he claimed that wall just in the nick of time. It's going to work out until he went down. Tough stuff is Sniper. Shelly forced to make up for it here on the left. It's going to be a big pickup here for RBM, but a trade ultimately. Tyrant as Livy get the job done right hand to end, and it's going to be the fellas in red taking our first game.
What a comeback here for Tribe Gaming. And also, let's talk about some of the strat that CMG was pulling out here at the start. I think they accidentally sort of revealed their entire hand with just that first round. We saw the combo, the Sprout wall placed down, and we anticipated a little bit too. Shelly was pushing up directly behind the wall. In a coordinated move, Sprout broke down the wall. Shelly was able to rush forward with Clay Pigeons and claim a free kill. I think it's a amazing transaction there for Chazmac, but Tribe Gaming have to be expecting this now.
CMG force on the back heels to kick things off here. That's the value a Squeak Gadget can bring ready. And now Toes popping a Sugar Rush, going to make things very scary for Tyrant on the left-hand end, barely staying alive. You can see the damage gear imminent, and now he's just going to go ahead and break this open too. Toast having a little fun down there too. I see him dancing, a little spin, just buying some time here as Fade drops another wall here. RBM going to press up against it, and still a fight for mid-control, those supers, and even just one sliver of a kill.
Similar to wall placement on the right side, but it's going to fall. Fade doesn't even bother to claim that super back. Toast on the left side, not really too much value for him, unfortunately. As Livy throws down the super contact into RBM, and he's down as Livy, despite being on low health, won't fall as he regens so much of this health, and Fade didn't have the overgrowth ready to go. Has to retreat into the poison on the back left, and Tribe Gaming now with just one round separating them from winning this entire first set.
I think that was a little ambitious of a dive from Bonnie there, and I think it's just going to put Tribe in a huge advantage. A 3v2 situation. They've immediately focused Bonnie once again. We saw it in rounds prior. Once Bonnie dives in, she's really vulnerable. She can do a ton of damage, but a lot more HP, and has to be right within the face of the enemy. Tyrant, somebody squishy. They're going to be looking to go into him, and as Livy with those dives, but you got to make sure you play it just right, and I think that's another instance there where it didn't necessarily work out in their favor.
It also looks like Chazmac are forced back a little bit too far. Ooh, Fate came very, very close. Brush with death there. But Chazmac Gaming, they don't really have a whole lot of room to switch lanes. It seems like they're not even bothering to at this point because Toast, as Bonnie, he's very slow. He's not able to do it effectively. Tribe Gaming, they absolutely know this, and they've even forced back Chazmac Gaming a lot. But now they have the backs against the poison. RBM has a super in his back pocket too to make use of. Still having a lot of trigger discipline, not using it just yet. Blocked off on the left side. Tyrant has a super he can use, but he's going to look to use it on Fade instead. Big damage. Fade remains alive, but only for a moment longer. Zulon taken down. Toast is the last member remaining, and Tyrant and his Livy combine forces to eliminate him and secure set number 1.
Red roster going to be picking up a W there. Nicely played by his Livy and the fellas. A very intense way to start off, and again, even though they back and forth the whole way through. I mean, it's going to be an intense match if history repeats itself like we've seen. Our first couple game modes as well are going to be all about the kill category. So for Knockout, it went Tribe Gaming's way as we moved to Canal Grand in a little bit as well. It could be tough as well if that's to show anything. I think Tribe Gaming setting themselves up for success. Again, nothing special with that draft, I would say. Just kind of picking some brawlers that I feel like don't necessarily have the best synergy in the world. Nothing like that. I think they're just strong on the map. They're comfort brawlers for them. They play their strengths, and it ended up working out really well.
I think Tribe Gaming, just with the team coordination, well, one of the biggest issues for Chazmac Gaming NA, you saw in the first game how many times Tribe Gaming switched those lanes and how exhausting it got for Chazmac Gaming NA. I don't even think it was a matter of they couldn't be bothered, that they couldn't be asked to switch lanes anymore. It was just getting too troublesome, with Bonnie being as slow as she is, just becoming a moving super battery for opponents whenever she's switching lanes. So Chazmac Gaming decided to stop switching lanes. It did not work in their favor. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board because that Bonnie, I feel like, was defeated in a major way by a couple things, right? First and foremost, what we were just talking about with the lane swaps, but also the fact that we didn't see any value there from Toast on those jumps in. It was the counterplay, I think, from Tyrant that really sold it.
3 and 3 on the left, and just 6-5-2, everybody shining for Tribe Gaming there. High DPS numbers, and Toast just not able to get as much value out of the brawler as I think he would have liked. You see that 54 category, meaning that probably not getting a lot of shots connected there, but can make up for it here as we move forward into Bounty. This map is always very interesting, Reddy. There's a lot of different strategies. Sometimes you'll see people incorporate those throwers. Sometimes you'll get those traversal type brawlers like Eve and Daryl. Sometimes everybody just going all out tank. So I'm very curious to see what our NA brawlers bring here.
Well, one of those things I'm expecting, probably not a single one of those brawlers. I mean, the Poke's never really off the table. Do we see the Carl, though? Looks like Tribe Gaming have actually decided to ban it out. Carl's a very strong brawler here. You're able to get that blue star for free, get a bit of positioning at mid, and also, it's a Tribe Gaming specialty. This is very unexpected, though. We expect to see the RBM Ashe, sure, but Fade's in play, so maybe not. One Carlos has been sort of on the bench today, so we'll probably see Fade Toast running this one once again. But the Nita and the Ashe right off rip, this is untraditional.
Yeah, and I think pairing those as well might be a good call in the sense that Nita and Bruce the Bear are oftentimes very good in those tankier brawlers. So if they want to play that Ashe, this is maybe a little bit of insurance, if you will, to try and pair those two together. But Cordelius and Ems, a fierce combination for the red roster here on the right. I think Cordelius goes without saying, one of the best brawlers in the game right now. Somebody that you want to get your hands on if you can and put your faith in more times often than not. As Livy on the Ems, going to be a strong combination too to maybe keep them away, keep the area denial inbound. And speaking of area denial, the snow cone man coming out here. Lou shows up sometime here. He can blow up for your team or crash down in your face. But into both Nita and Ashe on paper, I like that matchup.
Wow, it is very rare that you see a Tick as a last pick here. So this is quite interesting. Typically, Tick is banned out by the team that has last pick because it's just about always the go-to first pick. So I like the idea of Tick here. We even saw in East Asia earlier this week and how Tick can get actually some pretty aggro plays there if the enemy's feeding those supers consistently, which has a tendency of happening. It's sort of difficult to avoid those shots played around the objectives and the areas where you want to move into. But Tribe Gaming now with the Lu, you mentioned it just a moment ago. This, I think, is one that'll raise eyebrows for people who are a little unfamiliar with competitive. It can be really, really good, but you gotta play it right, and it's effective into these tanks. We see 3 anti-tank picks from Tribe Gaming, and RBM's gonna be on the Ashe.
Yeah, never something you want to see as an Ashe. This is going to be a very scary proposition for him, but if there's one person that can overcome it, it's going to be RBM. Picked up that blue star right off the rip, but Tyrant going for a flank here, and Tosa's going to have to deliver his attention towards this bottom left-hand side now. Tyrant trying to juggle all this. It'd be a shame if he went down here, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Not a great start here for Tribe Gaming. You don't want to see a blown kill for no reason.
Wow, that's a very skilled Tick play there, too. Just great zoning of that area to take down Tyrant of all players. Tyrant solo on the right side once again. Just not a single star claimed yet for Tribe Gaming. As we say that, though, Fade gets taken down, and RBM has to take more of a defensive role. Zulon has a super once again, too. He'll be able to use that to block off this back left. Could be RBM just dead in the water on the left, still trying to dodge out the shots and only barely stays alive. He's just out of range, and Tyrant, despite his best efforts, despite also being able to send Fade to the Shadow Realm, only keeps things safe. Everyone's closed in on this back right corner. Zulon's going for it. A double tap there from Toast, and they remain alive and in the lead.
The casualties should have piled up there. That is unbelievable from Chasmic Gaming, and backs against the wall. Almost all their brawlers put into the bottom right-hand side, and they still prevail. Tyrant even narrowly escaped when going the Shadow Realm. It allowed him to dodge that tick shot, and it still worked out for CMG. 6-4, so close right now, but it's really going to come down to these final 20 seconds, especially if Tyrant can grab this, and he doesn't. CMG 4-star lead here, ready.
Livvy's closing things in, though. RBM's trying to keep distance. He's pushing forward gradually, trying to catch Livy off guard. But he's out of gadgets now, it looks like. Has a whole lot of rage, but it's not going to go anywhere. 5 seconds left, and we got to see some stars. Tribe Gaming get that last kill, and Tyrant's ready to send things to the Shadow Realm, but it won't even be necessary. Tribe Gaming bring it back just at the last second.
CMG escape the Grim Reaper a lot here. But ultimately, Tribe Gaming came knocking at their door. Nowhere to go at the end of that game. Perfectly timed. There's a little give and take in Bounty. Even when you are down, you are the last to strike, especially when you get a team wipe. It's going to set you up for success. They kept it close the whole way. They didn't hit the panic buttons. They even had some tough kills there. Imagine Tyrant went down really early there. 2 stars can be a huge deal with professional Bounty, so losing him there early and having moments like that and being able to overcome it to still prepare and get the kills necessary to win is a big deal. It's what makes the tippy top of NA East so special, and Tribe Gaming, of course, a big part of that.
Well, now we have to ask the question, what can Chazmac Gaming NA do differently? They do have that blue star just like last time. Really, it seemed like it all started to go downhill once they lost mid, and they're not even playing that right lane, but that could once more be their doom. Toast is forced to play the bottom side. Tyrant's just lurking, doing his thing, existing over here, and avoiding feeding any supercharge to Toast to keep things occupied. It puts RBM and Fade at a bit of a disadvantage as Zulon and his Livy continue sort of creeping in those bushes, but they're not risking too much. Tyrant now pressuring from the bottom side for some value. RBM, Fade try to push in. That could be the kill, but in the process, they have to forfeit mid. How are they going to get this retake?
Well, RBM gonna strike one down there. It's almost a little cheeky, right? They're sending Tyrant all the way down to try and waste CMG resources and forces the whole unit down, and now they're at their spawn side. A kill there, though, will allow for them to stay up a little bit better, but with his Livy's fanning shot, with the Lou super, they have so much area control of this map, especially on these narrow left and right-hand side. There's a giant body of water in the middle. There's not a lot of space to move with, so the fact that CMG can still space the floor, have the ability to kind of move brawlers from left to right is a big deal right now, because the spawn trap here is lethal. Tyrant still putting in some work on this bottom right-hand side. This RBM Tyrant interaction has been very interesting here. 15 seconds to go. 2 stars being swapped here very quickly. Toast dishing it out now, and a mine gonna pick up that kill. 12 to 11. 1 star. Zulon rushing in. His Levy low HP. They pick up one there. Ice Rink not enough as CMG explode at the end of game number 2 to tie things up.
I want to say it now, not a single satisfying game in this set so far. We see CMG dominate that first game, and Tribe Gaming managed to bring it back at the end. Then we see Tribe dominate this game in the beginning, and Chazmac bring it back in the final moments. That was some next level Cordelius play on the right lane. We saw RBM staying in the Shadow Realm, sure, and not getting tapped up a whole lot, but Tyrant knew what he was up to. He was trying to spawn right on top of Toast. He managed to do so. A little mute on the left side onto RBM. A much different approach taken by Tribe Gaming this time, and it didn't pay off, but Tyrant has a super now. He can send someone to the Shadow Realm and completely remove them from the competitive equation. They're biding their time, though. Zulon might be able to push in from the right and get a big super. RBM needs to abandon ship and be careful. Zulon now has that super. Take down the left isn't the end of the world, but Chazmac Gaming are at a deficit.
Tough situation here. They just sent Tyrant into the line of fire immediately. Ice Rink on the ground as well. Zulon with that blue star is somebody to certainly watch battle on our realm and in the Shadow Realm as well right now. Everybody doing their part. A lot of shots being fired. Robotic rats even touching down on the ground. And all the while, Zulon chilling out on the right-hand end, just trying to stay up, regenerate those health points, and get right back into the thick of things. A minute left to go. RBM trying to make a move here top left. Might even end up being punished for it. A couple snow cones connecting, but not enough for a kill. So advantage CMG as RBM walks away from this fight.
Oh, looks like it was only temporary. Never mind, a trade in the Shadow Realm. As if he tries to catch up to RBM. That speed gear is working in wonders, but RBM manages to snag some value in that bush too. Getting a minor speed up as that anchor expires too. Very close call. Tyrant now pushes in from the right. Chazmac Gaming in A. They're forced into a corner, quite literally on the right side. And here comes the Ice Rink down. Toast is frozen. He might even take damage from this. That shuts him down. Here it comes. No, not able to resist the damage with the use of the gadget. And now Chazmac Gaming and A are down by just a blue star.
Toast even chasing his Livy, but the friend zoner as Livy stays up, and now he's gonna claim the lead. 12 seconds to go, and Tyrant gonna be dueling against RBM. He has to get desperate, dragged to the Shadow Realm for a battle here on the left-hand end up top. They still can't grab it. Tyrant with the kill, and Tribe Gaming up 2-0 now. Big deal for the red roster.
What a close call there towards the end. Tyrant in particular, he was pinched between where Tick could throw down some of those mines and RBM, so between a Tick and a hard place, if you want to put it that way. What a wonderful performance there from Tyrant, and I'm not sure whether to call it a misplay. Things got very, very hairy there towards the end. There was still potential every step of the way, so in summary, I think Tyrant got chanced there. It is a seriously close matchup. We almost saw that one go the way of CMG, but now Tribe Gaming are up 2-0 in this matchup for Worlds.
Big moment. Worlds on the line, and they have not had great successes at CMG more recently. Haven't had a grand finals in a hot second. It's been a while since we've had a post-game interview with Tribe, but they are setting themselves up very well right now. Chasmic Gaming, again, they were in control of their destiny too. For every team, it is a must-win situation. LCQ, awesome to go to. You're still going international, but you'd much rather just have a straight shot to Worlds, not worry about trying to claim one of those golden tickets. And in terms of history, Tribe Gaming have been at that World spot pretty much every chance that we've ever had in Brawl Stars, whether it's this roster or other ones. The organization has been represented. They're setting themselves up to possibly take a straight ticket there. RBM with 7, Toast with 6, Fade only with 1, 98 DPS, not quite as strong there, but again, consistency from Tribe Gaming. Nobody leading the pack, everyone doing their job, and that was a very close set number 2, I might add, but nonetheless, it is Tribe Gaming's consistency, I think, that are allowing them to take this lead.
Well, now we'll head into Double Swish, which could be the final set of this matchup. It would be kind of an unexpected outcome for Tribe Gaming to sweep all the way through this, but it would be a strong competitor, or at least a good point, a great way to prove that they are worthy of being the World Finals qualification from this region. Bans coming in, as well as the first pick, Tara, for Chasmag Gaming. I think this is a very versatile pick. You can play either lane with it, really, ideally mid or that left lane. Ems also, strong selection from Tribe Gaming. I think you have some versatility with this one as well. Likely going to be as Livy playing that one. You can also see the Brawler win rates there. Those are aggregated across last month, and Ems has a pretty high win rate on this map.
Yeah, Ems is just a solid brawler in general. It's really hard to complain about Ems, especially into somebody like Tara too. I think this can work out. Love the Tara Super, arguably one of the most dynamic and best that you could have in your pocket towards an in-game on something like Double Swoosh. Can stay lurking, good visibility for your team, but Ems is going to do really well into those Tara pets. So that's something that I can say in terms of matchups on paper that could go in Tribe Gaming's way, but again, I can't complain about a Tara. Otis on the other end too, somebody we don't see quite as much as we used to in earlier on in this season, but I'm really never upset about it. He's got the fat splatter, can shut down tanks, which we know that Chasmic Gaming are capable of running, but an interesting selection here. Bo is somebody that we don't always see, but Chasmic Gaming don't feel like they're a team that's afraid to just go for Mr. Consistent, Mr. Bo Mine on the field, which could certainly trip up some enemy brawlers.
And you want to talk tripping things, how about those mines, right? When they explode, they'll get rid of a lot of the bushes, can even get rid of some of the cover too. I think Bo's a very viable mid here. Pam, final selection from CMG. That's got to be the right lane. I've even heard some players call the right lane on this map the bad side, because you have a huge bush that you got to fight through, and you always have to keep vision on your enemy. If you lose that lane, then your mid is immediately pressured, and everything starts to fall apart from there. So RBM in here with Pam, a widespread shot. Also with vision gear equipped, it's going to be a lot easier to locate where those enemies are. Tribe Gaming have Ems already as an option that they can use there. They might opt to go for something different. Janet is certainly a brawler. She's definitely fallen a lot in the recent meta. She's seen some serious nerfs too, I think especially to her gadget. That drop the base gadget is able to find where enemies are in the bushes. I think it could be a good left lane option. Could be a decent right lane option too. But she's a lot weaker than she used to be.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I think it's really interesting to see Janet come out here. It makes sense to me that it's the final pick, especially considering the state that Janet's in. You know, there were a lot of bans that are very viable options on this map, so it maybe makes sense to me that we're going into the depths of the brawler pool and maybe grabbing this. I think it's nice to have the getaway option from Janet. She can take flight, get out of harm's way. She's going to be kind of forced to go mid here, which isn't bad. I mean, she is more of that mid-range kind of brawler. We'll see how they play it. Tribe Gaming have played great so far today, so I don't want to doubt too much, but in terms of the brawler itself, not my favorite here either.
So far, it's working out for Tribe Gaming. They have Zulon playing mid and picking up 4 gems so far. This is actually a great brawler to have as your mid, if not only for the utility of being able to fly away if you're ever put in harm's way. Here comes RBM with the Psychic Enhancer, though. locating some enemies in those bushes. Fade trying to occupy the right side, hence the healing turret at his disposal. Livvy's going to take care of this very quickly. Make short work of Fade 2 on the right of lane Victory. Now Toast has to play really carefully. Can't even be thinking about where he's going to position himself at mid, just that right lane until Fade returns.
Toast gonna just breathe a little bit here as Zulon continues to pocket these 6 gems. Drop the base going down for that extra visibility, which might be one of the more reasons that they're trying to bring Janet to the table. The fanning shot, this gadget, you can really show where the enemies are. And now 2 gems on the ground is Livy halting Fade for now. Things looking on the up here for Tribe Gaming. Fade narrowly surviving, but Zulon has a getaway option. It's 13 seconds on the clock, but if he takes flight, it's gonna be a lot less here. And there's no way that CMG are going to be able to get in that striking distance as Zulon takes flight here. And now Tribe Gaming, after 2 months, July, June, they have picked up 1 set against this team. CMG have 6-1 them in the 2 previous. They are on match point. Tribe Gaming could be going to Worlds momentarily.
They did so in filthy fashion, too. Can we talk about the use of those Janet gadgets? She popped 1 down, got the control of the left lane for Otis, sure. But then 1 to force Toast out, and then as soon as that one went down, the 3rd and final one coming down as well. Just disrespectful, honestly. But it worked out for Tribe Gaming. They might be able to do it once again. Chazmag Gaming and they had to keep their guards up to not allow that to work out for Tribe Gaming once more. Tyrant on the left side is going to be a real menace to deal with. Is Liddy also trying to force things out versus Fade, get some good damage. You see immediate destruction of the drop the base gadget on the left side, so already good value for Chazmag Gaming in another one too. Tribe Gaming, they're trying to lock things out. They're going for the spawn trap, it looks like.
Tough situation right now. Tribe Gaming in complete control. Some interesting rotations here. RBM was the mid brawler for that time. And Toast now with a couple in his pocket. Fade debating to use a healing station. Gonna hold on to it for now. Toast on the back lines. RBM popping a desperate gadget here. This is really starting to get away from them.
Well, Spawn Trap only lasted so long, but they will have some time to pick up a few more gems here. Only 2 more gems after Zulon acquires this next one. And Toast is going for anything he can. RBM even has a super. Is Livy forced back? Still kind of low health. Zulon's able to take to the skies. RBM's got to do something with this super. Toast trying to block off his exit. Zulon's not going to get tapped by either of those. RBM now with the super as Livy still remains alive. He almost gets away with it. But here comes the homing shade on the right. Zulon, he's able to super. Once his clock gets down too far, it's going to be inevitable. Just 5 seconds left. Zulon, he's able to take to the skies. CMG, they know it's over. Their hopes of Worlds all but dashed, and Tribe Gaming ascend in their place. They are your monthly finals champions here in NA East for August, and they will be representing this region on the international stage at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
As Livy can't believe it. Tribe Gaming have been longtime monarchs in North America. They've defended the home region. It was a long time coming, but they kindly claim first place once again. Congratulations, Tribe Gaming, and to do so in a 3-0 fashion. Unbelievable.
I mean, what would a turnabout here? A complete about face here for Tribe Gaming. They came off of several months, the entire year of struggling in this region. They only got 1 monthly final victory leading up to this point. So this also makes this region maybe one of the more competitive, or at least the most evenly split between the top 3 teams. We've seen 3 separate teams get 2 monthly finals each in this region. Wow. I mean, what an ending to all of this. To have a grand final be the world's qualification from this region, you just can't write this stuff.
Insane plays, and now it's crazy to think back on this year. Tribe Gaming haven't won a grand finals, believe it or not, since month number 2. It was March last time that they were here. Now we had an opportunity to see them take this 2-2-2, a big split in terms of grand finals among our top 3 teams in this region. The kills just not going Chazmag Gaming's way. Look, it's safe to say these guys are legit. LCQ, I expect them to show up, pop off, be a great team. But Tribe Gaming, when it matters most, 4-2-6, 200 plus DPS and 197 for another. Insane stuff. And it's gonna go to as Livy for our MVP. I think a wise choice here, but none of them were the wrong answer.
Not at all. Just 3 MVPs on the right side, and I gotta say the same for Chazmat Gaming EA on the left side. Keep in mind that with Tribe Gaming going on to the World Finals, a direct qualification, Chazmat Gaming are walking away with their share of the prize too, because they're going to be going to the LCQ and representing NA East in that 16-man last chance qualifier. And given their performance over the course of the year, there's not really a doubt in my mind that they are capable of making it all the way through, making it onto the World Finals. It's going to be a grueling journey, but they still have the chance.
Absolutely incredible month. I mean, the semifinals went the distance. The grand finals, while it was a little more short-lived, absolutely crazy stuff nonetheless, and a huge moment here for Tribe Gaming and CMG for that matter too, both deserving some serious congratulations. They are going to the international level, remaining 7 there in semifinal number 2, put on a heck of a show for us, multiple grand finals wins this year, and even Untamable Beasts didn't have a chance at LCQ or Worlds Ready, and they still came to play. Love this region and some of the most exciting stuff we've seen all year.
I think we also need to acknowledge that Untamable Beast gave Chazmat Gaming in such a tough time in that very first semifinal. I think maybe that might have affected the Chazmat Gaming's prep for this very last match. Or Tribe Gaming, they're simply on a different level now. I've said it again, I'll keep repeating myself like a broken record. What a level up for Tribe Gaming here. This is exactly the form that they need to be in going to the World Finals.
Well, we've tallied the math, and here's how it turns out for the year on North America East. 514 points is the score of the hour. Tribe Gaming claiming a World Finals spot. A straight ticket there, no LCQ necessary. And shortly behind them at 494, it's going to be Chazmat Gaming NA. Awesome, awesome stuff, and what a close race.
Really came down to the wire here towards the end. An unfortunate end for remaining 7 Premier, starting off the year so confidently and then rising to the occasion once again towards the end of the year, only to be shut out by a matter of a few points. But absolutely well-deserved for Tribe Gaming and Chazmat Gaming NA. They will be representing the NA East region in 2 separate and perhaps sharing the same stage should Chazmat Gaming NA go on to the World Finals. But it's going to be a tough one, but that's coming in the future.
Well, for now, we've got the privilege of speaking to one of those people that are going to represent NA East at the World Finals. Corey, it's been a second since we've gotten the opportunity to interview you. I mean, how are you feeling, brother? Congratulations, World Finals on the way. What's it feel like?
Man, I can't even describe what it feels like right now. I mean, I haven't stopped screaming. I've been so happy for the past 5 minutes. I mean, it feels, honestly, relief is the feeling. I mean, the stress that has gone through this week, me personally, I've been up and down in emotions, and I put my heart and soul in this, and I know the team did as well. So we're super happy right now to finally clinch it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it was a roller coaster of a week and honestly a roller coaster of a year. You know, this team has been together for a little bit. You were a pro player for a long time. You've been coaching this roster. Does going to a World Finals still feel as special, especially despite all of the ups and downs of this year? I mean, is it any less special than previous ones?
No, it's just as special, Kenny. I mean, I'm still with the same squad. I'm still rocking with my boys, and we're going to go to another World Finals just like we've done every year so far. So, and hopefully, you know, maybe we have a little bit better result this time, but I am, again, super happy about our performance.
Walk me through the mental of this year. Again, it's been since March since you guys have won a grand finals. You had insane success halfway through the year. You go to ESL Masters, you get second place. I mean, that's about as good as it gets. You know, it didn't necessarily go your guys' way against CMG, against this roster. They've been a phenomenal team this year, but how have you guys overcome? And did you ever doubt yourselves getting to this point, to even having a chance to go to LCQ?
Yeah, I mean, the worry was there that, you know, we might not make it, but I don't think the doubt was ever there, honestly. You know, obviously we had our ups and downs this year, but, you know, talking to the squad after every loss, we were, you know, we surprisingly took losses pretty well. I mean, our team is just always on the positive for the most part. Again, like ups and downs every once in a while, but, you know, we always believed in ourselves. We believed that we were the best team in NA East, and maybe it didn't show all the time, but I'm glad it showed in this final month.
You guys have done phenomenally this year in general. I mean, it's getting tougher and tougher in 2023. What does the preparation look like in terms of going to Worlds? You don't have to worry about LCQ. You guys popped off at Masters. What about those LAN events do you think makes Tribe Gaming shine that much brighter?
The atmosphere is just a lot different. I mean, the preparation is similar. It's probably just way more. We're always together at the LAN events, so that just pushes us to even grind a lot more than when we're separate at home. But as for the preparation at LAN, it's just constant. We're gonna be grinding for weeks. We might take a little nice vacation here for a little while because we've been grinding for the past I don't know how long, but not too long of a vacation, but just nice little break.
I don't blame you at all. I mean, it is a gruesome season, and NA East compared to other sub-regions in the world has been so difficult. You guys have more than earned it. Some great performances this year. Corey, are there any big shout-outs you want to give for this last monthly finals?
Yeah, I just want to say, really quickly, to CMG and to R7, I mean, these guys have been great opponents throughout the entire month. I don't think we can take anything away from them. They put up a fight every single monthly final. So, just huge respect to those guys. And again, I just want to shout out my team for absolutely believing in each other the whole time throughout the entire year. And shout out to Tribe for being amazing. So, yeah, thanks everybody.
Great talking to you, Corey. Congratulations once again, and I'm very excited to see what you guys can bring to the table at the World Finals.
Thank you so much, Kenny.
What a year we've had already. Incredible interview from Corey. We've gotten to have now 2 of those this year with him, but I loved how he shouted out CMG and R7. Again, can't say it enough, but the world is watching this month. I mean, there's been such a build-up to get to this big moment where one of these teams is unfortunately going to have to go home. One goes to LCQ and one goes to Worlds. It's been incredible, and I think it just shows the level of competition we've got in 2023, and I think Tribe's definitely going to have their hands full at this World Finals.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, there are going to be some serious competitors awaiting them here, but domestically, I mean, you can just hear the respect. It is winner takes all, but these guys have a lot of respect for each other, and in the end, they boost each other up to represent their region so well and so strongly on the world stage. So definitely something to be proud of for everyone who participated.
Well, believe it or not, despite that action-packed first half, it's only the first half. We've gotten through NA East, NA West on the way shortly. Don't go anywhere. Grab your snacks. We've got an entire another sub-region to go after the jump.
It has all been coming down to this.
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion.
Oh my word! What an incredible moment!
We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing. Be the first in, last out, make it happen. We gotta turn big dreams into action. We gotta mix action with the passion. Time short, no time for relaxing.
Without further ado, let's get brawling.
And here we are, everybody. Every region but one have played their final monthly final here in the Brawl Stars Championships. It's time to cap it all off by heading over to NA West to see who is the very best here at the tail end of the season. I'm Mitch Leslie, Uber, joined by Kenny, and Ready said this is a region, unlike NA East, that is very much locked in. We know who's going to LCQ. We know who's going to the World Finals. Luminosity straight to the World Finals after a pretty incredible year, winning the February, March, and July monthly finals, and STMN with a solid showing across the year, winning back-to-back monthly finals in April and June, will be headed straight to LCQ. So despite the fact, Kenny, that things are pretty locked in this region, we still want to take the temperature of NA West and especially STMN as we look ahead to the LCQ and start to ask the question, will there be more than one of these NA West teams representing at Worlds? Kenny, talk to me about the bracket. Talk to me broadly about STMN, a roster who've had their fair share of highs and lows across the year.
Yeah, I think highs and lows is fair. I think they've been phenomenal, though. I think STMN, like you said, they're going to show up to LCQ and they're going to put on a show. Would love to see them get some nice confidence booster today, put on a good show for all of us at NA West. I have no doubt that they'll do that. But I mean, they were a top 4 team at Masters or one international event. So despite being an LCQ spot, that's incredible. But more than anything, the fact that Luminosity Gaming have taken the lead in this region against such a great team also just is mind-blowing. So some incredible talent here resting in NA West, just like in East.
I mean, STMN were amazing, of course, throughout this year. And, think about the Snapdragon Pro Series as well. They've really been a fixture. Let's talk about the bottom half of the bracket here. Ready, set. Luminosity Gaming have qualified for Worlds. What a year it has been for this squad. Now they're playing for fun and maybe just to, try and take the temperature one last time of STMN and send them off to LCQ fondly with a bit more practice. How do you feel about this squad after the year that's been?
Look, I mean, you say take the temperature of STMN and put on a show. This is precisely what they're here for, and I think they're absolutely going to knock this one out of the park this month. Luminosity Gaming, they're on an absolute tear recently. I even got the chance to chat with Patchy a little bit earlier today, and he said, yeah, we're here to maintain sort of a reputation, maintain our fame and glory, and of course there's prize money too, which is always cool. Looks like we all get the same predictions as well, and Luminosity, they're looking very strong here, I think.
Yeah, look, Kenny, probably no surprise to see our picks going this way. The fun part is that, we have an STMN Luminosity potential grand final set up here. And generally, we think they're going to be pretty comfortable in advancing. Last month, STMN got flattened by Luminosity Gaming in that semi-final. So we're hoping they put on a strong show here and cruise through towards that grand final spot.
Yeah, I think STMN are going to show up here. I think Luminosity are a team that don't take their foot off the gas pedal as well. So I really expect the best of both of these teams this month. They're going to be going up against Watch Team Reconic, 2 great teams as well. They're going to have to play their best. I mean, it's not going to be freebies by any means coming down the stretch here. Still think NA West has a lot to offer. And like you said, temperature check. You want to make sure that you're going in with a nice win. Don't want to be slacking here. You don't want to have any reason to doubt yourself going into LCQ and Worlds respectively. I think we got a lot ahead of us here.
Yeah, absolutely. Only 4 teams can advance from LCQ, and it's going to be a combination of a lot of regions, second place teams vying for a chance to also be standing alongside their first seeds at those World Finals. Get your predictions in, everybody. You can watch, interact, and of course, give us some of your thoughts on our polls. Head over to event.brawlstars.com. We have Watch Team going up against STMN here. And again, before we let you go, Ready, Set, tell us a little bit about this Watch Team. These are names that have just been in the region for a long, long time. These are players who have been fixtures in the North American region.
No doubt, Betches, Payne, Alianas, names you should be familiar with if you keep up within a Brawl Stars and not just the international scene. But if the international scene is what you're about, then you've seen Payne on the world stage last year representing a different team. But Wash Team, I think they've looked strong in some of the earlier competitions during the year. They've been repeat offenders here in the monthly finals, and we've even seen them go pretty far in the Snapdragon Pro Series, even making it to a LAN. So this is definitely not a team to underestimate.
Yeah, I mean, that Vatra Gaming team was really impressive last year at Worlds. Payne, obviously a part of that roster. Incredibly aggressive. A lot of people kind of struggled to place them and guess how they would sort of perform, but they really impressed us on multiple occasions. Of course, RBM, a member of that same roster. So that does break apart that team now as we sort of split into two regions, but Payne still out here throwing haymakers. Matushi's on your screen here. Wash Team are looking to cause problems here and just show that although they might not be going to LCQ, they deserve respect, and perhaps we see this team remain a unit going into 2024.
There are definitely some good players to do so. Bobby, Sands, and OG, a little change up from the usual roster that we get here too. Love to see OG getting some playing time as well. All four of those guys going to be phenomenal here. I think STMN got some tough stuff on the other end. Wash Team going to be a good team. They've been fierce rivals throughout the year. Had some good stuff at LAN too, like we've mentioned as well. But STMN, I think, should be the favorites in this spot, Uber.
Yeah, you know, Bobby, OG, Sands, I mean, this roster, remember, they played without Sands, I think, last year. OG was on stage, and he really had this level of gravity that assisted STMN in a big way when it came to that big event. OG is someone that, like you said, maybe not always on that starting roster, but when he comes in, especially for those big games, feel like you can really see his impact instantly. He's also kept up mechanically, definitely going to be someone who can make an impact in this particular series. This is your STMN team who've really put NA back on the map multiple times this year and will have a chance to do so at the LCQ. I just don't think it would be Worlds without this team. Ready, set, before we say goodbye to you, how do you sort of feel this one plays out? Do we have a close game on our hands, or are STMN gonna wash this team away?
I will sound like I'm repeating myself a little bit, but I think this one will be closer than people expect. I still expect a pretty solid STMN victory here, but something important to note is Stamina that would usually fly out to West. Now they're all staying at home. We have Sands, who's in West, and Bobby and OG, they're in Toronto right now, everyone playing on that West server. A bit of context really to keep in mind headed into this last month. I got the chance to chat with Bobby as well earlier today, ask him, hey, so what's on the line here today? And he said, look, we're trying to take a win over Wash Team and put on a good show versus Luminosity.
There you go. Of course, Zara as well, maybe not, in the lineup today because of his current locale, I believe, back home in Mexico. So bear that one in mind. Here is this STMN team. Maybe a slight bit of disruption, but still very much setting their eyes on this monthly final and the LCQ to come. Picks already coming straight on in here. Daryl going to be the first pick from STMN. It's a Squeak getting taken away by Batushis.
Interesting. Get to see Daryl here very early, which is not something you see too often. On Crystal Arcade, he can show up every once in a while. STMN do like to play this brawler, and they've had big moments with this brawler on this map this year. But it does leave the door open for Wash Team to respawn with a couple picks that can be directed at Daryl. So I'm wondering here what STMN are cooking, what they're thinking here, as they select the Bell as well. Interesting stuff here for map number 1, especially for Crystal Arcade.
Yeah, I mean, both Squeak and Bell, by the way, last month in this NA West region, were picked twice and won 0 games. Squeak was even banned 5 times in that region. So banned or picked on 7 separate occasions and was not able to get a win. Something worth bearing in mind here, small sample size, but still interesting. And of course, yeah, Gray, Max. I mean, Max having a high win rate probably doesn't surprise me too much there, but not exactly a priority pick for many of these teams. But on Crystal Arcade, giving yourself a really safe, very, serviceable mid to carry those gems is very, very important. We have the 8-bit getting picked up by Alianas.
8-bit's a good one. I do have a little bit of a concern into somebody like Bell. The bounce shot can ricochet from the turret onto 8-bit, but I think it's still worth a go. So many health points. Bell not going to be able to take down quickly, but you got the damage amplifier to work about. You got the bouncing shot. I don't think this is clear for 8-bit. I don't think this is going to be a freebie. I think it's going to have to work for it, play those mechanics pretty well, and especially pairing this with a Tara. Those bounce shots are going to get a ton of value, but again, the supers that they bring to the table, the teleport or that 8-bit has to get out of harm's way and escape with all those gems might still be worth it.
Yeah, being able to overextend briefly and then use cheat cartridge to reset your position and make it unpunishable is a big part of, you know, what makes 8-bit so strong, despite their rather slow speed. Having that health pool to give you the buffer to go aggressive when you want to and then pull yourself out there is so important. M's going to be the last pick here for STMN. So again, between Sans and Bobby, you've got a lot of, you know, mid to close range potential, and Zara's going to be ultra safe. Lay those nest eggs down, play from respectful distance. Pretty well-rounded composition here.
Agreed. I think for both of these teams, I mean, very interesting compositions to say the least. I think ideally for STMN, they're going to be looking to play that Daryl against Squeak, go against the squishier brawler, the one with less health points, and take the big bad shotgun brawler and just roll up right on him and get some huge kills. I think Daryl could have a heyday if they match up properly, but on the other end, looking a little scarier. So I think it's not going to be as easy into somebody like Tara, who has that pull, that has that piercing shot. Traditionally, Tara can be used in that way. I think they're going to double focus this Sans lane as Pain goes against Zara as well. I think this is more of an ideal starting matchup here for Wash Team.
Yeah, Batusi's healthy enough that Bobby, you know, still has to respect the proximity that 8-bit tries to generate. And already, Sans says, I want absolutely none of this. I'm headed over the right-hand side here. Now Squeak can just punish me constantly. Barrel roll coming in here. Sans wants to close the gap, but Pain has the damage. Gravity going to catch Zara as well. And it's going to be Alianas there with a pretty brutal turnaround here. I also want to point out, Zara is actually in this lineup here, despite the graphics sort of indicating otherwise. So the Mexican national is reporting in for STMN.
All good either way. Again, 4 great members of that team. No wrong answers available. But right now, Wash Team doing a bunch of things right. It's going to be another drop down on the right-hand side. Sans finally taking advantage of that matchup. The gadget from Squeak, not enough. I believe that was even his last one, too. So the further this drags along, the more advantage it brings Daryl, especially when he's already walking into it with a super.
Batusi's there, warding Bobby away. Bobby was hoping to equalize the gem count, but is going to have to be more patient. Batusi's has an opportunity to step up and pick them up. It's so easy to reset with a cheat cartridge. Pain goes down. Sans, though, cannot deal with the damage from Alianas up close, and Bobby knows he's about to get caught inside a vortex. Alianas flashing the super. Here comes the gravity. Nothing Bobby can do. He's forced to part with those gems. Sans hoping to try and recover the situation. The dive is good. Wash Team still have 7 gems to work with. Sans needs to try and find a way to keep Pain away from that trove of gems on the left-hand side, but Zara's gotten the better of Batusi's. The dive pays off, and STMN have got plenty to work with now.
Well, they scoop up the other side, while meanwhile, Pain is in the mid collecting the rest. It's going to be 8-7 here, rolling from Sans, and a prime advantage there, making a double bounce. He's going for 3. Pain goes down. The triple kill goes through. STMN walking away with 13.
That is disgusting. That is a barrel roll to end the round. Sans comes up clutch. We enter complete and utter chaos as we see dives in both lanes from either side, but it's STMN that come out on top. They're going to throw themselves into the fight there. They don't mind losing Sans because they trade Batusi's into their favor. That was a sick end to a round where things look very compromising for STMN. Bobby got cornered on the left-hand side of the map, gets hit by the Tara super. You think it's all over, but on the other side of the map, that's where STMN spring a trap of their own. Love to see it. The Daryl play, so clutch from Sans.
I mean, fireworks flying from Sans. It's what he's paid the big bucks to do. He's an aggressive brawler. They made this swap more consistently, Sans, OG, both being incorporated in this lineup. I've even seen OG start off. It lands as well, and Sans already starting off with a nice pickup of his own there, too. It's the matchup they're looking for. Squeak, defenseless in that position. He's got 2 shotguns in his hand. What's a guy that throws a little blob supposed to do?
It's also the gadget use, right? Slowing Pain down, making it possible to juke Sans around that little barrier there. Help from beyond, very frustrating. Sans has to turn around and deal with that, but that exposes him to a lot of damage coming his way. Bobby's in grave danger. Batusi's, wow, what an aggressive damage amplifier thrown down here. But Zara and Co have to expose themselves somewhat to Batusi's damage to remove it. They do, though, clear it off the map.
Now a little retaliation here from S-Team, and a pull going down, they'll make it a double. Sans has to roll going forward, trying to deal with the Tara. Pet's not enough. A cycle super goes through, and now Wash Team with clearance, taking all of these gems here. Make it 10. It's going to be a countdown for our blue side.
Aliana's absolutely devastating at the top of the map there with one gravity after another to take Bobby and Sands down respectively. Now STMN have got to go aggressive. It is a countdown time for this Wash team. Zar's taking a face full of these blobs. Can't do too much about it, but those gems are going to get knocked loose. Sands able to get in there and get the job done, but Tushis is in trouble. The gems, though, are deep in enemy territory. Only 7 of them, though, so STMN are happy enough to take 6 away, split between Zara and Bobby.
And they want all those gems to rest with 8-Bit here, which I think is a wise decision, but 8-Bit these past 2 games has kept being put into tough situations with no super, no cheat cartridge or teleport available. Sands, I'm getting flashbacks here. A super goes down, though. They save themselves. No! He survives with 48! He gets away! He's got a roll, getting out of dodge, and now it's all STMN! The Sands gameplay! Unbelievable!
Absolutely goated stuff on the Daryl there. Just regenerating 1 tick of health and then charging away with that barrel roll to get out of trouble. Sands an absolute wrecking ball, and Wash team reeling after that round. What a start here from STMN. Man, they don't make it easy for themselves, that's for sure. Very competitive, just like Ready, Set expected, but ultimately the execution at the end of the map, that's a perfect 10 from me and the rest of the judges. Great start for STMN in this series.
I mean, Sands a huge part of it, too. I felt like there were a couple contributing factors there. Wash team were right there with it the whole way, like you said. They definitely kept it competitive. 2-0 on the scorecard. Might not do him justice, but 8-Bit, when it mattered most, didn't have those teleports available. And, of course, what are you supposed to do when Sands is that good? I mean, triple killed the in-game #1, putting them in a very difficult spot. And that's what I'm talking about right there. Right hand in, forced to use a super there. If you teleport away, Ims is still within striking distance. And, well, you got great teammates there to clean up the rest as well. STMN just walked away with a couple big moments in a gym grab. Sometimes that's all you need.
It's absolutely beastly in that first round, just diving on Batushis, just taking the 1 versus 1 and getting all those gems out of the hands of 8-Bit. The conclusion of this round was really exciting here. Getting Batushis there once more. You mentioned, okay, give the gems to 8-Bit. Yeah, quite durable, but can't escape from Sands once that super comes out. The comp was really well-rounded, like we talked about from STMN. Gave them so many options. They could play safe when they had to. Bobby was really, really careful through that middle part of the map. Dependable, rarely ever went down. I gotta say, Wash team gotta be feeling frustrated about that one because it was their game to win at multiple points in both of those rounds.
Yeah, I mean, if you even look at the count too, they're slightly edging them out in terms of kills, but unfortunately for them, this isn't bounty. This isn't knockout. Kills important. DPS, great. But it's just a number at the end of the day. The only one that matters is who ends up with 10 plus gems at the end of the game. And Sands, Zar, and Bobby set themselves up for success. I like how you said dependable from Bobby too. Again, everybody just kind of doing their part for S-Team in very different roles, very different assignments and matchups, but it comes together beautifully at the ends of game 1 and 2. And as a result, the 2 seed from NA West are going to be taking our very first game.
Yeah, great opener for STMN here. I mean, what a way to sort of cap off the year it would be. A dominant win over Wash team and give us an absolute barn burner in the finals. This is some fantastic practice for an LCQ representative from this region. Batushis and co would love to make it even more intense practice. Maybe even hand them a fat L here. But Bobby, looking good, feeling good as always. It's the perfect start for STMN, who again are going to have to live up to their name today over a long couple of series. They're headed over to Safe Zone, though. It's heist time. You know the drill. Daryl probably makes another appearance here, and I'll be afraid if it ends up in Sands' hands once more.
Yeah, I would not want to deal with that. Won't be surprised to see one enter the ban stage just to avoid that kind of circumstance. Safe Zone's just an interesting map in general. I mean, we've gotten to see this one a few times throughout the weekend and today. Daryl's certainly one of those tankier brawlers that could show up here. Sam, another one, at least for NA, that they're not afraid to use, and he even gets banned here, which is crazy. Not a lot of the world would be willing to do that. Jesse, another one that catches my eye. It's a very North American brawler. When speaking to OG a little bit earlier about this, I mean, a lot of teams in North America are using this brawler. They find the value in it. Even on heist, she can be great, but nothing wrong with a good old Colette to counter out those tanks and get some insane heist safe damage.
These global win rates are ridiculous, and we've seen teams try and make their max work on this map, but he can get absolutely pounded in the middle lane as he tries to approach. He doesn't have the same momentum, mobility, excuse me, as we've seen Daryl have, so like trying to cross him, like, you know, get on that safe can be a little hard. So no surprise to see Eve picked up here. Colette is just a no-brainer for STMN. You get Colette, you get Daryl, and then you get like a, I don't know, like a Brock. It's like a really solid mid laner. Like it just feels like such a classic STMN comp. I feel like they can really get a lot done with that one here. Watch team, though, they get to pick, and it's going to be Crow getting snapped up next.
Crow's an interesting one. It's hard for Crow to get a ton of high safe damage unless he lands the perfect dive from his super. Other than that, it's more about, is he getting area control for your team? Is he winning his lane? Is he holding his lane? And at least with Eve, I think she could do a decent amount on that high safe, but the daggers from Crow from a long distance, it's hard to make those big time connections. So this is feeling like more of an area control, trying to go for that mid control for the duration of a game. And a lot of times, I like when teams just get the big firepower. And Piper's one of those brawlers, especially with Mr. Bobby.
Give Bobby
firepower is unbelievable. Zara, a great Piper too. And I mean, Bobby plays those long-range brawlers to perfection. I mean, he's a great Colette. We've seen what he can do this year on the Gray. Piper, a legacy brawler for him. I'm nervous for Wash Team.
Absolutely. This seems like STMN are getting exactly what they want. Daryl to round it out. I did say Daryl in a sharpshooter. I thought maybe Brock, but Piper was open. Yeah, STMN get a very STMN comp. This one, a scary prospect. You have brawlers that are just tailored, not only to heist, but to safe zone specifically. You know, fair enough, Wash Team, they get the Eve, but I'm a little bit scared to beat Crow out here in the sort of poke war, and Zark and just ignore everything Wash Team are trying to do and go and get some one-on-one time with the enemy safe.
Yeah, and to defend the Wash Team, at least idea, I think a little bit. They do have Eve. The spawner's going to do well into a single shot brawler like Piper, going to be able to cycle those supers very easily against a big body like Zar on the Daryl, assuming he plays it. And then, you know, we got into Colette as well. I mean, the Eve can work. Crow with the
It's good against Colette, the hatchlings as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with a single shot brawler in Piper and Colette, Eve is going to work out very well, can travel over that water. I think Wash Team now powering themselves up with a little DPS can do well. STMN choosing some good brawlers, something they're comfortable with. Sometimes that's honestly enough, but I definitely see where Wash Team are coming from. The only one that I think might struggle is this Crow once he runs out of those gadgets.
Yeah, keep an eye on that one. Again, it'd be very hard for Crow to hold anyone down in place. Yeah, you can make the dive. You can always dive over with that swoop and go over towards the safe yourself if push comes to shove here. So Wash Team have given themselves plenty of options to bomb. Oh my goodness, Bobby. He sends one Alianos' way the moment that he peeks around that corner. Sam's playing safe for the time being here as Zara and Patucci's exchange pleasantries on the right-hand side.
One of the benefits of these indestructible walls is that Sans, somebody who has a passive super, can just sit back and relax. Once he has that roll, he can get into action, but he doesn't have to risk anything. There it is. Finally charges it up. Only needed a few tags, if that, and now going to be going for gold here against Pain. Pain forced to go away. Batucha is there to the rescue, but forces a lot of resources. Alianis goes in and immediately gets shut out. Bobby survives, and now Daryl back in action. All of this chaos, all of these kills, only 6% to show for it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it was just the swoop damage, actually. So just the damage from the knives are coming out, and then a little bit of tick damage from the poison after the fact. Still, that's enough, though, to put STM in a position where they now have to be the aggressors. They don't mind doing that at all. It was a time to collect coming in from Zar there. Eventually, Sans is brought down, but look at all the control of the map that STMN now have. And again, annoyingly for Bobby, having to sort of fire away at those hatchlings here, but Zar gets in again, and here comes Sans. We have the Megalomania popped here for a bit of protection from Pain. The swoop on towards the Piper. Poppin' available for Bobby, but he doesn't need it.
Even with a dive in, Piper at close range still able to get the job done. Nicely played from STMN so far, and Zar are going to be a huge power player here. Every time he uses that super on a high safe, not even including damage gears, 10% damage. That is monumental. And another matchup where Crow dives in, forces Bobby to use some resources, but ultimately is going to survive. I mean, this Crow player is just, the Crow pick just not shining yet, and I think it's really going to struggle here.
Yeah, again, more free safe damage. Sans wants to roll forward, puts some pressure down on Pain. Bobby now in a 1 versus 2. Will it bleed out to the poison? No, Bobby hangs in there, but the healing is going to be heavily delayed. Homemade recipe coming in there, maybe actually being intercepted by a hatchling, annoyingly enough. Sans goes to clear those out, but takes a face full as well and knows he can't really hang around. So he'll push up again, try and keep Wash Team in their half of the map.
Gonna come down to one final stand for either of these squads. Zar with a little drive-by, though. 34-50 a chunk there. Another dive in from Alianis. No good as
Triple
well.
tap.
Bobby forced to play defense. 30% in 3 seconds. Not sure if it can be done, but they bring it dangerously close. STMN hold on and claim this very first game.
Okay, Bobby looking smug. Why wouldn't you? Every time Alianis tried to dive on the Piper, either Poppin was available or Bobby hits the double tap and absolutely flattens the Crow. This is nothing new for him. He's been here before. Bobby knows exactly what it's like to be pressured by an assassin-type brawler as Piper and STMN play it really effectively. Even though Sands has a tough time. I mean, dealing with Payne and Alianis is a scary prospect for that Daryl. Sands often just throwing himself into the meat grinder.
Yeah, I think that's just Sand's job and something he probably enjoys doing. He's, well, quite good at based on what we've seen. Just get aggressive, force the enemy team to focus, to allow Bobby and Czar to move forward, because Czar is going to be able to do a ton of damage with those supers. Bobby from a long distance can be a serious threat. I mean, even to the close range interactions, he's been doing well as Sands looks for a close range interaction of his own. Now rolling forward, setting up an opportunity here for Bobby and Czar to claim mid control, but Alianis dives in immediate. The swoop goes through, tries to break away, but Bobby again there to shut it down.
Yeah, again, maybe clearing some of these hatchlings, trying to force Wash team back with that pop, and Megalomania pop, so Payne gets a couple of extra shots at the safe and will be able to walk away with life intact. Sands, though, really wants to try and push the issue here, getting up in the face of Batushis and Cohen. Some free safe damage puts STMN in the lead. They are down a player now. It's a little bit scary for Czar. Czar, really here for that super. Sometimes going head-to-head without the gadget against these brawlers, especially the Crow, feels pretty bad for the Colette. But still, it's a healthy lead for STMN at this point.
And now in a great position as well, Sands flashing that super. Bobby has a getaway option at all times, and if Czar gets a super, this is where things get concerning. A nice bounce off the wall there. Sands looking for action, gets one, can't get the second as Alianis looks to expand the floor for his team. Bobby, low HP, diving out for now, onto defense, but the sharpshooter shot, the gadget goes through. Bobby popping off.
Yeah, that homemade recipe getting force-fed to Alianis there. Not a darn thing they could do about it. Got to step back up there. Megalomania is in play, so Payne hitting a little bit harder. Czar can't do too much but advance under fire and eventually get cut down. STMN happy enough to play maybe a bit more defensively here for the next moments. We're down to 30 seconds, halfway to their 15-second warning. Alianis having to shrug off a lot of this damage. Going to swoop now over towards the safe. There's going to be a dash in there from Czar. Time to collect a bit of damage on Batushis, but nothing to write home about. Now the Eve can get some pressure on this safe. Bobby has to keep a safe distance here, but STMN have that buffer to be able to stay in the lead even after that onslaught. 10 seconds left in the round.
And Wash team gonna have an answer. They have to respond here and quickly, but Sands rolling in. Bobby with low HP. Alianis diving forward as well. A little bit of a base race going down for each side. Shotgun versus long range. And this time it's gonna go to Wash team. They set themselves up for one final push. STMN have to make a tough call. They either deal with all the spawners and deal with the incoming brawlers, or they try and use their lead to their advantage and just go all out offense. And that's what they elect to do. They send Daryl down. Bobby unfortunately can't survive. Dies, I think, even mid-air there amongst the super to try and get across. Great job by Wash team. Again, this is a composition that they've got stuff in their pockets to deal with these single shot brawlers. They've got the Lola Ego, the spawners. Again, Crow up close should do really well in the Piper, especially since she's running the curve gadget. She's not running the one that pushes enemies away. All things considered, the mechanics great from STMN, but Wash team certainly keeping up.
That's one of the issues that STMN are running into consistently, though. It's Czar's ability to stay around and even sort of stand on his own 2 feet in these fights. Time to collect, very powerful ability in this game, gives you like very low opportunity cost damage on the enemy safe, but sometimes when you have to stand up and fight at longer ranges, you get hammered by Crow, and Lola is also tough to deal with here. Again though, that pressure that Czar can generate just based on safe damage is gonna be felt, and look at this, Payne gets baited into a sightline of Bobby while they were trying to go after Czar.
Bobby's been fragging out these last couple games, and Alianis does get a big pickup here on the right-hand end. So 3 Wash team brawlers marching up the map. Payne looking for high DPS shots in there, trying to clean up Bobby. Bobby gonna have to back off for a second. Sands charging up that super at a perfect time here too. It's good for offense, but can be even better for defense. But a nice super button there will allow Alianis to get some good chip shots, but no survival here. So it's gonna be a mid-range engagement as Wash team still looks to approach the safe.
You see what Czar's trying to do, right? Actually make extensive use of that gadget to be a real threat, even if the opponent brawler is at lower health there, by limiting that percentage damage. Sands has been sniffed out pretty early here in the bottom left of the map, and with the hatchlings coming in, Sands it's just gonna get popped. It'll be some more free damage for Czar though, but it's a Wash team lead right now as STMN are struggling to really take control of the middle of the map.
Yeah, again, they're playing these comfort brawlers, but in terms of matchups, on paper, it looks really good for Wash team. We're starting to see those go through. Sands, as good as he played in that first set, has it out for him. He's got all the spawners he has to deal with as well, but Tuches can charge that super so easily, and we're seeing so many supers cycled as a result. It's a give and take, right? Sometimes you go for it, you got to go all-out offense, but Daryl is going to have to just pop off here in order for them to get a big win, especially with only 20 seconds left.
Zardan again, another problem. Look at how easily Alianas can just walk away from Sands. Crow has it all. The speed, though, there is what allows him to get out of that engagement. And then the Hatchlings are a problem. They alone keep STM at bay here. The lead comes in, but Bobby catches Alianas just as he touches down. We're headed over to the safe, but there's such a huge lead for Watch Team. They will body block this damage until the cows come home. And Watch Team even up the series with a victory on Safe Zone.
All tied up here. Nice job to Batuches and his teammates. Again, that composition, you gotta play it well. They have some options for damage, but especially when you're running somebody like Crow, who is a great brawler, one of the best in the game currently, in personal opinion. Certainly consistently a great option. That's not necessarily his game mode. It's really tough, especially when you're going to comfort brawlers that S-Team and are running brawlers that they're very good with. We saw what Sands could do with Daryl earlier. Everybody that's been watching Brawl Esports will know for a long time, know how lethal Bobby is on the Piper. Played a great set, but ultimately the matchups ended up working out. Wash Team were patient. They pushed in these big final moments and end up coming away with 2 straight games and claiming a set.
I mean, yeah, look, very generally strong brawler composition, and the Crow looked excellent here. The poison tick means that, you know, if you're in like a 1 versus 1, your opponent has to stay out of the fight for longer before they can start healing. You turn that into map control, you move up, and all of a sudden you can get free safe damage in a 3 versus 3. No one has died yet, but your lane opponent has to hide in the bushes at the back of the map, which means you can get in range. We saw that happen a couple times, especially with the Lola collapsing into the middle, into the space that was left open by Zar, consistently losing out in that matchup here. Also very, very hard for Sands to actually get damage on anyone. You know, we saw him come in with that barrel roll a couple of times, but there were always options for Wash Team to create some distance, whether it was like Megalomania for protection. It was like Alianas just straight up walked away half of the time. And the Hatchlings, like you said, against 2 single-shot brawlers, Kenny, were really annoying for Bobby and Zar to deal with.
I mean, despite on paper that not being the easiest fight in the world, Bobby, top fragger, 17 pickups, unbelievable. I mean, again, he's great on that brawler, and when you see Sands and Zar, 8 kills by no means bad. Zar with only 1, that's okay. Colette's not necessarily meant to do that role, sure, but still tough when you see a teammate pop off for 17 kill like that.
1 kill.
Yeah, 1 kill.
Not enough, unfortunately, there. Even though we know Colette can struggle to finish the job, that's kind of the downside to her being so effective against high health percentage targets. We're headed over to Gold Arm Gulch here for knockout, and my goodness, if NA East was anything to go by, we're going to be in for an absolute banger again. So many opportunities to play these mid to long range brawlers, work the diagonal in the middle part of this map. We see, like, you know, Tick thrown in the mix, that escaped the bans. We see RT, Gus, Mr. P, very good on this map, banned away. Bonnie taken out of the picture. Shelly's open. Oh, snap that one up real quick.
Have to. I mean, that's almost an auto click, especially with Cordelius out of the mix too. Look, Tick's going to be great as well. Shelly has some decent health points, but Tick is still so darn annoying. When chatting with NA pros, Tick is one of the most frustrating. I mean, we all know this at home too. Uber and myself, if you ever play in your casual ladder game, Tick's annoying to go up and against. It's just so many Tick mines can be thrown. If you get up close to him, he can drop a gadget which protects him and bounces you away. He's equipped to do a lot. So even at a pro level, at home it's frustrating. For these guys, it's frustrating. It's a safe pick, to say the least, and a nice consolation prize to Shelly.
Now, we know that, yeah, so we know obviously Shelly's very powerful on a lot of maps. Is she that good up against this kind of setup here? You know, dealing with the Gene and the Tick, very safe brawlers that can create pick opportunities out of thin air.
It's definitely interesting. She does have the long-range shots with her gadget. She can turn into Sniper Shelly. She can be a shotgun brawler. I'm sure they're going to equip Sands to pop off with this as well. And not to mention, too, I mean, you make a good point. At the end games, Shelly is going to shine, but those early game interactions, it's not going to be easier for her to charge up those supers. She's almost going to have to force herself, and what a lot of players are going to do is they're going to click gadget button right off the rip, especially when somebody, you know, on the other end, say Gene, Tick, whoever it is, reveal themselves a little early. It's going to be very tough for them to charge up that Shelly super until the end game. So in rounds 2 and 3, Shelly might be in a better spot, but at least in round 1, it can be tough at times. And they're going to go for the double thrower combination. I'll be honest, Stuber, we don't see that a lot these days.
No.
We haven't seen that be a common thing since, I don't know, what, 2021 in the blind format days, but we're seeing it in draft.
Is this like an attempt to really punish the Shelly as much as possible, to like isolate her early, reduce her potential impact, maybe try and pick her off early? Because this team, I mean, outside of last hurrah and I guess Lamp Blowout, doesn't do well when we get into close quarters.
Yeah, I'm perplexed. We have seen double thrower one other time this weekend, but it's just surprising to me because it's just not a normal occurrence in Brawl Stars these days. As Sands, again, is going to look to try and charge forward. Zara, Bell can keep the distance a little bit, but throwers are going to do really well into sharpshooters. Shelly, again, if she can get up close, she's a shotgun brawler. These guys are going to be defenseless, but getting there is going to be the issue, and a Sprout cutoff, the castle being built at a perfect time, and Sands forced to walk away.
Again, this is Wash Team giving up a lot of the map here. Bobby would love to play this diagonal in general, but Batushis can interact with Bobby while you cannot say the same in reverse if he is throwing over those little walls, as Payne is doing right now. So a little annoying for STMN. This is a tough comp. They also don't really have that ability to close the gap. So eventually both teams will be forced to go head-to-head, but you definitely need to respect the gene pool here. Bobby very much doing so. Stepping right on back here, and of course we have magic puffs to make sure that incidental poke damage gets taken away. Okay, Tickhead used this, and in trouble! Alianis wraps around the corner, finds the kill, but it's going to be a tough one for SCMN here. Batushi's working that top left corner. Good start for Wash Team.
Beautiful plays, and honestly, I don't even know if you're STMN, if you could have expected something like this. I mean, when doing scouting reports of all the teams, doing my due diligence in the scrims, not a normal occurrence. I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen this be consistent, but we are in this round number 2. Shelly does have a super available, pops the first one, Buck Blast going down, and Sands gets an insta-kill. Easy pickings there against the squishy brawlers like Tick and Sprout. So rounds 2 and 3, that's where I'm looking at to be Sands' time to shine.
Yep, Sands running at him here, and nothing you can do about it. Allianz gets blasted, and Sands makes it 2. Payne gets picked off towards the end of that round here now. The Super's now in the picture. Changes the texture of this matchup. But we do have at least, like, Batusia's able to throw a wall up in case they want to close the gap, and we do have a gene pool here, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
And Sands just going to stay hidden. He's playing a little hide and seek right now. Doesn't want to reveal his positioning here. He wants to try and catch an enemy off guard. Payne, of course, going to have an easy time just lobbing up shots and trying to find him. But especially without a super, Sands not going to really be able to do a lot until these end games. So we saw him pop off in round number 2. We saw the appeal to going Shelly. Why the Queen of Brawl Stars is so darn good. But after a missed throw as well, or excuse me, a missed pull, tough situation is now Cypher Shelly is on the prowl. Goes down instantly, though. Not what you want to see if you're an STMN fan.
And the patience just getting away from him there. Wants to try and force a fight, and Wash Team were more than ready for it. Zard's going to be out of the fight for a while here. The Grom being forced to duck and cover because the throwers now are really starting to make their presence felt. Bobby eats a space carrot. I know it's a sword. Looks like a space carrot to me. And Zar is going to get cut down by Batushis as well. Pretty clean first round in this set from Wash Team. The double thrower comp is extremely oppressive.
You know, a lot of respect. This is a little more innovative, and again, it's not like in Brawl Stars history we've never seen this, but to do it in the draft format and pull it off is really impressive. I mean, again, Shelly is equipped to deal with these guys, but the way this map plays out, you mentioned it earlier, it's diagonal. Sometimes instead of that north-south feel, it's the east-west, the left-right. We're going to see a bunch of brawlers on the left-hand side for red as Sands looks to close in the gap. Batucha is already weak, no super available, no way to body block this as Alianis Payne herded into this corner. So now Bell going to play this long-range angle on the right, Sar hugging a wall in the mid, and Sands lurking left. I'm a little nervous for Wash Team here in this position.
Yeah, I mean, early in the rounds, we are constantly seeing STMN take map control. If they let Wash Team take it back from them, though, that's when things look like they go south. Sands able to walk away from this. Looks like a Tickhead was even committed to try and removing Shelly from the battle early. It doesn't pay off. Bobby is him right now. This is an angle that is so hard for Wash Team to deal with, but they have to cross it if they want to get back into the middle of the map. They're being punished. They're being taxed for every inch they take.
Ooh, Batucha's dropping a wall, though. It's going to force Payne into a tough situation, though. Poor teammate out here left alone as Sprout gets picked picked up, and Sands does the rest. Round victory for STMN. I will say, Wash Team took that first one. They have every bit of ability to try and go 2 straight, but especially with Sands walking to the second round and STMN picking up that first, they've got supers. They're equipped to deal with this. They've got better positioning. I think they're starting to find their stride with this composition and make good adjustments. I think STMN in a power position to take a second round here.
It's challenging to make this work against something that just is so fundamentally strong, being able to, you know, fire at your opponents without exposing yourself to their lines of sight. The map control is important. As soon as STMN give up this ground, and that can happen in a small exchange of damage and health. All of a sudden, like Bobby has to hide in the back corner, Pain steps up, you know, keeps them on this right-hand side of the map, this eastern part of the map. That's where things are scary. Bobby's trying to break through here, and look at, as he says, oh, the Shelly's looking awful scary. But Sands has created a pocket for Bobby to play in now if he wants to play that diagonal once more. Sands is taking map control basically just on the threat of Shelly.
Now dropping a wall in there as well. Castle trying to isolate Shelly, but she's marching forward. There's a big blast going down there too. 3v2 situation, but all the health points residing with the boys. And
Sands!
Pain dropping a gadget. It's going to be a trade. Bobby left all alone. Missed shot there. 33 HP. It's fine. Not enough. 33 finds the needle. Hits the shot. And Bobby, the sharpshooter specialist.
He knows the smugness is there, and you can't blame the guy. He has to hit that shot at 33 HP. He has to exploit the fact that the Brawl he's going up against has a low rate of fire, and he just needs to nail them. That was beautiful stuff from Bobby. Remember, they lost a player first. Zar fell at the start of that fight. Sands, though, throws himself in, creates a space for Bobby to go to work.
Wow, Bobby just multiple sets here.
Oh, the gadget kill.
I mean, just popping off here. STMN, they go down in game number 1 and a complete sweep in this next one. STMN, I said they were hitting their stride. Man, they're going leaps and bounds, miles forward compared to that first game. Insane place.
No time either for Wash to really build up any supers. That was such a quick round. Sands, I guess that's the question of how many gadgets do you have left. That was what allowed him to find that first pick off there. Looks like it was popped previously. Bobby here sees the ticket coming in. Sands assists in clearing it. STMN want to get Sands back to full health. And look, straight away, they just thrust Sands in the direction of Wash. You go, what are you going to do about this? You're gonna step back and give us map control? You're going to try and find me? The answer's obvious. Zar now is able to move into the middle of the map once more.
And the Grom Bomb is a force to be reckoned with, especially as that fog closes in. There's not a lot of ways to dodge the big incoming shots. Pain, Alianis, Batuches do have map control, but that can quickly change, especially with all the supers lined up for STMN here as Sands looks to try and isolate one of these guys. A Tickhead going down as well. Super to isolate him, back him away. The big buck blast going down. Alianis has a pull, misses it though, maybe for the better into a shotgun brawler as all the Wash team members being forced to the lower part of the map. Grom Bomb connects to all 3. Pain feeling it as Zar dances around, and a nice win there. STMN, they're the 2 seed for a reason.
That's a masterclass in dealing with the double thrower compositions. It is just a very powerful setup, but they have the Shelly in play, and we sort of discussed Shelly not really contested very heavily on Goldarm Goldshore or necessarily knockout at all, because she's got so much of a gap to close. To the mechanics there from Sands being able to slowly inch their way forward, or Zara, they inch their way forward bit by bit, get Shelly into a position where she can force a fight against this double thrower setup. And then if things go south, Bobby is still there, just pumping damage in, especially close to the end of that round. That bounce of damage between Bell's targets after hitting one, I mean, that's still relevant.
Great job by Wash team in game number 1, but I can't help but point out, I mean, Bobby just putting in work these last couple sets. Some big bell shots and a big clutch as well that I'm sure we'll see here in a moment. Batuches, Pain do their best in this spot, but Grom with the big blow, and Bobby with the footwork here. Dodges the one mine that he needed to and missed no shots. Just perfect gameplay at the end when it matters most. In the big moments, Bobby one of the best in the business. So reason why STMN has been so good for the past few years.
I love their composition, a little bit of everything, right? Bobby, obviously, with that consistent damage, if they get map control, Bobby can find a lot of easy damage, maybe in setup, you know, like a lot of these plays. And then the Grom bomb is a huge risk. You're on a timer already, right? You have Shelly, you have Grom. If the round gets towards its conclusion, the gas starts closing in, you almost have a degree of inevitability there. So it's up to Wash Team. They have to take risks. They actually have to try and find a player advantage before we get to that point in the game. But when STMN are very good at posturing early in those rounds, they force Wash Team to the periphery, right? They have this map control and they keep Wash Team there. That's when they're able to prevail. And of course, that means that Shelly can go wherever she wants. Pinball Dreams, Brawl Ball comes up next, and STMN are looking to book their ticket into our grand final.
This is going to be a fun one to watch too. I mean, especially considering the tanky gameplay that we've seen. This is certainly a map that caters to somebody with the strengths of Sands. Not as much of a long-range composition from Bell or Piper that we've seen Bobby play, but he can certainly play some other brawlers here as well. Barley, first overall selection. Again, this doesn't super surprise me. The last call Stupor is so good on this map. He can kind of hang behind these walls too if wall break doesn't go down. Some of those wall break options that historically have been used in Brawl Stars aren't as strong right now. So as a result, and those indestructible walls coming into the meta as well, I think over time we really started to see some throwers shine. So that's a big reason why Barley has well over 60% win rate on this map.
STMN have to make a choice now. Do they try for a thrower setup of their own, or they need to directly respond to the Barley pick? It looks like it's the latter, right? They're going to play something that has the ability, that kill pressure, that can just dive on an opponent, that can break through some of the architecture on this map and come at you from a surprising angle. So Batushas has to be careful. He can't really hide behind these boxes and fences as much as he'd like to now with the Stu on the hunt.
Curious to see if they pair this with any other tanky options. Just go for the high health points and aggression into somebody like Barley. Nope. Instead, they're going to go the other way. So maybe trying to prevent tanks on the other end as well. We see Sam getting banned out here. It's going to be a few extra options, though. I mean, this region, certainly no to pull an Ash pick out here and there. El Primo starting to become more and more popular, especially in this mode, too. You can change up an entire game with a nice momentum swing with his super. Can dive to the other end, can throw a suplex down to get a nice goal. There's a lot that El Primo can bring to the table. So despite seeing the M's, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised to see Wash Team try and bring one of those tankier options out.
Yeah, as powerful as Caustic Charisma, Friend Zone both are, one of those is on a gadget. So you have a limited amount of use of that. If El Primo can keep putting pressure down, keep going for supers, then you can't necessarily intrinsically counter him. Tara picked up here by Alianas. So interesting lineup already. Got the thrower, of course, in the form of Barley, and then there's a lot of potential around that gravity. Also, like help from beyond can be a big difference maker. Maisie here again. So Shockwave, you could be a huge difference maker here, especially if you have the slow effect on that one. And we're yet to really see teams get the most out of her, at least this month. I think she's been picked once today.
Ooh, and
Oh,
Dynamite.
God.
Oh man, this is about to be fun. I am excited. Every time I see Dynamite, there's this huge pop-off potential. And for all my NA East fans out there, we've seen what that region has done recently with this brawler. Nice little way to kind of go against the Barley. Maisie, though, could be set up for success depending on the moment. I think she might struggle a little bit into M's at the distance. Stu, of course, into tanks. Doesn't get those kills easily, but it can be really frustrating for a tank in the sense that Stu can just cycle out those supers, go in, go out, hit the shot out. It's just really easy for, depending on who plays this brawler, of course, for STMN, very well could be Sands, to kind of skate away and just stay at a Maisie's striking distance. The one thing I will say, though, is she has a large super which can encapsulate brawlers and also can dive forward with that gadget, so might be at least somewhat of a way to deal with Sands on this Stu. But really interesting compositions. I think this is going to be a lot of fun.
And Maisie doesn't want you to close the gap on them, though, because the projectile is much slower, the closer you are to her. So bear in mind, it obviously accelerates as it is fired off. So Sands, if he wants to play within a certain range, can actually, juke that pretty comfortably. Super there from Zar, dodged by Pain, dashing away. Sands posturing, looking pretty scary. Bobby coming in from the side. The RKO on Alianas now, and Zar should be able to walk this one in. STMN, they've got this all figured out.
Ooh, nice plays here from STMN to kick things off. But Tuchez is going to be a valuable option into somebody like Sands. Has the Tara Shades available. Stu, more or less a single shot type field brawler. No way. Goes for the long shot. Ooh, hits the left-hand post. Sands nearly popping off. And you see the thumbs down come out from the guy. He is upset, but I think Bobby, his teammate, is more than happy as he looks for the wide open net. STMN swiftly picking up a match point.
So tell us why Dynamite is just so dirty on this map. It seems like he generates a lot of threat. The super blows the map to smithereens, of course. Is it satchel charge, the stun potential that's so frightening? Tell us, why is this so nasty?
I mean, Dynamite in general is a very boom-bust kind of brawler. Czar on Dynamite, if he is great, his teammates are going to shine. In terms of thrower matchups as well, don't mind the explosive capabilities of somebody like Dynamite. Supers can break down the walls as well, especially on those spawn side. You can take down that left and right-hand post, because if you do that, Sans hits that last shot. So Dynamite can bring a lot to the table, but throwers in general, I mean, Willow's certainly a good option here, Barley a good option. Lots of throwers can shine, just like STMN are right now.
Sans is starting to bully all through the map. Gadget to break through the boxes here. Less to hide behind, but Tushis is in trouble, and Zar, a special delivery over the top of the boxes now. Alianis is able to get back into the fight, but that super was not even necessary. STMN are done playing games, and this first goal is an inevitability.
Buying their time, easy pickings here. And again, you saw what that Dynamite super can do. Lethal damage and can open up the map for even easier goal scoring opportunities. STMN relentless so far in this set. They're looking to close it out right here, right now, but the last call going to push them away for now. Payne hitting some great shots in the Bobby here, right hand in as Czar forced away into the open space, trying to drop those candy canes straight on Alianis. Payne with a valuable kill here too. A little extra work, but Tuches does have a super available though, and now Alianis charging left hand side. But Tuches forced away though. Tara super could be a huge play for them, but just gonna have to be patient.
Okay, Caustic Charisma here. So Bertucci's, despite getting that super down, ends up walking straight into that super from Bobby, who survives the gravity on top of that. Payne here playing close to Sans. Shockwave comes out. Sans definitely able to dodge away from the follow-up damage though when the ball is loose. Zar, 1 versus 2, but Sans now to the rescue. It's got to be a help from beyond for Bertucci's to protect himself. And we have a 2 versus 2 with the ball in STMN territory.
And now deep in STMN territory. They're just throwing that ball top right. All defense here, but Payne looking to generate some serious offense. Supers available as Alianis drops the last call. Sans nowhere to skate, but Tucha is now rushing for the ball. Ims, Czar still there.
No way!
Like shut down from goalkeeper Bobby. STMN prevail, but 20 seconds to go in the ball top map. All but hopeless here for Wash Team.
Czar gets a clean kill with the super on a full health Alianis, and that is a heartbreaker for Wash Team. The stun from the satchel charge, adding insult to injury. Alianis can only look on and try and chase them down as Czar is in their territory. That ball ain't leaving that top pocket, not for anyone. STMN book their ticket to our grand finals.
Insane stuff from them and wonderfully played. I mean, that Brawl Ball set really showed the ceiling of this team. As good as Wash Team has played, as good of a team as they are, one of the best in this region. They got beat pretty good in that set 4. I mean, STMN looking good. I think STMN out for blood. Whoever wins this next one are going to have a tough opponent on their hand, of course. We already knew that given how the year has gone, but maybe STMN trying to end the year with a bang.
I mean, STMN would love nothing more than to send Luminosity off to Worlds with a handprint on their backside and a fat L in the pocket, I think. So they'd love to show that they are capable of tangling with this team. And it's good because last time they've got a score to settle. Last month, it was not close. It was not the same, perhaps, STMN team that we are seeing today. I love this. The Stu is ridiculous. Sans is terrifying. And winning in some situations where you just don't think that Stu should be able to prevail. Czar as well, you know, a real wild card on the Dynamite in that last map. You can see here, that super, I think, cleans up Alianis like over the wall at one point in like what looked like an unwinnable situation for STMN. Then Bobby, all he has to do is come off spawn, throw a little bit of that spray out, and STMN, yeah, flattening Wash Team in that Brawl Ball map. Fun to watch.
Fun to watch for sure. I mean, just all the goals piling up for the STMN side, as I'm sure the kills will too. 9 for Sans, 10 for Czar on the Dynamite. Oh, Michael, as Reddy likes to call him, doing great work there.
Yeah, that's pretty filthy considering how difficult it can be for Dynamite as a thrower to secure kills in many situations. Satchel Charge is pretty clutch, but Zai used it fairly sparingly over the course of the map there. Just too much going on. With the Stu getting in your face, Zar constantly pressing you down, and you always having to sort of, you know, walk back away from the damage from Ems. STMN had everything. I think we saw one occasion where, you know, the Tara player was able to throw down a gravity and still couldn't find even one kill. Bobby, your MVP for this match. The Piper play was really impressive, even in a lost set. Really incredible showing from him today. He didn't even have to do anything crazy in that last map, though. This STMN team, so well-rounded. Any given set, any given day, anyone on this squad can step up and take over the game.
Absolutely. I mean, wonderful stuff. And there's a reason they've made so many grand finals. There's a reason they're already booked into LCQ. It's a phenomenal team. A lot of credit to Wash Team on a great year. Strong finish here, something to be proud of. But for now, it is going to be S Team, and that we'll be seeing in just a little bit.
Stick around, of course. It's going to be Luminosity versus Raconic in our second semi-final here of our last monthly finals of the year. It's NA West to cap things off with the bang, so don't go too far. More Brawl Stars coming your way.
Welcome back, Brawl Stars Nation. We've had a heck of a day, a land of opportunity, LCQ spots claimed, world final tickets cashed, and we've still got more to come. It's going to be our semi-final number 2 here. I'm Kenny Barlow. Alongside me, Mr. Ready Set. How are we feeling about that first one?
That one went about as expected, though. We saw S-Team come back so strong, especially Sands on the stew. The dude was gliding the entire time.
I mean, Sands was not the MVP by the people's vote, but Sands had moments there where he was absolutely crazy with it, whether it was the Stu or the Daryl. Bobby on those long-range options was incredible. I mean, definitely go back and watch if you missed our first match of semifinals number 1 in NA West. But now we're on to our second, is the number 1 seed in this region, Luminosity Gaming against Raconic Esports NA. Patchy, Chino, and Charles are going to Worlds ready, and it's been a tough go at it. This has not been an easy region to win.
Not at all. I mean, especially with Stamina standing in the way for the majority of the year. Now, Raconic Esports NA is their primary obstacle in this monthly final. Patchy, Chino, Charles, we've seen them all year long, and they've looked similarly strong the entire year. There's Patchy on the cans, and I got to speak with Patchy a little bit earlier today. Said, hey, so what are we playing for today? What are the stakes? Because they've already locked in Worlds. There's not even a chance of them going to LCQ instead. And he said, hey, we're playing here to uphold a reputation, right? We're here for the fame, for the glory, for the cash, money, all of that fun stuff.
You and I have had the privilege of speaking with Patchy several times, whether that be formally on the camera, informally off camera. These guys come to play. This is not the team that I expect to let up in the final month. They're going for that stack of cash. They're going for a legacy kind of year. I expect nothing less here, but Shine, Chepo, Frixie, all longtime players, all great, have had a successful year. Not quite to that LCQ or Worlds caliber, but any given day, these guys can certainly get a nice win in too.
And they have in the past. I mean, they've looked good in our previous monthly finals, making it to the end of the day. Sometimes there's Shine on the cams with his jersey on. Shine being sort of the ringleader of this roster, being a lot of the brains behind a lot of stuff. I especially look to the draft being one of the strong points for Raconic. They get pretty inventive sometimes, and they also like to play a very calculated game, just going with the brawlers that have high win rates and specializing their efforts on those.
Yeah, Shine, one of the most fun players to watch, I think, in this region. I think he's a longtime player, as all of them are, that have been great. But I feel like Shine's just been a part of some big moments. He's had some crazy explosive plays of his own. It's a lot of fun to watch this team, too, man. Again, unfortunately, we won't see him at something like LCQ or Worlds, but they've definitely had their moments this year. An Infinite Doom, a crazy map, sometimes with a lot of aggression. I think a team like Raconic can do well, too. But Luminosity, I mean, about as W-key of a team as you can get. These guys can explode at any given moment. So for Infinite Doom, I'm curious to see what creativity they bring to the table in this draft.
One of the things that stood out to me about Luminosity in the past is just how coordinated they are as far as playstyle. We've seen some other rosters lean into sort of control play, especially if we look over to NA East, where Tribe Gaming will be representing that region. They like to play the control game. Luminosity, they're taking advantage of more of a W key meta, as we've sort of said throughout the day, but it's all about that aggression, and they all mutually understand that individually that is each one of their play styles. So it just works, in the words of Todd Howard. We'll see Raconic Esports NA respond to that early Shelly pick with a Jean selection. Definitely like that one. I think Luminosity Gaming had that Jean idea in their back pocket as something to combo with the Shelly.
Yeah, Shelly first pick overall, can't fault them whatsoever. Again, Cordelius and Shelly are my S-tier kind of brawlers, if you will, ready right now. I mean, they just stand apart from the rest in terms of the play rate, the ban rates, and every time we see them on the field, they're pretty darn good. So to approach this, it looks like they're going with Jean and Ims. Ims, again, just, we say it all the time, but one of those just safe brawlers that's going to show up and never really let shit down too much. I think Jean going to be a way to kind of do a scouting report, look into these bushes, shoot out those fanning spirits, and make connections so that you can keep an eye on somebody like Shelly, because if Shelly gets up too close to you, it's the end of the line.
Well, this is going to influence Luminosity's decisions, going with the Otis, a bit of short-range muting action. They see the Jean on the other side, know what that might be there to counter out. Carl has not been banned. He can be useful for getting that blue star early on here on Infinite Doom. Another thing to note is the M's going to be playing some control game. Luminosity, they want to get this mid bush and hold on to it for as long as possible, because once Shine is left to his own devices over there, it will be very difficult to retake. That's just the M's reality. Once she gets a bush, she is very good at keeping control of it.
Bell going to be the round out to this composition, so very spread out. We got the sharpshooter. We got Otis, like you said, for that short range mute button. I mean, still the Starfish is lethal. You can really end somebody on it just one given play by just tagging that super. Poco on the other end. Okay, so Poco not necessarily here to power up teammates. Normally you see him strumming that guitar, dropping some supers, healing his teammates with gadgets or whatever you have it. In this case, though, I think it's more to just take space. You got Ims, you got Poco, you got Jean. They're not necessarily my top candidates for top fragging, but this is going to be a very control style, very different than what I'm used to seeing guys like this do, where they're all out aggression. On the other end, though, Patchy's going to have to find a way to climb up this map, claim a few kills. Otherwise, it's going to be left to Charles and Chino to fire those mid to long range shots and pick up some good ones.
Top down, it looks like Raconic Esports' strategy is going to be get that control gameplay. They don't have a whole lot of damage output, not a whole lot of DPS. Luminosity Gaming, they're going to have to disrupt that by breaking open some of these bushes, it looks like. Especially Chino, who doesn't have good scouting abilities with his small projectile, but he can get good control using his range and damage that he has available to him. But see Chepo on that Poco. Very classic brawler for Chepo, already pushing forward as well. Definitely got to commend the drafting from Raconic Esports NA to pick that Ims first to avail themselves the Poco. But Luminosity managed to get a kill here, disrupting the control that Raconic had previously afforded themselves. Now Patchy looks to rush in, has a super ready to go. Missed pull there for Shine, unfortunate. And Raconic Esports NA get blasted back.
Shelly's got one special shotgun. I mean, she can turn into a sniper at any given moment. It even picked them up a kill, so rather than being down 3-0, they are now taking a lead as Charles claims Chepo right there. Frixie is Shine in trouble here as Patchy drops the final gadget, picks up a kill as well, charges up that super. Other team needs to be careful here. Shelly lurking left-hand side and trying to find an opportunity to get a good shot. Charles, though, another one piling up these kills, and now Luminosity breaking away. 6 stars favoring them.
Frixie on the left side looks to push forward. He's got to know that those nest eggs are there. He's also on dangerously low health. Taken down by Charles. A follow-up there on the Shine. Luminosity Gaming are only 5 stars away from ending this one off early. Raconic Esports NA don't really have a choice to play a less aggressive game, though. They need a lot of stars, and they need them right now, or at least within the next 30 seconds, which just isn't enough time. Patchy on the right side moves forward, has a super ready to go. Shine looks to get that pull. Patchy with the blast forward and gets himself some space. Another missed pull onto Charles, and a pin in response. Luminosity Gaming might be able to run this one back.
Uncharacteristic of Shine there. And the 15 seconds to go, they're going to need to pile up every member of Luminosity Gaming, and then even maybe some. 19 out of 20 now. 1 star away here as Chepo heals up Shine in the final moments. Patchy will explode down the sidelines here, cycle out another super, and clean things up. Luminosity, they started down 3-0, but after that, smooth sailing.
They just need to get that mid control for the very first time, and it all came off the back of, I believe, Ems falling for the very first time. Once she was down, it was just green light go for Luminosity to push into those bushes and start to take control, especially when we saw Patchy pop up his very first super, break open some of the walls. Chino was able to start running the show. Gotta wonder where vision gear is starting to come into play for Luminosity Gaming, whether they're running it, who they are running it on, because they need visuals on enemies inside these bushes. In light of that, though, they've still gotten a kill on the left side. Patchy with the clay pigeons now homing down on that top target. Frixie, and a final one on the Shine. The team wipe to start things off for Luminosity with a perfect game so far, until one disruption from Raconic Esports NA they look to retake.
Major momentum from Luminosity Gaming. I mean, Raconic just got to find a way to respond. Even Gadget's going down. Patchy already with 5 stars and going to turn Poco away. Have to divert his attention towards healing himself. They do pick up this kill on the Charles, which is nice for them. Red roster with control of this map. They got 3 nest eggs on the ground. If Patchy charges a single super, it changes the entire thing. And Chepo tripping up on one of them. I mean, no way to really avoid that, especially in the grass, but just unfortunate looks here for Raconic.
Shine also piled on from every single direction, left, right, center. There's just not a safe avenue for Chepo to take advantage of Patchy with every single star possible. A big pull and a takedown from Raconic Esports NA to keep themselves in the game, just 3 stars shy of Luminosity Gaming scores so far. Shine, especially if you can get some good value here, possibly get a super, and this could very much turn around. Raconic have that mid control. What they don't have is control of the lead. A missed super for Chino definitely spells a bit of trouble. Big super in from Patchy. Response from the remainder of the team. Chepo muted. Patchy gets a takedown. Could be another one on the way. Nope, just a little bit of pushback. Raconic Esports NA still have to fall back. Takedown 1-2 after the other. Luminosity Gaming finish off the game and the set.
Nicely played. I mean, there was a moment there where Shelly gets the huge shotgun blast from her super, picks up a couple kills, and then they respond from Wash Team and bring it in 3 stars. After that, though, Luminosity Gaming did what Luminosity Gaming does best. Fragged out. I mean, just really great plays, staying disciplined, not going too crazy, never overstepping, really. I mean, making trades that are worthwhile in terms of stars, and that's the kind of thing I expect from a team that's going to the World Finals here in a few months. Incredible plays from Patchy. Again, this is not the easiest situation to navigate, but he used those gadgets appropriately, and then when he made them count with every single super, I mean, look at this, 5 stars on his head. At this point, it was all but over, but just any given moment, Shelly can flip that switch, and I think Patchy navigated that very well.
It's wild how Luminosity Gaming clearly came to this with the idea of we're going to rush them down no matter what they play. In Raconic, I think very clearly had the idea of we're going to play for the mid control and we're going to keep it for the entire game. We have some great brawlers tailored specifically for this task. And when I look for the spearhead of this charge every single time from Luminosity Gaming, it was Patchy. Look at that, 9 kills on his side. And Raconic Esports NA's stats pale in comparison. A good amount of damage from Shine, a lot of DPS, but that's not what wins you these games. You got to get the kills. Luminosity Gaming piled them up, reaching the 20-star threshold in both games.
Yeah, and over 300 DPS for a couple of their members. Meanwhile, it's tough when looking at somebody like Frixie, who's picking up 1 kill, Shine with 1 kill, and even that 58 DPS looming on the very right-hand side. I mean, Raconic Esports are a better team than that, but I think this just goes to show the strength of Luminosity Gaming. A very, very strong play from them. And again, just something we expect out of a world finalist. We're moving over to Hot Zone, though, so new opportunity here for Raconic NA. Otherwise, Luminosity will take a very valuable 2-0 lead. So set number 2, a very important one for this match. And on Hot Zone as well, it can definitely be a big momentum swing. There's some moments here on this map in the history of Brawl Stars that have been the biggest moments of some's career, and for others, it's been tough. So Ring of Fire, a very punishing map, especially if you lose control.
Here comes the Amber first selection. That one's clearly a sort of preemptive counter pick. It's not one that we see very often here, at least not anymore. I think that Luminosity are sort of wisening up to what Raconic Esports NA might want to pick and are going with the Amber preemptively. We'll see that Shine Stew, a very classic selection from him. Brixie locking in that bell for the mid matchup. So Luminosity Gaming, they could run that Amber mid. They have some other options too. A couple of picks in a row. Have to be thinking about that last selection. Meg is a phenomenal option for mid. She can also play around that left lane, should that be sort of the perspective that we're looking at. Since Luminosity is our home team, she'll maybe be playing around that right side. We see Tara as a viable option for either lane too. So pretty versatile selections from Luminosity Gaming. Also very strong selections from the two.
I think I'm seeing what Luminosity Gaming are trying to piece together here. So Amber going to be an option to just drop some gasoline, maybe reveal the enemy grass a little bit, but overall it's just going to shine on this map. Already just a great brawler. Meg, somebody we don't see as frequently, but when looking at the other side, they had Stu, who's not going to take Meg down very quickly. It's going to take multiple magazines alone for Stu to do that. The damage amplifier from Bell, great, but when she exits mech form or gets back into it, loses out on that super value. Patchy, of course, responding to the Stu as well. Tara going to be an excellent pick into that. Great super. But on the other end, I will say Lou, a great countermeasure into the giant mech form. Great on this map as well. That entire super can cover the hot zone. So I think Raconic NA pieced it together here at the end. I was a little scared for him that Meg might be able to run away with it. But if Chepo can play well, I think this Raconic Esports NA team has a chance here.
Yeah, when I saw that Amber coming in, for whatever reason, I thought that might be to deal with a potential loot. They were clearly thinking about it. We'll see how that loot fares. Charles is going to be sort of selecting mid. Patchy coming around the left side. Might opt to burn up some of these bushes. You see he's sticking very close to that gadget on the left side, trying to source some supercharge from hitting enemies as well. But once he gets that super, it can get thrown down on the left side for a lot of value. Chino actually almost going to get that kill by the use of the shades. Keep the enemies on the back foot. Another super in from Shine. Some good back and forth action, but he wasn't able to secure a kill along the way. 0% for Raconic Esports NA.
Yeah, and they positioned Chino so well, and he's going to get so much value out of the super. Oh, and the spins and the pins coming out. It's only halfway. They're at 50%. And LG already getting that touchdown dance in. Look, Frixie as the Lou is the best countermeasure in this situation to deal with Charles. And he's nowhere to be seen because the elite gameplay on the right-hand end. Chino even dropping the crying and the disrespect coming in from Luminosity Gaming.
That's mental warfare right there. Luminosity Gaming might be able to finish it off without giving a single percent to Raconic Esports NA. With the threat of the freeze looming, though, Frixie's going to try and get some percentage here. No, never mind. He stays out of range. Luminosity Gaming with a 100-0 victory. That one's definitely worth a smile right now. What on earth was that, Patchy? You don't see that in competitive.
He can't help but crack a smile, man. He's laughing even. I mean, how can you not? These guys are pro players. I mean, again, can't say it enough. Raconic Esports NA, great team, one of the best in this region for the year. But Luminosity Gaming, 100-0 in game number 1. They are bringing it right now in our final month of the regular season. Already, though, Frixie a step up from last game. Super on the field. Tough for them to step up. And now a pickup on Chino. So they answer and address the things that were bugging them most last game. Frixie already with a super. Check mark. Step 2, take out Tar. Do not let Chino get in your spawn side and just drop the pins and the easy kills. So much better stuff here, but it might be coming to a screeching halt as Luminosity takes control.
Let's not forget about step 0, which is step on the point to begin with. They have gotten 20% so far, now eclipsed by Luminosity Gaming. Some kills around the left side proved pretty profitable for Raconic. We'll see Patchy frozen up there. Some good supercharge available for the team. Chepo still hiding around the left side. Much better start for Raconic Esports NA so far. They might actually be able to overtake Luminosity's lead. Charles is taking a bit of a different avenue, though, now pushing in the left side. Patchy also farming up that super. Shine looking for the dodges. He's gonna have to go directly for Patchy. Might be able to heal up with the Gasa heal, but Patchy still gets the last laugh. Frixie and Chepo also look to lane things out. But Luminosity, they push that effective line of scrimmage just far enough that they can tiptoe on the point without any fear of danger.
Amber did a great job there. I mean, ice skating as well as dropping frags, insane stuff. So kills going their way for sure. And despite all the hard work from Raconic Esports this game, they've been forced away multiple times. They haven't been able to remain on that hot zone. So Patchy again being cycled into the hot zone area here. Gonna dip his toes in and just hang on. 3 brawlers standing for Raconic Esports NA, and still Patchy will not waver. Chino back in action now on the right. Meg shortly about to arrive as well. Shine instantly being taken out. And the big blast going down from Charles, and they're well on their way to 90.
We're nearing the point of no return. We actually might already be there. A nice clutch super there from Frixie. Tries to freeze Apache, but he popped it a moment too early. Another super, and he farmed it up, but it wasn't even enough to stop Luminosity Gaming. Frozen on the point, sure, but that's kind of the ideal place to be frozen. Once more, a smile on Patchy's face. I mean, the last game was so much more dominant than this one, but a 2-0 is a 2-0, and a 2-0 is also what we saw in set number 1, so it could be more on the way. This has been very, very chalked so far.
The defense of Luminosity did not waver. I mean, 100% both games for them, and cumulatively between 2 games, Raconic were only able to grasp 39%. It all came from game number 2, I might add. I mean, that's about as perfect as it gets from Luminosity. Tough stuff here, even getting the dancing in as well. I mean, these guys are happy-go-lucky right now, and Raconic need to find an opportunity. They got to find a way to overcome this, got to take it to the next set, and if they want even a chance to go to a set 4, they have to somehow find a way to stop this powerhouse of a team right now.
I can't help but imagine that maybe some of the team comps on Raconic Esports NA broke down after game number 1. That one definitely does not give you good mental if you're not sort of equipped going into it. We saw Raconic Esports NA sort of filtering in one by one. We saw good individual moments, actually. Look at that doubled up Lu super on the point there towards the end. But we saw moments where Shine rushed in and he got a whole lot of damage. He dumped his entire clip. He hit every shot and he cycled all of his supers, sure. But it was on to Meg, and Meg's going to be able to withstand a lot of that damage. Shine, he had some good damage output, but it wasn't enough to take down that tanky brawler. So I think some of the target prioritization went out the window a bit. Raconic Esports NA in a scramble faced with Luminosity Gaming as their opponent. You can't really blame them, but they still got to grab some wins here.
Yeah, interesting to see those stat lines kind of mirroring each other a little bit. I mean, the kills were very close. DPS, nothing super standing out to me for either side, but the feel we got from watching Hot Zone and just how well Luminosity were able to hold that down, a very different feel. And again, I think that's just one of the things where the stats are great to see. Usually, if you're getting more kills, you're probably winning, but I think that just goes to show how well they ended up playing that game mode. Just always having somebody on that Hot Zone, so good. But Hard Rock Mine, very different map, very different mode. And to kick things off, Raconic NA are going to grab the Squeak. No Stu available, no Cordelius or Shelly as we see on that left-hand side. 8-Bit, Tara, and Crow round out the rest. So we'll have to see how Luminosity Gaming dare to approach this one.
And they might want to go with something aggressive. We don't see Carl banned out, and Carl proved to be a very useful brawler for Tyrant to use when we saw them play here on Hard Rock Mine in their semifinal match. We'll see Patchy lock in that Gus selection. There's the Carl from Luminosity as well. Some time ago, this used to be the absolute go-to way to deal with Squeak, and with Carl gradually growing a little bit weaker, having some new... well, not new counters, but brawlers that countered him getting stronger in the meta, Squeak became a little bit more viable. Now that Squeak has a lot more damage output, you can't play it as confidently. You can't rush in on a Squeak that's full health, but if you lower them down from long range, like we saw Tyrant do earlier, Chino's definitely going to be able to win this lane. Daryl, as sort of a counter to Carl, it will just have to identify that target in the first place, get the super locked in. Otherwise, it is just super fodder for Chino.
Carl not going to have a fun time in that Daryl either. I mean, Daryl a lot of times is assuming he can close that gap, roll forward. The shotgun brawlers can have an advantage against the situation. I think Shine, of course, too, playing a little bit of a comfort brawler here. Does play Daryl a good bit. Gene going to be their mid of choice for this squad. So going to be interested to see how this plays out here on Hard Rock Mine. I think Gus a pretty clear-cut mid, so I'm assuming Luminosity Gaming are maybe going for an aggressive brawler of their own, a tankier option as well. I noticed that Sam is still available for the taking. Ash, somebody that comes to mind too. You know, we do have the shotgun brawler at the other end, so that definitely is something you have to consider, but it almost might be worth it still to go really aggro here, especially into somebody like Squeak. If not, just go for a traditional route. Looks like Ash is going to be that choice, so still electing to go with that tankier in a vibe, and of course Luminosity can pilot that very well.
All right, the trash can is here, and he's looking for close range matchups, especially versus Shine, I believe. I think he will be able to come out on top of that matchup a decent amount of the time, as long as he doesn't get perfectly rolled on at range by Shine. Charles will be very well equipped for that matchup. I do look to Chepo on that Gene to get some action versus Chino. A little bit of gadget action, right? Get the lamp blowout, maybe even a super. But Patchy, I think, will play this at range very, very effectively. The only way that I see Raconic Esports NA getting a really good lead here is if they get a big, big pull, which we notably did not see in that very first set, or if they're able to solidify Frixie's positioning and Luminosity Gaming's bushes nearest their spawn.
So Charles going to kick us off with a couple gems, make it 3 now going to the Luminosity Gaming side. Frixie just holding tight for now. This interaction between the two tanks will be very interesting. Patchy without a super can still strike from a little bit longer of a range, but those robotic rats can really help out as Chepo has a pull looking for the shotgun to meet him there. Frixie delivers, and Luminosity Gaming forced out of the mid. This is the kind of stuff we need to see from Raconic. Got to find a way to get over the past couple losses, especially as good as they've been for Luminosity Gaming, and find a way to pop off, shift that momentum, and Frixie instigating some serious ruckus right there.
Well, Chino's trying to instigate some action on the enemy backlines. Shine's taking a bit of damage. Chino also tagged up by one of those shots from the super. Charles was able to survive that interaction also. Good stuff from Patchy too. Now rushing for enemy ramparts, trying to stick around in some of these bushes. Here come the robotic rats for a takedown. Chino barely stays alive, and Chepo has that pole ready to go. Patchy's actually able to grab a few of them, but there's no way he survives this interaction. Even with a gadget, he's still going to get tagged up by some of those shots from Shine. No, never mind. The spirit animal for Charles is going to keep Patchy alive.
The ghost from the grave. Patchy survives, able to just walk out. He didn't even bother dodging. He got hit by 2 of those squeak shots and just kept on moving. Clutch super right there, and as a result, Patchy won away. Don't go anywhere, Patchy. You still got some more work to do.
Make it a quick run away from the setup and trying to come back. Yeah, maybe for like a split-second snack break. Some things take priority, especially when you're at match point. Yeah, Patchy idle for only a moment, only missing 1 crucial second there. We'll see if it comes back to bite him. Frixie doesn't have a super, so he might be in the clear for now. Charles also keeps things at range versus Chepo, just hitting every single shot, picking up every single gem on the field so far.
Well, we're going to see a repeat here in terms of matchups. Patchy left-hand in. This time, Chepo and Frixie going to be helping each other out once again, so Charles going to be walking away as Frixie charges up that super. Going to be looking to see him take some action here, maybe roll in onto Patchy or Charles, try and get a little bit of an isolation play as we see him move to this mid, maybe trying to bait out Charles, staying hidden, doesn't want to reveal his positioning. On the right-hand end, meanwhile, the lower HP Brawler doing a good job here. Shine, especially with those gadgets, can really get some lame wins, but Chino flashing that flying hook, now diving in as well. This is where Shine's going to start to have trouble. The protective pirouette keeping Chino more than healthy. Easy pickup here. Pool going down. Patchy cleaned up, so an even trade there, but favoring Luminosity in the gym count.
Chino did a great job gauging that interaction on the right lane. We will see Frixie now with the super in. Charles trying to stay away. Here comes the Kooky Popper. Frixie's on dangerously low health. Patchy now with the shield expiring has to heal up. Does have those rats ready to go. Block off some of the action from Chepo. He won't be able to grab now. He might not be able to grab at all. He might be able to grab Chino. Here it comes. And Frixie is able to help him get the takedown. Charles just 1 gem shy. Starting this countdown and running it back as we're on match point.
Ooh, Frixie dropping a gadget there too. Roll forward and just not quite hitting the mark. They do grab 1 kill. Chino looking to play all-out defense here. A nice spin, a couple cleanups, and now the crying pin coming out. They're #1 seed in this region for a reason. There's a reason they're going to the World Finals. It's going to be Luminosity Gaming with a W. Nicely done.
That's all right. 6 and... what was that? Oh, from Patchy.
Oh,
well
no.
played. Not a single concession to the enemy team, but they're still serving these W's up hot and ready, or maybe serving some L's to the opponent. Not a single win for Raconic, but it's every single win going over the way of Luminosity. Well done. Just all across the board, nothing really more to be said. 6-0. See you later.
Yeah, I mean, Luminosity could do no wrong. They were shining throughout that entire match. It just felt like this team was above Raconic a little bit. Raconic are a great team. They really are. I mean, to do what they have done to consistently be at the top of NA West is difficult. But Luminosity Gaming are clearly demonstrating why they can go to World Finals. They might have a little bit higher of a ceiling, but a great year on Raconic's part. Again, the fact that Raconic is this good, are one of the best teams in North America West, and Luminosity still looks like this, it is almost unbelievable. We are setting ourselves up for a great grand finale here for the BSC regular season. And Chino, of course, the one to shine most there in the kill category in our previous set.
It's hard to outshine Shine. I mean, it's literally his name, but Chino has done just that. And on that matchup, too, specifically, playing the Carl into the Squeak repeatedly, Shine kind of had him in the first half, not gonna lie, when it comes to game number 2 there, the match point. Shine was going crazy, but as soon as Shine was low on ammo, Chino knew he could commit. In with the super, in with the flying hooks. He gauged that interaction correctly 100% of the time. Patchy is your MVP as well. Could not be more deserved.
Patchy doing wonderful work alongside his teammates. You call him the ring leader, Chino, Charles, Patchy. putting on a good show. And I know Luminosity Gaming, again, they are not a team that is going to give up very easily. So I'm curious to hear how Uber felt about all of this. Looking like we're setting ourselves up for another classic STMN versus Luminosity Grand Finals.
Oh my God. And are we hoping that it's going to look much different to last monthly finals, right? STMN look like they've got a little bit more vigor, a little bit of wind in their sails today, and they're going to need it. Oh boy, they're going to need it. Oh my goodness, Luminosity look ferocious in that matchup, man. I mean, like from start to finish, their drafting was impeccable, but man, the execution. I mean, watching how like Hard Rock Mine went down, I was like, wow. I mean, there is a significant gulf between these two teams as it stands. So all I can hope for really is that we have a competitive grand final and that best of three. Let's get everyone up to speed, I think, with where we are. Maybe why we're speaking so positively and we're excited about what STMN have to offer us. They had a pretty solid showing over that Wash team, right? I think Safe Zone can always be a little bit of a volatile map. And even though STMN picked the composition that felt like it suited them really well, Bobby was able to be on the Piper. The Colette inclusion made it hard for STMN to actually impose themselves, I think, on Wash team. That was it, though. Just a really mild blemish for that STMN squad. Outside of that, looked like a really clean series. This team who's represented North America really well over the course of multiple competitions this year now get to show us what they're really made of. I think, like I was kind of saying, Kenny, I think they'd love to like serve up an L to Luminosity, to send them on their way to Worlds, but none of us really think that's going to happen here.
Yeah, and again, I think it's almost unfair. I mean, you can never really count STMN out of a situation. These guys have been top 4 at international event that we've had this year. They've been phenomenal in the past few years. Luminosity Gaming, though, recently have just seemed to take it. It's hard for me to forget that last month, but at the same time, I want to remind the people at home of all the good work that STMN have done, not only this year, but in previous years at international competition like Masters. STMN are a respectable team. So despite the casting desk going all 3 Luminosity, I'll give Luminosity the edge, but STMN are right there with them.
All right, let's set the stage now for our grand finals here in NA West. There's STMN, all playing remotely, by the way, instead of sort of traveling to join up together to play this monthly final. They sort of said, yeah, well, look, we expect to get out there and show some great games. We might, have a little bit of a handicap in some senses based on what we're used to. But Bobby, Sans, and Zar have hit the field, and they've definitely left a mark on their opposition up until this point. Sans has looked incredible on a lot of the tankier brawlers. Bobby, of course, give him a sharpshooter, and he is living large. And I mean, I don't know how flattering this is, but I think Bobby is definitely making it very clear what his intention is. I don't think he'll be playing the primo though, just quietly. He's ready to come in from the top rope though, ready, set.
The top rope, without a doubt, man. I hope we get to see some El Primo action out of this guy, but only in situations where it's truly viable. The luchador is here. Sin dolor, no hay gloria, I think, is really the main mantra to keep with us during this matchup.
Just putting it out there, that mask looks like it's seen some wear. So I wonder if Bobby's been moonlighting as like an amateur luchador wrestler. Let's see. I'm curious to see how strong his drop is going to be, because it's going to have to be like a diamond up against this Luminosity Gaming squad. There wasn't much to really take away, Kenny, I think, from the series we just saw from this team. I think Luminosity Gaming, really from start to finish, we talked about the draft. They looked very clean there. There were some things that they did that I think it was mentioned that just shouldn't and don't often happen in competitive play, Kenny. Just how scary is this team right now?
Very scary. And I mean, again, you mentioned it too. These guys are all phenomenal players. STMN maybe a little bit of a disadvantage from not necessarily being on that west side like we've seen them at times this year. But nonetheless, STMN looked great in that last one, and Luminosity looked pretty darn perfect. Really impressive stuff. And I think it's going to be an excellent showcase here for our final one. I mean, these guys have played each other all year long, and STMN have won some, Luminosity have won some. I think today it's going to be tough for either side, but it is going to be very important for the mental, I think, going into LCQ and Worlds respectively to get a nice W here.
Yeah, this was a pretty one-sided game last month. This is Luminosity taking STMN to task here. And that was STMN falling out in the semi-finals there, not really making it nearly as far as they would have liked to, despite the fact that in the June monthly final and the April monthly finals, STMN were winning those. So let's not forget, it's not been that long since this team were dominating this region. It was really Luminosity that had a great start to the year and capped it off with a great showing in July. So STMN, I feel, are never far from that form. Bobby decided again, look, my peripheral vision's being extremely restricted by this mask. I think I've played out the meme a little bit by this point here, but STMN are saying, listen, we hope people haven't forgotten just how much of a dominant force that we can be, and even under, you know, the conditions that we're playing this month, we are, I mean, yeah, we're annoyed, frankly, that we have to go, you know, to play in the LCQ, and I think that probably had a lot to do with like the March and July, right, falling out in those semis. It's been such a competitive region between these two squads here. There's a score to settle, but I think ultimately, Kenny, they're going to want to hope that each other does as best as possible when it goes to Worlds. Like whoever, you know, no matter what happens in this game, I think LG really want to see STMN qualify through LCQ.
I do too. I mean, the feeling that we've gotten from interviews from these guys all year long have been that they're good rivals, they're friends off the field, but on the field, they want to win. And that is what makes good competitors. And with chat, it's about as even as it gets. I don't really blame them for going with a slight STMN edge. Kind of how I feel about Tribe, right? Maybe STMNs just do one in this rivalry. 3-0 last month. Don't expect that kind of thing from STMN in general. They're too darn good for that. So STMN and Luminosity going to be ending the year for us here on the BSC regular season. Excited to see what you guys can do.
All throughout the year, it's been either STMN or Luminosity Gaming taking the crown here in North America West. Now it's time. A score to settle here. 3 monthly finals won by Luminosity, 2 won by STMN. It all starts on Bell's Rock here as we're going to be into our pick and ban, already banned away. We've got pretty standard stuff here. Sam taken away, Gray out of the mix, Lola also being banned. Gray with multiple bans on both sides here. Ready, set.
Yeah, and I think Stamina, they're definitely leaning into this gray ban as far as what is that going to counter out? What can we now make available to ourselves? The Tick, I think, is a wise selection from Stamina. They got to be cautious from Luminosity, though. They can break open some of these walls and get a whole lot of profit from it. Bonnie selection now in from Stamina. We saw this one played by CMG when it came down to that last grand final that we watched over in NA East. And we saw really that the Achilles heel of this selection was swapping those lanes frequently. So we'll see if Luminosity have sort of observed that, maybe wisened up, or decide to employ it.
I mean, on a game type like Knockout, having the flexibility between the poke, the long range game, and the all-in, the full commit, play up close and personal is really important. RT picked up here for Chino. You could say much the same for this pick too.
Certainly so. I mean, this is not a slow brawler. You have a whole lot of range. You have a whole lot of damage. You are very capable of defending yourself in close range too. If you pop down your super, you get basically a double Jackie action if you want to look at it that way. But you don't want to be left as just ahead in the end.
Yeah, again, important because then at that point, RT can start to punish people through walls and be pretty annoying, like Jackie can be when you're playing up close to the sort of walls and other boxes and other architecture. So, okay, we've seen this a couple times here today, actually. This will be the second time the Sprout comes out here on Bell's Rocks. It's not Gold Arm Gulch, but I guess the same kind of thought applies here. Pretty good at creating space, pretty oppressive in the sort of early to mid round, and can still have pretty impact late here. So Luminosity's team, I feel like they have pretty balanced brawler in Chino. Charles, of course, when we get to that endgame scenario, you're really afraid of what the Shelly can do, and Patchy gives you a heck of a lot of action early to mid game. Gus will round out the selection here for STMN.
I have to agree when it comes to the versatility, or not necessarily versatility, but how well-rounded Luminosity Gaming's composition is. They are also possibly implementing some elements that we saw CMG try to utilize. The only thing was they had Bonnie on their team, which just wasn't really able to switch lanes as frequently as they needed to. We saw the Shelly and the Sprout work together really effectively, I think. We saw the wall go up, and Shelly lurked behind it, ready for that wall to break down when Sprout used the gadget to get the super back for free. And then Clay Pigeons for Shelly. The rest is history. And Brawler on the enemy side crumbles to dust. We'll see if they employ it here as we get into round one of game one.
Yeah, one more chapter to be written in the domestic rivalry between STMN and Luminosity Gaming. It all plays out here. Again, nothing to play for in terms of postseason placement. We know Luminosity are headed straight to Worlds, and STMN will have to fight through a gruesome gauntlet of the LCQ. They're already committed to that course of action now. You can see Bobby here and Sands are trying to make some switches here. Chino and Patchy also trying to kind of hide which lane they're ultimately going to commit to here as Sands gets to outrange Patchy briefly here. Oh, the gadget fired off by Patchy there to put some pressure back.
Yeah, something to note is that Bobby, just as a tick, is going to objectively get a whole lot more damage than Sprout. Just basically the best thrower, first pick in a lot of different maps. And this is why Tick is banned so frequently. Now with it open, though, Bobby's just about to get his second super of the game. Going to throw it over towards Chino. We're going to have to see Patchy take it out. Actually, he manages to tank the damage, but a win on the right side for Zar looks promising. Jump to the sky for Sands and a double takedown. He's still left standing at the end of this round, which goes to Stamina.
That's what we've been talking about, right? Late in the round, that's where the Bonnie takes on a completely different texture and how it plays out. Zara and Charles actually end up with the same lane assignment once more. Zara just able to win out against that brawler, obviously with a higher sort of base health is a pretty big deal. Hedge thrown down now in front of Zara. Bobby obviously doesn't really care if there's a hedge in his lane, as we saw in that previous round, but Zara will stay on the left for now.
Zara's still able to get some damage versus Charles. Charles is trying to tag him at long range. He's dodging things effectively. On the right side, Sands has his super at the ready. So Patch becomes sort of public enemy number one. Sands knows that he can't really jump in on that Shelly. Chino is the far more ideal target, but Charles is staying in close range. Chino gets a bit too aggressive, though. He could be punished. Bobby has a super at the ready. Patchy has to tank this. They might actually both take the damage. No, they managed to destroy it just in time. This poison's bound to be closing in any second now. Luminosity Gaming are absolutely prepared for the final portion of this round.
Again, Zar with the super up, that extra durability could be massive for something like Sands, or even just on himself. He might need it here. Okay, he's having a trade at the very least. Chino goes down. Charles going to go for the super, but Sands and Bobby work at it from either end. It doesn't matter because they're both sat inside the poison cloud. Patchy just occupies the middle part of the map and outlasts them.
Far too close for comfort there for Patchy. Bobby, he made an amazing play there, using his gadget to survive the blast to the face from Patchy with the super, and almost got that last tag just in time. Another destruction of the Tick super in mid. Charles, Chino, Patchy, all are relegated to the back right part of this arena. Bobby's going to try and keep them back there if he can. Zar around the right is going to try pinching things. Good hedge placement from Chino. Still force forward. Patchy also ready with the super when the time calls for it. Also hanging on to that gadget. We are in round 3, so this is the time to use those gadgets.
Bobby here, persistently forcing Chino back from that middle lane here. Zara also very oppressive in that matchup against Patchy. The Kooky Popper is frightening and represents another bit of burst damage that Zara can rely on here, which means that Patchy cannot afford to step too far forward. Gotta pop the super here, get aggressive. Zara's got a super himself now, so does benefit from that extra shield for a time. The gas do be coming in. Charles knocked up against the wall, though he's not getting out of that one. Sands on the dive in, and the tick head was superfluous, not needed, unnecessary, excessive. STMN, okay. Take things away there in that last round. That is a good look from a team who suffered at the hands of Luminosity last month.
Without a doubt, and keep in mind, Stamina, they're not even all in person playing together. Stamina going into this, once more got the chance to chat with Bobby a little bit. He said, look, our expectations are come in here, try and take a set off of Luminosity, but we are not going to win this. He said that as a statement of fact, that we are not going to win this. But Stamina starting things off quite strong here. At minimum, they could get one set. Big move in on the back left as Sands falls. Patchy is only barely left alive. Bobby's going to go for the big ego play and has to pay the price. The risk just doesn't pay off.
Patchy knew he could tank the last hurrah there, so just pushed up, let it explode, and then took one more shot up close. Shelly is absolutely devastating. A very quick round taken back here by Luminosity. Sands again gets their lane assignment versus Charles. It's an early hedge thrown out here, though, to cut that left-hand side off. Bobby might make a brief rotation. It's just some mines thrown to the left here, and Sands and Charles will resume the probing at length.
Patchy sort of cut off by the hedge over on the right side. At least it keeps Zar away. Zar was dominating Patchy in that last round of game 1, keeping Patchy relegated to the back right corner. The same fate might befall him once more. Kept at low health. Now Band-Aid procced Chino with the hedge on the left side. It's not the best placement. The Saints is still able to push through on the left, but Chino has these gadgets few and far in between. Another spooky boy on the right side from Zar. It's not looking super awesome for Patchy to push through here. Luminosity Gaming really, really on the ropes.
Yeah, Patchy losing the super there. Gadget popped. It's just not enough. The pressure from Zar is immense. Should be STMN even things back up here and putting themselves in a position to take the whole set away. My goodness, once you get enough of the spooky boys on that right-hand side, there is just nowhere for Patchy to play. Patchy opts into a lane switch.
Definitely a good call. Looks like Stamina opted to just go the same lanes as last time, and Luminosity were just one step ahead. It's not easy for Stamina to switch lanes without giving up territory, which is what complicates things for them. But this one's going to be maybe a little bit more free. Sans could move over to the right. Chino can absolutely break that wall down, so Sans needs to stay alert and on patrol on the left side. But Chino's still gotten that super back the old-fashioned way, 4 shots in a row, as long as you're running the supercharged gear. Charles on the right side also equipped for dealing with this tick super. Just another shot in there. Here comes the super, popped onto Bobby, but he's not going to get too much use out of it. Maybe that was a mistake.
Yeah, I wonder what the thinking was there. Maybe Zar had an opportunity to go aggressive on Charles, maybe even force the super there. You'll notice that Zar has to play safe whenever he's marked, and so that really changes now how the lane plays out as opposed to going up against the Shelly. Zar cannot be nearly as aggressive. The Cookie Popper there, okay, super pop by Charles, more for durability than anything else. He has to go aggressive and try and get something done here, but that got forced out of him, and it's good money being thrown after bad by Luminosity. STMN take the first set.
Deserving of a smile from Bobby. What a first set here from Stamina. Just wonderful performance from Stamina in good shot calling, great lane rotation. That's how you play Bonnie over here. The lane switches were complicated at times, but they even managed to perform well in the absence of those lanes exactly how they wanted them. Just versatile actions and good reactions to enemy strategies.
I mean, that Gus Super is very clutch. Zar being able to win the 1v1 here. Look at the pressure on Charles. This is how it started, right? As Charles actually swaps out of this lane. The problem is Luminosity can't find a lane to play against Zar. Zar is their kryptonite over the course of most of this map. And the Spooky Boy down there meant that very quickly Patchy was forced out of that back corner. Zar supering himself on multiple occasions when push came to shove. And Bobby, even when the fighting got close, he always had access to that gadget. Didn't overuse it, didn't have to, because Luminosity had a very poke-based comp of their own.
Certainly so. Look at this Luminosity game, and they almost managed to blast their way out of this one, but a Sprout Hedge to the face kept Bobby off limits. Saw Patchy actually getting some decent taps in here towards the end, but looked like Stamina always had his number, knew exactly what counterplay they needed for the Shelly. That's just part of Shelly being meta for a longer period of time. Yes, she's a very strong brawler, but over time players are going to figure out what the counterplay is. The game beyond the pick phase.
Yeah, she is very straightforward, and that is the secret to her power in many cases. But we don't get to see, you know, I guess her power demonstrated in a matchup like that. There's just too much to keep her at bay. And I think the DPS here really, you know, it tells you a whole lot about how this went down. Again, a bit more slower pace. Much of this round is a lot about back and forth stuff. But Patchy, 33 DPS, just spending almost the entirety of that set outside of optimal range.
And also locking in 5 kills along the way, though, the most on his team by a long shot. So it's just about the trigger discipline, knowing when to pop that super. He gets it basically for free with the use of Clay Pigeons. It's just about how and when you use it. He knows that he also can't break down one of those breakable walls on the right side because he needs it to survive in the subsequent rounds. So this is still well played by Luminosity. A win for Stamina nonetheless. Leads us into Canal Grand with 1 set lead for Stamina.
Here we go. Of course, a very popular map for Eve to come out here. Again, now a lot of these boxes are indestructible, so a little bit harder to bust through those and get to grips with your opponents as quickly as you otherwise would like. And again, a great start for STMN in this series so far. Let's jump straight into our picks and bans here. Tick straight away, gone. There's no doubt about it that STMN would have snapped it up if they could have, but it'll be first picks here for Luminosity Gaming, and they secure the Barley.
It's a creative selection there. Typically, throwers are relegated towards the last picks unless you're going for Tick. Even Sprout is typically picked as one of the last brawlers. So seeing Charles on the Barley early on is definitely a little unexpected, I think, to a lot of viewers. But Luminosity Gaming are the most winningest in this region. So when they pick Barley, they really mean business. Now with the Nita selection from Stamina, I think that this is Stamina anticipating that Nita was desired by the opposing team, right? They want to take that away from Luminosity Gaming, and they bring in a counter of their own. I think that Gray is probably the best thing that they could have gone here, and they take away Nita from Luminosity. Just good picking from Stamina and good foresight.
We've seen that Gray very important with that gadget, the walking stick, to start an engagement. It doesn't yank an opponent all the way in. It's not a gene pull, but it is enough. It's enough to make sure you can pin an opponent down and then find that elimination, which is going to be very important if STMN find themselves behind. Lou picked up. So Lou, Nita, and Gray here. Man, Lou really looking to zone and sort of make it, you know, inadvisable for Luminosity to try and close the gap with this Ashe.
Like we always say, that the challenge with Lou is simply getting that super. So we'll probably have to primarily get it off of Patchy. We'll be able to get some supercharge off of Chino, but very unlikely to be Charles, since Charles will reside around those walls, particularly the indestructible ones, as much as possible. That's where Sands comes into this equation. He can get a teleport, he can also get those hooks. And those hooks are valuable for breaking open the walls, which Luminosity Gaming are desperately going to need. They're going to need to get that mid control early and hang on to it for as long as possible. Sands is really bringing the aggression to the party from Stamina.
We get it, Zah. We get it. Obviously playing from home here. Again, it's on the western side of, you know, Americas roughly. So there's that at least. Not playing from the East Coast. Still, STMN, despite some of that adversity, had triumphed at least in the first set of this series. Bobby, very close to falling there, is able to amble away from the onslaught of Barley. Sands, though, can only pick a small spot in the middle of that last call and will give a lot of charge for the next super over to Charles.
Zar in with the ice rink on the left. Chino's got to keep them out of this area. Charles also dangerous territory. Was he expecting Bobby to get such close range in with the kill? No, not even a trade. Bobby remains alive. He's not going to regen for too long. Needs to get some shots on Apache. Surprise from the left flank from Chino. The left side seems to be the weakness of both teams here. Everyone getting surprised. Sands left out in the open, hung out to dry, and Luminosity Gaming maintained the lead with yet another kill on Azar.
Now lively fighting there, but the death of Sands gives over 4 stars. Patchy almost getting caught out by the bear stun. Having to hang on here, and Bobby's going to be forced to give some ground. Now he has to deal with the onslaught once again of that Barley. Sands, what's the play here? A new super, of course, to give them an access route to the soft underbelly of this Luminosity squadron. Cesar also is peeking, trying to build up another super. If he can drop that in a compromising spot, then it will be game over for this STMN crew. But Chino is so oppressive alongside Charles. I mean, the thrower plus M's. Bobby is caught in place for now.
Sands now with the teleport. Might use that towards the end of the game if he needs to. Has one ready to go onto Charles. Chino's trying to stay close in range. Take advantage of that. Patchy on the left side, stunned and taken down. Luminosity still vastly in the lead. Sands with the desperation play. Anything he can possibly get. He needed one more tap on a Chino, but it was too late. It's a win for Luminosity Gaming to start off set 2.
I mean, I appreciate taking the Nita away from Luminosity. You want to try and deny them a pick that's very strong for them. But, for, you know, outside of the speed gadget run up and the elimination on Barley earlier on in that round from Bobby, it looked like it was really, really hard to get Nita into a position where she was set up for success and spent much of the round being shut out by the Barley and by the M's.
I definitely like this. I mean, look, Stamina, they picked Nita knowing that she was going to get hard countered by Barley. Charles is trying to play into that Nita, but everyone else is so close by. Can't really find viable walls to be playing around. Bobby also just following in Ash's footsteps as long as possibly can. A little heart pin up in the air. This Patchy is very, very far away from him. Bobby, without being able to attack Ashe, won't really be able to accomplish much with this Brawler. So that really falls to the responsibility of Zar and Sands to get the long-range damage. Luminosity, they're hanging on to that one blue star that keeps them in the lead. And they'll stay there for as long as possible. Not even a hook from Sands can hit them.
Yeah, it doesn't quite predict the positioning of Luminosity as well as he would have liked. They have been under the cover of that grassland, though. Chino, I think he's probably thinking, if I can keep Bobby in the top corner of this map, he's going to be utterly useless. And what a dive! But Charles able to get away. Only just Apache comes to the rescue and gets his revenge. Meanwhile, Bobby slapped on the top side of the map. This is going horribly for STMN.
Certainly a brush with death there for Charles, but Chino's here to collect some deaths on the back right side. Bobby almost was able to wrap that up cleanly with a trade. Luminosity Gaming still remain in the lead. Patchy on the left side also is getting seriously aggressive. Class calling from Charles. Patchy, big aggression, a double kill for the guy. Not even Nita's Whale can stay safe, and neither can Bobby coming through the teleport. Patchy, Charles, Chino, all lit as can be. And Luminosity Gaming are only 4 stars away from ending this one off early. Bobby's going to go for what he can versus Charles and Chino. The healing comes in. The final tap from Patchy on the left side. Luminosity Gaming takes set 2.
Gotta feel like Luminosity win that set in the draft phase. They've really got everything they need. They first pick Barley, right? That was on the table. Bobby knows this. Takes the meter anyway, says we'd rather have it than have to play against it alongside the barley. Oh, buddy, that was very, very hard for Bobby to have an impact there in that second round as well. Completely zoned off by Ems and eventually shut down by a stun is huge. If you can get the bear in range, but more often than not, it was the Ashe that was tangling with the bear. Even if you get the kill, it's only 2 stars really going your way. And STMN couldn't find a net positive in these star trades as these fights went down.
I think a lot of this just comes down to the draft, like you mentioned. Luminosity Gaming with that barley first selection, it was sort of an eyebrow raiser, I think, but it's one of those indications where if you're picking barley and you don't have a plan, then it's just the biggest throw ever. But Luminosity Gaming knew exactly what they were doing. If the enemy doesn't play Nita, then they're going to play Nita, and there's not going to be anything to counter it. And then Stamina plays Nita, and a lot of the time they're sort of left without a kill. Bobby did get 1 stun in there. The Apache still took him down numerous times on the brawler that theoretically should be countered by Nita, but Chino's put in the work from the side of Luminosity Gaming and getting the majority of their kills, and what a DPS counter that is.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. Chino and Charles looking very, very good. I do like the idea, to be fair, of Nita being able to make use of Grey Super to close the gap. But quite often, Bobby was playing separately from Zara, I think it was. And like, I don't think that that's necessarily something that STMN were trying to play towards. I think that Bobby was looking to, you know, be a threat on its own, maybe try and draw true 2 brawlers towards him. But he only ever got the attention of the M's, and the 1-for-1 in that situation is probably not good enough. Double Swoosh coming up next as Gem Grab is our next set on the docket, and these 2 teams are locked at 1 set apiece.
This could be a really oppressive map if you get sort of zoned out of your bush. We saw that happen earlier on, where once you are forced out of that bush, once there are at least 2 brawlers in the bush nearest to you, then there's simply no way to retake, but it does come down to your brawler selection to decide whether that's even a possibility for you. Czar, and with the Squeak, can get some good visuals on enemies, slow down one of the lanes, as well as get vision within those bushes with the use of the gadget. See Luminosity Gaming have to respond to this in some way. Taking a look at the bans as well, we'll have to observe, are there counters to Squeak ban? Well, yes, Carl is banned out, so that sort of limits Luminosity's playbook a little bit.
Poco now snapped up by Luminosity. We know that Ems is pretty oppressive on this particular map, as evidenced by our global win rates for brawlers. She is at the top of that scale, and Luminosity are more than happy to go for it here. They banned out the Crow earlier on there, you want to note, so taking that one away from STMN, as they pick they often like to go for. I mean, no one likes it more than Tribe, but they definitely didn't want to deal with it in this matchup. No Tara, no Carl. Yes, so STMN definitely very aware of how painful Carl can be to play against, even though it's a good pick in their hands as well. Otis makes a showing here. It's been a hot minute since we've seen that brawler picked up.
He's definitely still a viable brawler, but it's very matchup dependent. Luminosity Gaming with that last pick have the possibility of going for a tank, so Stamina need to be thinking about what are our tank counters. Otis is definitely cut out for the job. They pick up the Daryl as well as a tank of their own, so this is very viable for them. Sans, I think, can run that right lane pretty effectively, and with the Fat Splatter down, can get some visuals on where those enemies are. He might also be able to play mid, but I think it's a little more likely that he runs that right lane. I want to also talk about the Ims and Poco combo over here, the 2-3 from Luminosity Gaming. This is a smart one because Poco's a strong brawler, but he can get countered pretty hard. They banned out the Crow, which is unassuming on its own, but picking up that Ims, she sort of hard counters Poco on that 1v1 matchup, so it's very shrewd of them to pick these 2 up together. They're still going to go with the Ashe in spite of the Otis.
Okay, so Sans well positioned here, obviously, as a duelist brawler. You know, with that super up to be able to prevail here. Charles, though, big old health pool, a little bit of a scary prospect, but a good silence. I mean, could really turn things in Otis's favor. Definitely why they were picked so much in the past. I mean, think back to last World Finals. Very hotly contested brawler because of that 1v1 potential. The Daryl is such a timeless pick. And it has been for so many teams. That mobility is just not something that you see bolted onto a tank brawler these days. And teams really make the most of that. Sans is going to look to get down and dirty.
He's a good brawler, really, for any kind of comeback, even in close range. Look at this. 2 stuns on the enemy, but wasn't able to finish the job. That's where Bobby comes in. Apache only barely remained alive. Here comes a slow on the left side, too. A little bit of vision inside the bushes. Luminosity Gaming, they're going for the Blitzkrieg strat, just immediately down the left side, try and storm Stamina's defenses, and then set up camp there. but Sands is back with a vengeance. Has a super ready to go. Patch is taking a lot of damage. Sheena's trying to enforce something in close range. Bobby might be able to come out on top. Sands with the roll all the way to the back, where Zar has already set up his own offense. And Sands deposits a couple of gems safely on Luminosity's side, sure. They still got the kill, and they still have the control. The heal is really going to be the thing that propels Luminosity's offense here. So if they can get some good heals off, then they might be able to retake mid. Otherwise, Stamina look quite likely to keep the spawn trap.
Bobby's done so much for so little at the start of the round. Chino was denying like all the sight lines from this week. Bobby would just swing around a corner, stick one to Patchy, stick one to Chino, and then triple stick Chino to find that kill there. Unfortunately for Bobby though, here come the little helpers to force Zar away, and the gems are scattered across the ground. Zar can only look on here. Fat Splatter hoping for something a bit more than just a tickle. The Luminosity, they pull off the Italian job.
Oops, Sands in with the roll, goes for Patchy, looks to claim a third onto Charles. No way! The team kill from Sands, and he looks to run it all the way back. Another gem spawning. It's picked up by Zar. Stamina with all 10 gems needed to maintain this countdown. 10 seconds remain. Luminosity Gaming all but stymied on the left side. Charles, the last member remaining on the left. Chino falls on the right, but still an interruption. Picked up by Bobby, reacquired as well. Some room going back to Stamina is on the left side. They set up for yet another defense versus Patchy. And Chino approaching from the right. Zar with the self-sacrifice. Taken down by the Rats. Patchy beelines for the back line. Sands has to get the kill. Chino trying constant charisma. No! The last minute take back. Chino might be able to run it back. Zar gets a takedown. Charles still alive. Needs the super. But he can't even pick up enough gems and he can't stay alive. Another countdown coming in for Stamina.
And what do you do if you're Luminosity? You had a couple of real good bites at the apple there, and it turned out to be sour. Bobby sat with 12 gems, looking comfortable here as Luminosity now getting sent back to spawn one after another. Sands looks to just get in their way, and that is that. What a play from Sands. The full team kill to put STMN back in the fight. Doesn't get much better than that.
I expected more of a reaction from Bobby on the player cams, but maybe this is the face of like, okay, so did that really just happen, or do we really deserve that? What a play from Sands. 1, 2, 3 kills in a row from the Daryl. Yeah, a little hard is absolutely well-deserved for Sands. Stamina, they acquire the very first game of this set. Sort of a rug pull out from underneath the feet of Luminosity Gaming. They lose all of that control in what seemed like an instant. Now they look to take it back, not quite as quickly as last time, but Sands still able to snipe up that first kill. Patchy on the left trying to approach Sands, but isn't able to line up those shots. Super on the right side from Bobby doesn't get too much value, but here comes a roll in from Sands once more. Dispelled by Charles, and Bobby has to run.
Dangerous. The little helpers, there's no one to take them down. The single shot brawlers just get mowed over by that Ash Super. Sands has got to come back in and try and salvage the situation, but he doesn't go for the gem carrier. He instead buys himself some real estate closer toward enemy territory. Charles, public enemy number 1 now. The Luminosity squad have the gems on the brawler they need them to be on. Bobby trying to get away, but Chino's going to get aggressive here. Friend zone a pop, but Bobby's healthy enough to take him down. Sands has super as well. Those 6 gems are far from safe in Charles's hands.
Patchy goes directly for Bobby, almost able to secure the kill, but Bobby staying away, hiding these obstacles, and Sands gets the offense now. 6 gems toppled to the ground, but Sands, he's playing the 19th hole. Here it comes, another kill, and Stamina now with 11 gems on their side, a countdown active, and Patchy eliminated.
Zar throwing himself in there. He knows his team's got it. He's now going to run some interference. He mutes Charles, who tries to step up. It's just Chino caught in the mix in the middle of the map. STMN are going to take this to a match point in a series that they said patently, we are going to lose. We do not have expectations of winning this series. They find themselves up 2-1 after quite the showing on Double Swoosh.
Yeah, well, if Bobby doesn't have confidence in the team winning the whole thing, Sands certainly is willing to backpack them, put everything on his back, and make it work with that Daryl. What on earth have we witnessed with this Daryl play today? Sands, what a menace.
Yeah, absolutely dirty, dirty stuff. Again, pretty frightening, up close and personal. The damage output of Daryl is almost unbounded. That super coming up at just the right time for Sands there allows him to plow through that brawler, take 6 gems away, and then Luminosity have to overextend time and time again. Zar, great patience here. He sees Charles obviously, pop the super. knows he can't go for the kill instantly, and then a cheeky little fadeaway. Nothing Luminosity could do from that point on. STMN, they take some big risks here, but they're playing with house money as they had no gems anyway, and that's where the big plays that Daryl can make can shine. Stunning work from this squad, reminding everybody it wasn't so long ago that they were the kings of NA.
Well, they might be looking to ascend to that throne once more. Luminosity Gaming is looking ready to throw down the guillotine, though, and they need to get a couple of wins in a row to be able to take this one back. That's scary from Sands, 355 DPS. Actually, yeah, just keep your eyes on the left side of the screen. This is a masterclass in aggressive play in a control-based mode.
I want to point out Bobby did such a great job at the start of Double Swoosh. Luminosity played very aggressively towards the middle part of the map, sticking M's right in Bobby's face, forcing him to just peek around that central sort of wall. Bobby able to peek either side and get sticks on two different brawlers, also sort of keeping the Ashe on the left-hand side quiet. Bobby's the kind of guy who does a lot with very, very little. We've seen him prevail in situations where, you know, anyone else would sort of crumble. So he's one to watch, always dangerous, never out of the fight. Let's head to Kaboom Canyon. It's time for a little heist.
You love heist action, and, well, we saw how Kaboom Canyon can go for some of these teams. Stamina in particular, they really do like the Colette, so we'll see if they go with that one. Jessie is the first selection from Luminosity Gaming. The first pick of Jessie you don't really see often. This is one that typically appears later on the draft, but if you remember back to Canal Grand, we saw an earlier, or rather what's typically a later pick, picked earlier on by Luminosity Gaming. Keep in mind that Sands, or rather not Sands, Sands is one of the members of Stamina, but Sam is still available in this match. Jesse's a hard counter. Jesse's a hard counter to
Crow.
Any tank for that matter.
Yeah, I sort of called a Crow being open is a pretty big go signal there. Griff getting taken out just because of his ability to blow the map to smithereens. Colette now comes in here for Sands. Now, we didn't love the Colette pick for STMN. Last time we saw them on Heist, it was a little bit hard for Zar to actually secure kills or generate a lot of pressure outside of, you know, what he was able to do to the safe. So in this occasion, STMN are going to hope to have someone assisting Colette, you know, and following up on the damage that she can do in that percent health sets here. Still a decent look. I think the Crow is just great for STMN here. We're kind of talking about it earlier on in the day. The Brawl that kind of has it all. Slow, poison to delay healing, an all-in ability, a very, very fast brawler. You love to get yourself a free Crow here.
Yeah, I see a lot of potential, really, for Stamina here. Crow's going to be one of those brawlers where when you get mid, you're just never going to let go of it. You get great scouting ability in those bushes. You're able to lane pretty effectively. I like the Colette selection in here, too. Luminosity Game, they're coming in with the spawnables, so I think this is a wise selection of Tara. Really, one of the main things that messes up Colette, since she is a single-target brawler, is stuff that just a bunch of stuff on
Help from beyond.
that soaks up the damage. Yeah, that's precisely what it is from Tara. But she's also going to be good versus Jesse's turret since she deals increased damage to non-player spawnables.
We see a Squeak picked up here by Luminosity, which is no real surprise. Just a very powerful brawler. Great damage output, pretty safe as well. You know, stacking up those ticking bombs can actually give Squeak the real edge when it comes to these close quarters 1v1 scenarios. Just very effective for constant pressure over the course of an entire map. Eve going to get picked up here again. Makes sense, a bit of flexibility, the ability to ford some of these bodies of water here and come from unexpected angles.
I like it. I like the final selection. As far as what it's going to be most effective for dealing with, I'm a little bit unclear since those pets can be pierced by Patchy, they can be pierced by Charles. It might be a bit of a handful for Charles because he doesn't have the greatest reload speed here with the Squeak, but Chino will also be able to take down the hatchlings relatively easily. I think it's more the value that you're able to hover over the water and effectively create a third lane for yourself that's going to prove the most value for Stamina here. I think they have some concerns about whether they'll be able to retake mid if they lose it once, so the Crow selection as well as that Eve selection will make it a lot easier for them to do so.
Man, all of these brawlers feel great in the 1v1. Bobby, though, gets a lane assignment in which he can punish those helpers from beyond, but Zar, oh my goodness, he got pasted with the stickies, and here comes Charles now looking to force Sands away from the action. And we're about to get the answer to your question. How do you retake mid after losing it? So far, it doesn't seem so easy for STMN.
Not even close. Patchy's actually going to get the jump on Zar. Even predicts the trajectory of his jump. That's next level. Sands goes for the elim on the Patchy, but won't be able to finish him off. Still remained alive with 100 health remaining. Luminosity Gaming hold on to this mid control. They have yet to really get a scratch on that enemy safe, though. The first tap needs to be coming in soon. Looks like Stamina are also being cautious about where they position themselves. Don't want to allow any of those shots to ricochet off of them onto the safe. But Patchy's going to get the jump over here on the right side. Down with the turret, Sands has to lock onto it like a laser, but he won't be able to take it down before it takes a nice chunk of their safe.
Can't do too much about that if you're Sands. You see the turret come down. We're seeing some of Colette's limitations here. Good pressure, though, on that Luminosity Gaming save, though, by Chino, unfortunately. It will be STMN sort of falling behind a little bit now as Charles has been very hard to dig out. Oh, he got the super on the save. That's 7k damage for free.
Actually, a lot of that damage was soaked up by the hatchling, so impressive positioning here from Zar. Well, timed as well. We'll see Sands on the left side fall. Stamina have yet to retake this mid. Bobby had a chance of doing it, but he opted to go for the safe damage instead. He locked in 25% solo with the Crow Super. It's definitely not something to sneeze at. We'll see Chino on the left side also fall. Good value for Sands. He just needs a couple more shots to get that super back. And Charles on the right side has the potential to get 9k damage on the save with even damage gear on. It's enhanced. Here it comes. And Luminosity Gaming have locked in so much on that save.
Yeah, nothing you can do from this position as STML. We have 30 seconds. Okay, so you have a little bit to work with now. This is player advantage, and Zara in a decent spot, just chipping away at a little bit, but none of that nuke potential that, you know, Squeak can kind of offer you on an enemy safe, and Sands doesn't even get a chance to use the super. Bobby tries to dive in and defend the safe, but from here on out, they're pretty much done. Gravity thrown in there. Sands body blocking unintentionally, but it's far, far from enough. Once STMN lost mid, they struggled to retake it. You predicted that very well, and you weren't sure what the Eve was supposed to deal with necessarily. You got your answer there. A whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of what we were anticipating, right? That you're not going to be blocking up enemy shots. You can walk over the water, but Stamina need to win this mid lane early, and we'll see if Bobby actually decides to take a different approach. Previously, he went super aggro. He got 25% off the enemy safe, which is massive, but well, we can only speculate as to how much they would have gotten off the safe if they'd gotten that mid control back. And it even seemed when they got a semblance of control, Luminosity Gaming still managed to claw their ways back into the bushes and get damage on the STMN safe as a result.
You see a Colette using her super on one opponent, sort of in frustration. It can tell you a lot here. Sands obviously tried to clear the middle part of the map with that in that last round, and couldn't find a elimination off of it here. Luminosity are not leaving the front porch. They are hanging out. They're ordering DoorDash. They ain't going nowhere. Help from Rion here, forcing Bobby back once more, and Zara is really hurting from this damage from the Squeak. Gravity going to catch Sands in the middle of it here, but the shield that remained after the super keeps Sands standing. Charles is in trouble. Bobby is hunting hungry, but gets taken down by the Squeak. It's eventually traded out by Zara, but he and Sands aren't in the best position to get max safe damage. Just a little bit would be enough. They have a 1% lead here, and Sands sucked into the black hole.
Patchy looked to be a one-man army there at mid, but Chino chimed in at just the right time with the gravity. You see Sands and Zar on the left. So we're trying to regroup, maybe take down Charles. A little damage from the hatchling is able to send him to an early grave takedown for Chino as well. Here comes the turret on the left side. Zar can really only stand by and watch as Chino, Patchy, they defend this as much as they can. That's so much damage, but Zar's going for the enemy safe. He knows he's done now, though, as Charles tags him up with the last shot. Chino needs to be pinched by Bobby, but he needs another brawler in order to get a proper pinch. Sands
How do they get rid of Chino?
Decide to do that. And Chino also doesn't have any wait for the super there. Unfortunate. But we have to see Stamina take these guys down. It might be beyond help, though.
I mean, you're right about the wasted super, but Chino wins the 1v1 there. STMN needs to send more than one brawler to try and deal with this tower, who is still standing, by the way. Chino gleefully just hacking away at the safe, and STMN realize it's too late. Luminosity Gaming are taking us all the way. A commanding heist performance to set us up a fated final showdown on Brawl Ball.
The outcome we were told to expect, and the outcome that sort of looked a little less promising as Stamina started to ramp up their momentum from their side. Now, Luminosity have the wind in their sails as they go into set number 5, a bit of Brawl Ball action. We'll see the map in a moment. I'm almost tempted to get ahead of myself, but we got some highlights to go through from the last set, too. Luminosity Gaming, they got that lockdown control of mid. It seemed like they didn't even let go of it once. When Stamina in that final game started to get some semblance of control, that's when Patchy held it down and bought enough time for Chino to come in with that finishing super.
I'm telling you, man, Colette seems to be really feast or famine. She's so oppressive when your team has mid control and is very, very good at holding it. But when you don't, it seems like Sans was a spectator for much of this set, really. Chino was impossible to be removed. I mean, I think Bobby had to go try and deal with them. There wasn't a whole lot that Sans could really do to stop them either. Really solid showing from Luminosity Gaming, but again, I think it's a set they won in the draft.
I think so too. I mean, we even see Sans playing a different sort of Colette than we usually would. A lot of times those supers get saved for the enemy safes, and a lot of times, well, Colette, when she's played, she sticks in those bushes a lot. That's the way that she's going to get value. And Sans was going for some big plays in with the super, trying to finish things off onto enemies, and sometimes he was missing and stuff. That's just what happens when you play that Colette at long range. It's not the way that Colette usually profits. So, unfortunate outcome for Stamina. Another thing that I want to say for Luminosity is they managed to get Colette out of the equation every single time they threw down the turret from Jesse.
So now all eyes turn towards our final map of Brawl Stars monthly finals for the year. Not only for this North American West region, but in general. We already know that Luminosity Gaming are headed straight to the World Finals. We already know that STMN will be competing at the LCQ. Question is, on what foot does STMN leave domestic competition? Is it on a win against a rival who they've traded wins with across the entirety of a year? Or is it a crushing loss that was so close that may have been decided in the pick and ban phase? It all gets decided here on Field Goal.
Stamina, they've been a team that, in spite of their performance, in spite of their skill, have been plagued by uncertainty and a bit of inconsistency over the past few months. A win over Luminosity Gaming would mean a lot to them, and a loss from Luminosity Gaming, they'd still be going directly to the World Finals. I don't think it would leave them too uncertain, lest they consider, I guess, that Stamina, they're not playing in their usual environment. Taking a look at that very first selection from Luminosity Gaming, the Crow has some viability at mid, which is where I expect it might be played. Take a look at those win rates, to 94% win rate with
that is
Michael.
So based, bro.
Dude, I mean, like, here's the deal with some of these stats as well, is that none of these are from a small sample size. This is from the last
globally, right?
month. Aggregated, yeah, you have to have at least, I think, 10 selections of the brawler to make it up there on the stats board, so that's really consistent.
Oh man, the dynamite is beautiful. It is a sight to behold. We've seen it be, very punishing on this kind of map, and Luminosity have no interest in dealing with it. I think STMN actually picked it at the end of their last series and were able to show just how devastating it can be. So, Tara and B picked up here for STMN. Very dependable, very solid here. In fact, all the picks right now feel safe and adaptable from both sides. They're going to feel each other out. You can see despite there not being any implications in the postseason on this match, there's a sense that there's a bit on the line. We have no crazy picks.
This is when I look to Willow to come into the equation, but yeah, she is already banned by Luminosity. We'll go with Anita here. That's to counter out a tank as a final selection. I think it's highly likely that Stamina decide to roll with the tank anyway, because that's just the playstyle that they win with. They can decide to not play into this counter, but it wouldn't be the comp that they always win with.
Primo, Daryl's available. Ash has been banned away, so that's not an option here. We're still waiting for Luminosity to round out their team with Carl. Yep, that's pretty frightening. This is the kind of squad that you don't really want to tangle with at length. So, again, solid picks here from Luminosity Gaming. And if we get a tank, who would it be for STMN?
I'm looking to either Daryl or I'm looking to perhaps a Buzz or something. There are other ways to deal with the Carl. They could always go a Tank Buster. It would be a little bit unexpected. They have to think about how they're going to deal with that Nita too. Maybe like a Barley. No, Sam is a selection over from Stamina. Very aggressive brawler. They're going to have to run this one down, which might find Bobby and Zara on the B and Tara lagging behind. It's going to be difficult, but we'll leave it to Sans to play those W key brawlers.
Okay, Sam, fun pick here. Pretty nasty if he gets up close, but there's a lot that can punish that. There's a lot that stands in Sam's way. How do you sort of feel about this STMN draft, sort of from top to bottom?
I think that it's pretty safe, honestly, when we look at the first couple of picks. When we look at the last pick, that's going to come down to execution. And I'm not just saying, like, does he play it well? I think it comes down to team comps. Do we see the Sam repeatedly rushing down the side that doesn't have Nita on it? We got to see Stamina making some of these shot calls. We'll see on the left side, Bobby having to face into the Nita, getting stunned. That's really the most punishing thing, is that Sam, simply by existing, by the way that he plays, is going to be feeding those bears back-to-back, 6,000 health each, and it's going to be miserable for B to deal with every single time.
Here's the swoop. Actually able to finish off Sans, who was not able to strike at the Crow after he alighted. Zar here trying to find a way in against Carl. Not fun as that boomerang continues to fly. Sans here will be trying to get the ball out of friendly territory now, but Charles is staunchly holding this left-hand side of the map. Sans definitely dodges away from the bear stun here, but it's taking a ridiculous amount of damage. Stays alive though through it. Can they back away? They can. Sans gets away from that needed damage, but Bobby almost found himself in a compromising spot there. Gravity used, but Chino gets away.
Nice move there from Chino, but things are starting to crowd in. Charles is going to have to throw down an emergency bear, but he tries to get the stun. Here it comes on the Bobby. It's enough time. Chino can pass this forward with the combo from the gadget. That's a goal in the bag for Chino if he can get through the stun. Here it comes. Not able to hang on to that ball. A stellar defense from Sans.
Yeah, Sans coming out at just the right moment there. That looked like it could have gone really wrong. Rattled Hive here for Bobby. Looking to line this one up on anyone who dare get close enough. All of LG kept their distance from it though. Zar's last gravity was not effective. Patchy wants to try and start the fight off here, but Zar's able to use the terrain to block any of the damage coming in from that leap. And now Sans wants a piece of Charles, but gets caught. Patchy gets involved. The bear's deployed. Bobby very scared of this one. Has to give up a lot of ground. Gravity's going to suck Patchy in though, and now that extra shade is going to force Crow out of the action, and a tailspin claims the Tara.
Sanzi's still going directly for Charles. He's going to end up feeding that super, and here it comes. But is there's any stun? No. No gadgets left for Charles. It's just sort of a punch-in bag for Sans to deal with once he gives Charles a super. So maybe this is sort of a stalemate on the matchup. But Patchy's still trying to chime in, deal with some of that damage, serrating attacks. Sans also falls a couple of tags on a Bobby and Zar. They're both on desperately low health. Chino goes for one kill, looks for another onto Zar.
One more.
Stays just out of range, taken down with 5 seconds left. Sans, he's fresh out of stuns. Patchy and Chino need to combine to get this goal, but they're going to opt to play the mid fight instead. Look for those kills before they go for the goal.
Patchy eviscerated instantly, goes in with the swoop and never actually touches down. Here's the gravity. Charles sucked into it, but Chino's able to get rid of Sans. A 2 versus 3 now as Patchy is back on the scene. Zark keeping the Crow at a respectful distance here, and Bobby is a little bit more dangerous now in this overtime scenario. We need to be hot-footed if you're Luminosity to avoid the inevitability the B can sometimes provide. Iron Hive thrown out, no one affected by it. No slow for Luminosity, but Sans is creeping up alongside the wall. Zar gets picked up by Chino though. The ball is loose. 20 seconds left and Luminosity are charging down the field.
The game is afoot. Chino can go for a big snipe right down the right side, and Bobby and Zar are just short. Luminosity Gaming with the goal scored. Head on to match point.
That was a close round, but I'm telling you, that Carl has been devastating all round long in the hands of Luminosity Gaming. Zar was completely silent. Nothing he could really do against the pressure Chino constantly applied on this right side of the map. And Chino's going to get back to business, and business has been good.
Certainly has been. He's going to get the 2-for-1 deal. Almost got 1 or 2 for the price of 1. Bobby's going to go for this move. He's going to have to rush through. Big damage from Patchy. He's going to go for the super, but it opens the doors for Bobby to slot it through just at the right moment. That one happened so fast that I don't even think I saw it. I don't even think I saw it happen.
The swoop was there, but Bobby, did he just walk that in? Or surely he didn't fire that off. Either way, a critical error from Patchy there. Opening the way for Bobby to get in. Another Iron Hive thrown out. Empowered shot available, and Patchy feels the brunt of it. Gonna have to pass the ball over towards Chino now, but it's gonna be a while before the Crow is able to enter the fray for real again. Stun, Sans, caught up by the bear. Charles eats up yet another player from STM, and it's gonna be Zara and Bobby left, but Bobby can't hang on. And Luminosity are well positioned to equalize, but Sans straight out of the goals, able to get the ball away, but gives his life up in the process.
Charles has one super down and another one on the way if he wants it. Zar taken down. Sands and Bobby, the only remaining defenders. Patchy's got to go for the slow onto Sands, who sacrifices his super. He knows he's going to go down, and Chino's going to pick up the free kill on the left side, but Patchy and Charles have to move through the left side. Zar's not even able to pop off his super in the correct amount of time, and it ties up our ball game. Luminosity Gaming only one goal away from ending us all off.
Gravity catches Chino out there, punished for overextending perhaps. The bear stun gets wasted there on one of the shades, and Patchy went for it. He's not going to come up with the goods though. One apiece with 52 seconds left. Bobby with possession.
Bobby's got a whole lot of health. He's got that shield active too. Take down on the left side. Sands in with the super. Almost short work there for Chino. Zar has that super at hand as well. Could slot it through. No. Blocked by the goal. And Charles is the one remaining defender. He can't get enough damage in time. And Stamina score the final goal. We're going to double match point.
Oh yes, self-satisfaction on the face of Bobby, who walks a goal in as B on two separate occasions. Patchy gave him a pretty big opportunity at the start of that set, though. I mean, goes for the dive, the start of that round, excuse me, goes for the dive, lets Bobby get past him while the Crow uses that super. It all comes down to this. One round separates these two teams and a championship here in August monthly finals.
Sid's going to go for it. Does he have the health? Well, Patchy certainly is not going to be able to defend. Chino has to go for this ball. He manages to defend versus Bobby and Sands, avoiding that damage expertly and picking up a kill on the right side, single-handedly keeping Luminosity in the game still. But someone has to contest Sands on the left side. It's got to be Nita. Charles has yet to get a super. Bobby's taking serious damage. It's going to fall to the poison, even in spite of that shield. Zar on the right side has to keep Chino occupied. More shades down. It's just stuff for Patchy to deal with. It's easy work for Chino, but a good combo from Patchy, and Chino could score them the goal as long as they keep this ball consistently positioned on Stamina's side.
There's enough time at least for Bobby, Sands, and Co to respawn. Zar maybe knowing that all they were trying to do was buy a little bit of time on the right side of the map. The constant poke from Chino, it's so hard to deal with. Patchy finds some purchase with the knives. Here comes the ball. Sands doesn't want to overextend here. This is dangerous. Sands might have gone too close to the sun, but buys enough time again for Bobby to come off respawn and another rattle hive here to try and ward Luminosity away from the goals.
Bear down the left side, easy stun to Zar, free kill for Charles, and it's 2 versus 2 once again. Here comes Chino in with the super, clearing the way for someone to score a goal. Charles is going to go for it. Bobby tries to defend. It's an absolute scuffle, but Charles is still able to come out on top. Another stun, another free super for Charles. Still going to have to work for it for a moment longer. Just a couple more hits on his Sands will secure it for him. Here it comes, immediately popped off. Sands goes through one, almost tries to clobber Chino, but comes up just short. Luminosity Gaming to keep the game at Stamina's goal, keeping them on the ropes, draining them of every single gadget on their team.
The tailspin threatening here. Chinos decides to pop it while Sands is right in the crosshairs and he's going to find that Sam elimination. Bobby in the meanwhile though, shepherding the ball away up the field. Zar able to pick it up now. 28 seconds left in the round. There's a gravity available. Patchy caught up in it now. Zar getting close, ticking down to the poison and eventually has to succumb. Sands wants to pressure Charles into the corner. 18 seconds left in the round, but Chino will force Sands away with another tailspin.
Countdown active, Sands in position to score, but Chino and Patchy are encroaching upon his territory. Zar's trying to catch up, but Sands is going to fall due to Patchy and Chino pinching him on the right side. Clock ticking down all these walls, including the Instructables about to bust down. Patchy has that super in. He can use it to receive a pass, but Luminosity Gaming need to get a kill or two before they can start to move this ball out of the corner, if they even want to. Charles also is sort of left without a super unless Sands aggresses him. But the ideal is for Zar to get the super around the left side. Here it comes. 2 members in. No, 1 takedown. Patchy has to defend. Sands has the ball. No, it can't even go to Bobby. Patchy goes for the kill. Bobby tries to pass it, but it's not good. And Luminosity look to push it down the field.
30 seconds left in the round now. Zar has to deal with the bear before the issue of the ball can be handled. Chino in with the tailspin. Sands trying to at least get the trade, but can't. Charles is able to stay alive. Patchy's looking low. 17 seconds left in the round. Bobby does have a super to work with, and the Iron Hive is fired off. Chino is slowed. Here comes Sands. Super thrown out instantly, trying to get those gauntlets in the middle of his opponents, but Zar succumbs. Patchy getting close. It's 2 versus 1, and Luminosity are going to shut the door on STMN. They are your August monthly champions, and they're headed over to Worlds to boot. Insult and injury in a victory over their rivals STMN, who I'm sure they hope will make it through that LCQ. That's That's a crushing loss for STMN, and Bobby there just can't believe it.
When you come so close, I mean, Stamina, they came into this without the expectation of winning more than one set, maybe without winning a single set at all, and they almost take it all the way. What a close match. Patchy also sort of left without words. What an insane match between these two. Off of that, though, they came so close to victory. Stamina, they came in with no expectations. Surely they're a little bit more disappointed given how close they came.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps as that series progressed, they started to believe that they could do it. They started to believe they could find the win here. But the points at the end of the day don't matter. I think actually the biggest takeaway from this, and we might talk about a little bit in the post-show, was that it shows the strength of this region. You've got two teams that are very closely matched, that are both headed off to international competition. Obviously, some of them sooner than others. That LCQ might well be the perfect stage for STMN to display their dominance to the rest of the world and book their ticket to play alongside this Luminosity Gaming squad once more. Let's throw it back. This Brawl Ball set was sick. We talked about the comps. Both teams are pretty safe, pretty solid setups here. The Sam, still the impact of that maybe dubious at times, and Bobby really able to find some miracle goals on his own there. It was about as close as it gets.
Just the world round, a lot of different regions look to NA to get ideas about the draft, because NA, they seem to be the front runners here. They seem to be pioneering new things all the time. And when we look over to NA West, the two front runners here, STMN and Luminosity Gaming, pulled up some seriously inventive stuff, running the Sam into the Nita, and they almost got away with it. In fact, they got some good success at times as long as they made sure that that matchup was consistent. Luminosity Gaming are absolutely feasting on the right side, 16, 17, and 16 apiece for each of them. STMN, much more control play, not as many kills, but just as close to a victory as Luminosity got.
Yeah, incredible stuff here. I think in this last map showing, again, sometimes the draft, it seemed at least a little bit questionable from STMN, but Luminosity was a really solid play across the series, even after a slow start. Patchy, again, gets MVP. No one quite does it like this guy. Absolutely phenomenal showing here. I can't wait to hear from Luminosity Gaming, so let's not waste any time. We've got Kenny, obviously, with a winner's interview, so let's hear it.
Well, I'm excited once again to chat with you, Patchy. Last time I talked with you, we knew you were going international, but after some monthly qualifier action, you guys are going to the World Finals. First and foremost, congrats on another successful win here today. Heck of a grand finals against another very, very good opponent. What does it mean to go to your first Worlds?
It means a lot. We put so much time and so much effort, and to beat great teams like STMN, Reconic, Watch Team, etc., to make this goal is it's just insane to me.
We knew coming into this month, you all walked in, you had your spot secure. World Finals on the line, no more. You knew where you were going. What drove you all to still continue to fight, not focus ahead, but on the right here, right now of this monthly finals?
Pride. That's all. The money is nice too, but getting 4 is always nice.
Heck yeah, I love it. I mean, staying focused, staying driven. Let's focus on Worlds, though. You guys are some of the newer players that'll be showing up for the World Finals, representing Luminosity as an organization. What does it mean to play alongside some of the best in the world and have an opportunity at a World Championship?
It's going to be great. Every single team there, all 12 teams that are going to be there are just going to be insane. They're going to be great matchups. I can't wait to play as many teams as we possibly can. And I just want to say shout out to Tribe Gaming, the other NA world spot, and I can't wait to play with them too.
Love to hear it. So what do the upcoming months look like? You guys have been superstars in NA West alongside some of those other teams that you mentioned, but how are you guys going to prepare for an in-person $1 million plus competition compared to something like a monthly finals from your own bedroom?
I'm not sure about that. I haven't really thought about it yet, but we know we're going to be scrimming a lot. We're going to be practicing a lot. We're going to be focusing a lot. First off, we need a break, a well-deserved break after these 6 long months. But after that, we will set our focus on Worlds.
I respect that a lot. I mean, you got a few months, no shame in taking a nice little break or vacation, especially after the long grind. Patchy, are there any shout outs you want to give before I let you go and celebrate?
I just want to say shout out to STMN. They put up an insane fight. They We're in unfortunate circumstances, not playing on the best internet, and they still put us to double match point. That's the closest match we've ever had against them this year, and it was just great. It was a great match, and shout out to CMG and Tribe for making the 2 international spots, and that's it.
Love seeing the respect among the enemy team as well. Patchy, congratulations once again, and can't wait to see what you do at Worlds.
Thank you. See you, Kenny.
Yes, sir. What a month, guys. I mean, heck yeah, way to end. And I think showing some good respect too, and a good shout out as well. If he didn't say it, I definitely was. I mean, given the fact that these guys, STMN, play from different countries even from each other and are still able to put on a show like that, I think shows the strength of that team. But more importantly, I think Luminosity Gaming going to represent this region very, very well.
We got what we paid for and more, especially considering we didn't pay a cent because it's free, baby. That was incredible. Yeah, best show I've seen without paying a cent for it, that's for sure. Luminosity Gaming with, and I quote, their closest game ever against STMN, edged them out. And of course, we'll be headed off into a break before the World Finals on a high note. STMN, though, I know they're happy with themselves. Bobby tweets pretty much straight away, it's crazy what we did under these circumstances. We will be ready for LCQ. And this is like, definitely a good reason if you're a fan of NA to have some confidence. Here's the leaderboard ready, set. What a year it has been in NA West. And you got to feel like the 2 best teams will be headed off to international competition.
Well, they've been neck and neck all year long, and even in the times where they face in the semifinals, it is incredibly hype. We see Reconic Esports NA and Wash Team get some good punches in there too, but Luminosity Gaming and STMN, they are simply a cut above the rest. I couldn't look at any of these and choose 2 better candidates to represent this region at Worlds than Luminosity Gaming and Stamina, and they absolutely deserve it.
Kenny, let's take a fond look back over the day that was with one of the many plays that were candidates for our play of the day.
A lot of good choices, but it came down to this one here. Sands on the Daryl. He was an absolute menace today. 688 HP, walking away with some very valuable gems, and then he's left to play defense as an offensive brawler. Look at this Cheeto. So close to being able to walk away, and then they get a second life. Charles scooping up what he can. Czar hits the rest. I mean, what a segment right there. STMN, again, going to be such a good force to play at LCQ. I think they are honestly one of the contenders to get that golden ticket.
I mean, already said, they're hit different when they get on that stage. I'm feeling pretty good about STMN, especially with this gameplay. Sands now able to play alongside them. I mean, yeah, they're looking scary.
I mean, you see what he does on the 0 ping here. Put him at land and see what he's able to do. Put him like alongside his 2 teammates in the land setting where they have taken the gold several times in the past. It is going to be an absolute spectacle. I cannot wait.
Here is your race for World Finals now. Out of each stage, the Crazy Raccoon, EMEA sends 3 representatives, A Division, Reply Totem, and FUT Esports. FA Mini Peckers, obviously, as we now know from SA East, have qualified. Luminosity Gaming and Tribe Gaming coming from a position where they didn't know if they'd even make LCQ. Catapult themselves into the #1 spot in NA East, and United TOC will be representing mainland China. Let's check in and talk about the LCQ, because that is up next. Here are your LCQ teams. Chasmat Gaming and STMN, of course, will be there. Clash, Datos FA, Reconic Esports, SA, EMEA looks scary. I mean, Humble, SK Gaming, A&R, Navi turning up. Navi always a threat when it comes to these events. East Asia as well, sending a Chasmax squad. Team Flash, Rising Sun, Revenant as well. I am excited for this LCQ. And very quickly, Kenny, let's cover it. 4 teams have a chance to make it to Worlds from this tournament.
I mean, you saw that star-studded roster. October 7th, group stages are going to hit different. It is going to be an absolute insane thing. First time Brawl Stars has had something like this as well. Of course, you can get those exclusive rewards at event.brawlstars.com as well. I know I will be casting my predictions. Hopefully having a perfect day as well after one like today, but you never know, and it's going to be tough with all these great teams.
Oh, all right. Let's wrap things up. Our final monthly final show for the year. It's a pleasure to be back here with you guys and see how the hard work of not only you guys, but also all the regions has culminated now in our teams going to LCQ and to the World Finals. Kenny, some thoughts for you as we throw it back about the day, about the month, about the year.
It's definitely bittersweet. It's going to be a long break coming up here, but most importantly, an insane shout out to the people behind us that back us every single month, whether that's the people at home, whether that's the players who put on this show for us, whether it's you guys alongside me, Uber, and of course, a lot of this year, we had F. alongside me and Reddy. People behind us at Esport Engine, fantastic work, and I'm sure we're going to have some more great action ahead of us, but very thankful to be a part of this wonderful team.
Reddy, what about yourself, man? It's been a great year. We're very excited about the offline competitions that are waiting just around the corner.
I agree with Kenny here. It's bittersweet because we are approaching the pinnacle of Brawl Esports. We have LCQ and then Worlds coming up. So I'm all right not having some monthly finals for a couple months now that we get to see everyone in LAN. But it is the culmination of so much work. Without the players, without production, we'd just be us. So much love to everyone for making Brawl Esports a thing. We'll catch you at the LCQ.
Yeah, and from me, thanks again for being so welcoming, Brawl Esports community. It's great to be back and have a chance to get to witness greatness alongside all of you here in this North American region. October 7th, that's right, we're kicking off with the LCQ. We have our group stages into our 4 golden ticket matches on the 8th. That is not to be missed. Can't wait to see you guys there. In the meantime, stay safe, keep enjoying and loving your Brawl Stars. We'll see you in early October for more of our Brawl Stars World Finals race, starting with the LCQ. Have a great night. With a brawler advantage, this Cordelius ultimate takes on a completely different meaning. It turns that sort of 2 versus 3 into a 1 versus 2 for the teammates and a guaranteed kill almost for your Mushroom King. Chazmac Gaming NA, my goodness.
He's cross-eyed. He can't prioritize either of these targets. If Zulon's able to move in, that could be the game-finishing move. The takedown from Zeus. Tyrant has the damage to lock this in, though. The final shot in Tribe Gaming are going to LCQ. Zulon, he's able to super once his clock gets down too far. It's going to be inevitable. Just 5 seconds left. Zulon, he's able to take to the skies. CMG, they know it's over. Their hopes of Worlds all but dashed, in Tribe Gaming ascend in their place. They are your monthly finals champions here in NA East for August.
Watch team, the stun from the satchel charge, adding insult to injury. Alianas can only look on and try and chase them down. Azar is in their territory. That ball ain't leaving that top pocket. Not for anyone. STMN book their ticket to our grand finals.
Ooh, Frixie dropping a gadget there too. Roll forward and just not quite hitting the mark. They do grab 1 kill. Chino looking to play all-out defense here. A nice spin, a couple cleanups, and now the crying pin coming out. They're #1 seed in this region for a reason. There's a reason they're going to the World Finals. It's going to be Illuminosity Gaming with a W.
Thrown out instantly, trying to get those gauntlets in the middle of his opponents. But Zar succumbs. Patchy getting close. It's 2 versus 1. Illuminosity are going to shut the door on STMN. They are your August monthly champions.